In this video series, we are going to start a very basic course for any newcomer who wants to learn the website development. So here in this video series, we are going to start HTML, using which you can definitely learn how to create a simple web page. And after that, when you will be done by creating number of web pages, you can simply link them up logically in order to create a bigger aspect that is called the website. Whatever website you can make using HTML will remain static unless and until you will include any server-side methodology in order to make them dynamic. But we'll not discuss about some advanced things here. We are going to discuss very basic things, as this course is specially designed for the very beginners. So here, what is all required before you getting started with HTML is the basic fundamental knowledge of computer, like how to start. Obviously, you are watching this video, you know how to start, alright? You should be familiar by how to create the files, how to create the directories. You should have a basic text editor, like I'm a Microsoft user, Windows user, so I will just use those as a text editor where I will write the HTML. And once I'm done with writing the HTML, I would like to see the output, and you can see the output in any web browser. Like we do have a lot of browser like Chrome, Firefox, Internet Explorer, Safari. As per your requirement, as per your choice, you can just get a free browser online and you can start working on HTML. So this is the only requirement. Now, before getting started more about the HTML, let's get some basic idea what this HTML is all about. So basically, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So let's understand what this word Hypertext Markup Language stands. Language is a very simple thing. Like whenever I would like to make a communication, I will use a language. Like right now, we are communicating with each other. So I'm using English as a language. But here, by the time I will start creating a web page, I will use a separate language called HTML, which will be understood by a web browser. How a browser understands that? Because every browser has a parser which reads the HTML, and accordingly it will show the output. When I say markup language will represent any tag-based language. Tag-based language is something where the angular brackets like the less than and greater than symbol will comprise a tag. I'll show you how the tag-based language looks like. We do have a lot of tag-based language nowadays, but here we'll show you the basic structure of any tag-based language, and especially here we'll talk about the HTML. And hypertext. What this hypertext is all about? Basically, whatever text you require in order to create a web page is a hypertext. If that particular text contains a link, means that link for some other location, maybe some other page or some other location on the same page, that text will be called hyperlink. Alright, so what I said, whatever text is required to create a web page is hypertext, and if that hypertext contains a link to other location, it's a hyperlink. Alright, so hypertext markup language, this is all about the name. Now, as I said, this is a tag based language. Alright, you can see it's a tag based language used to create the web pages. So whenever you would like to create a website, it will start by creating a single web page to multiple web pages, and then after linking them logically, it will be a website, because website is nothing but logically linking of the web pages. It is created by Berners-Lee in the end of 1991, and this language from that time onward is being used in order to create a basic structure of the web pages. Like whenever you create a web page, what you put there? Maybe a line, some table, some images, headings, list, whatever. So whatever you want to put on a web page, including a media or something, you can use HTML in order to do that all. So what I said is developed with the intent of definition the structure of the documents like heading, paragraph, list, etc. Now let's discuss how this HTML actually works. So basically HTML is sent from server to client's browser. What is that? Whenever like you are working on tutorialspoint.com or Facebook, Gmail, sometimes when you check the your mails, so what you do is you go to the address bar of any web browser, you type a URL, you press enter, and after some time you will get the page. Alright, so basically what it does, it actually is sending the HTTP request. Yes, basically whenever you are making a communication over the network means it's internet. Alright, so whenever a communication takes place over the network, some kind of protocol is required, and that protocol will be nothing but the rules and regulations in order to create the communication successful. So depends what kind of material we are going to transfer over the network, we will use that particular protocol. So here which protocol am I working with? I'm working over HTTP protocol, that is hypertext transfer protocol. Transfer, you all know what is transfer, and protocol is a rules and regulation. Again, the term hypertext is here, and what I said just now, hypertext is the text which is used to create a web page. Alright, so whenever a client is making a request, http://www.facebook.com, whatever site you are seeking for, you are making an HTTP request, and what it is doing actually is, if your request is valid, listen, there are a lot of things that goes on the background, but as I said, this course is for beginners. I am not going to cover all the advanced methodologies here, but I am taking in a very basic example. So as here you can see, it's a server, here are the client, and they are connected with the internet. So whenever a client browser, obviously when I say client will make a request through the browser because it is in HTTP protocol. So the client is making a request to the server, and every time when an HTTP request is made, if that particular request is valid, means if the client is authorized to access that particular page, only then the HTML of that particular page will be sent from server to client over the network using HTTP protocol. As soon as the HTML is on the client's browser, I told you, like browser have the capability of reading the hypertext markup language and can show the output as it is designed. So this is how the communication takes place over the network. Using HTTP protocol, the server will send the HTML of the particular page. As I said, in a website there could be a number of web pages, so whichever page is required, the server will send that particular web page over the network to the client browser, and browser will read the information and will show it to the user. So let's see how the HTML looks like. So here you can see it's HTML. These are the tags, like the angular brackets I was talking about. These are the tags. So whenever an HTML document is need to be created, we'll start it with the HTML tag, we'll finish it up with the closing tag of HTML. As you can see, what is the closing tag? We are putting the slash just before the name of the tag. This is the opening tag and this is the closing tag. Alright, so majorly means basically most of the tags which we will learn will have the pair, like opening and closing. We do have some non-pair tags which I will discuss during the course curriculum itself. So any HTML document can be classified into two basic parts, that is the head and the body. Like a human body, first we have the head and then we have the body. So head is for the identification, why this page is being created. So that will be containing the title tag. Alright, that will be stored inside the title tag. So this is document title. Now you can also put some of the resource like things like any JavaScript code or style sheets which you want to use later in the document, but we will not cover those things here. So let's keep it till title for now. And now comes the body. Body is something which is the main area of the web page, means whatever you see in the browser is the body part. So here I'm just putting a heading which is H1. Alright, H1 is the biggest heading. We will see some more headings in our coming video. So H1, this is heading. So when we will save this particular document with an extension HTML, we can open that over the browser and then we can see the output of this particular web page. But this is all we will do in our next video. In this video, we were just trying to cover the basics which we have done for now. In our next video, we'll see how to start with the basic implementation of HTML. So far in this HTML curriculum, we have covered a lot of tags, but all the tags so far were being appeared in their default properties. For example, when I am putting a body tag, the background of that body is white. Maybe I would like to change the color of that background. Similarly, when I am showing the heading, I want to change the alignment of that particular heading. So we can do all those things by putting the attributes to our tag. Basically, all the HTML tags has some attributes along with a default value. But if you don't want to change the default value, you can omit writing those attribute names. But now we are going to see about the attributes as well. So it's used to define the characteristics of an element, like how you are going to show the particular HTML element or a tag. Is placed inside the opening tag, means by the time you will, like, we have the couple of things like opening tag and closing tag. So when you pass the opening tag, inside that you will mention the attributes followed by the value. So that will be made up of two parts, the name and value, means the name of the attribute and its value. For example, if body is my tag, I want to change the background color, so BG color is my attribute, and red, maybe I want to make it red background, so red is the value. So let's see, here's an example also. So like the same example, HTML head, title, body, and then inside that you can see body, BG color, tan. Alright, so I want to change the background color to tan and the alignment of this heading to right. So these are the attributes followed by the values. So let's see how to use the different attributes for the different tags in this practical example. So now if I want to use some of the attributes with our existing HTML elements, what I'll do, as here we have already learned about H1 tag, I'll start putting some attributes. Most of the attributes nowadays, as I said, will be coming through the CSS, but here we'll not cover CSS, but we'll try to put the attributes by a basic HTML itself. So here what I'll do, I'll put an attribute called align, and here I will say center. As in the previous video when we were covering some of the basic elements, we saw the center tag, but that was doing the alignment center for everything which is existing between those center tags. But this is particularly for the first H1, so it will only be applicable for the first tag only. So you will see now its alignment is center. Similarly, if I'll use the same align attribute with the another tag, that is H2, and here I will say right. So this is the element, attribute and the value. When I'll refresh it, you can see this heading is now have alignment right. And since we have the default value, every element has some attributes and every attribute has the default value. So for here, as we were seeing, that the default alignment for H1 or for any heading is left. So if I'll put the default value, it will not be affected anyhow. So now onwards, whichever tag we will start learning about would be having some attributes followed by few values. For example, as we have discussed about the horizontal line, that is HR, that was used to put this horizontal line. But if I want to change some of the things in that default HR, I will again use the attributes
like width is the attribute, and here I will say 50%. That means the 50% of the complete width will be assigned to this HR. As you can see, the default alignment for this HR is center. So if you want to make changes, you can simply say align is equal to left. Just put that inside the quotes. And now this is having the left alignment. Alright, so but I'll remove this for now. So if you say height, I will say height in pixels only. So I'll say, let's say 10 pixels. In case you want to change the color of this HR, I'll use the attribute color and we'll say red. Alright, so these are all the things which you can use for making the changes in default appearance of any HTML tag.
As in the previous videos, we have already seen the introduction and how to start the basic implementation of HTML.
So now here I'll start the basic tags with the heading tags. So for that, here as I said, I have 6 level of heading tags starting from H1, which is the biggest in size. You can carry on with the remaining ones, that is H2, still H6. Alright, so what I'll do, I'll just say this is heading 1. Alright, so let's come to the browser where I have already opened it, and as soon as I will refresh, you can see this is heading 1. Now I can continue with the others. Alright, so we'll do required changes. So now as here you can see, I have used all the 6 tags, that is from H1 to H6 with the different text. So as soon as I will save the document, I'll refresh it here. You can see the different size of headings are now available over browser. If you want to align them all in the center, what you can do, you can just put the center tag. So I will put the center from the beginning and will close at the end. So I have actually enclosed all the 6 headings inside it. So all will be aligned center now, like this. Alright, if you want to make it alignment right, in coming videos we'll start working with the attributes which will help us out in aligning by putting more attributes to any tag. But for now, I'll just only go for the headings. As here you can see, all the different headings are appearing in the different line. But if I'll put the different text, for example, if I'm writing a very basic text, a paragraph, so for paragraph, I will use a P tag, and after that I can start writing whatever I want. So let me first remove these tags to make the output more clear. And inside this, I will put a paragraph tag. Again, I'll close it at the end, and between that I will write all the text. So this is a new paragraph. Alright, you can write as much as you want inside this. But now if I want to put the next line in the another line, means let's say this is next line. So you can see all the things are there in the same line. Alright, but if I want to break the line from here, what I can do is I can put the BR tag. So basically this BR is a single tag, means it is not a pair tag, because I don't want to write anything between the opening and closing tags of BR. So what I can do is I can actually close it immediately. Even if you will not close it, it will not going to show you any error, but technically whichever tag is open has to be closed. So here I will make it a empty tag, means a non-pair tag, and I will close it immediately. So now when I'll refresh, you can see it has broken the line. Similarly, if you want to put some more spaces between any words, for example, by default when I'm giving a single space, it is showing a single space out here as well. But In case if I'll give some space to this, some more spaces, they will not be reflected. Alright, so for giving the extra spaces, what I can do is I can use and ampersand NBSP. That will equivalent to the half space. So now I'll copy paste that for giving multiple spaces, and as soon as I'll come here and refresh, you can see there are some spaces between these two words. Now similarly, if I want to put some formatting inside, means pre-formatting in my web page, that is not possible by default. So that's, for example, if I want to draw this particular pattern, alright, so I want that these asterisks, these stars should be displayed over the web page like this. But when I will refresh here, you can see all are coming again in a same line, because only one space will be shown between these asterisks. Alright, so if I want to display all these things as it is, or wherever I want the output, that should be as it is as you have designed it here, I will go for the pre-formatted tag, that is this pre tag. So whatever formatting you will do inside this, whatever you will write in between these tags, they will be displayed as it is. Alright, as here you can see, now the output and this particular pattern is exactly the same. Now let's take one more scenario. As I have already gone through the heading tag, here I am using the h2. So maybe this is the heading of my page, and after that I want to start a paragraph related to this. Alright, so this is paragraph 1. Alright, so obviously it will be looking like this. Now I want to draw a line between the heading and the paragraph to mark it as a separator. So for that, what I can do, I can use the HR tag. It will draw the horizontal line in my web page like this. Alright, so if you want to alter the size of this particular HR, I will do that with the help of the attributes. But here I'm not going to cover the attributes. Here we are just going through some basic tags. So this is the HR tag which will draw the horizontal line in your web page. So these are all some basic tags using which you can start writing some basic HTMLs. In our coming video, we are going to cover some more fantastic features.
In this video of HTML, we will discuss about the phrase tags. Suppose you are working on a big text on a particular HTML document, and out of that you want to emphasize some particular part, like you want to highlight a particular part differently. So in that particular case, you can go for the phrase tags, which are as here, like emphasize. This EM tag that you will use will make the italic text out of the big text. Marked text will change the background to yellow. Strong will make it bolder. When you say address, it will basically come in a new line, and then it will be italics. And quotation tag, which will actually put the text in the double quotes. So let's see how these tags will affect the output of a HTML document. So let's start the practical implementation now.
Now in context of the phrase tags, I'll start working with the EM tag, that is emphasize tag. So in whichever text you will put this EM tag, that will be italics. Alright, that will look like an italic text. So basically now in the complete paragraph, I'm emphasizing on these particular words. So whenever you want to make something like emphasized, you can use the EM tag for that. Similarly, you can use the tag mark in order to highlight some of the important text out of a paragraph. So as here you can see, background of the particular color, that means the background of this particular text marked will be yellow. Alright, so if you want to make some changes, or if you want to highlight a particular text out of a big paragraph, you can use the mark tag and can enclose the important text between that. If you want to make the changes in the color, like this one is highlighted from yellow, so You can later start working on CSS, which will help you out in highlighting the background of any text with the color you want. Now, next tag in the phrase tag list is the strong tag. So whenever you will put the strong, the text enclosed within it will be look bolder than others. Alright, so like this one is the strong tag. Alright, so this will help you out in highlighting in the another manner. Like first of all, I was changing the background color of any particular text. Now I'm using strong to make it bolder. Similarly, all the three tags which we have used so far, like emphasized, mark and strong, all are actually highlighting the particular text out of a paragraph in the different manners. Now, the last tag in the list which we have is the address tag. Basically, this address tag is used to enclose an address between itself. So whatever text you will use between the address will be looking like this. Means automatically the line is broken. Alright, it is coming down and in the italic form. So it is not just showing the text in the italics, but it is also breaking the line, as you can see. After that, I am not using the BR tag anywhere, but as soon as this address tag is started, it is coming completely in a new line. So this is how you can use these phrase tags in order to decorate your HTML page.
In this video of HTML, we will discuss about the comments. Comments are basically something in a document which is completely ignored by the browser. Means even if you will write the comment on your HTML page, either on the head or on the body, so it will not be reflected as the output in the browser. Why? Because comments purpose is to give the information to your colleagues. For example, today I, as a web designer in a company, is designing a web page. Maybe tomorrow or some other day I will resign and some other employee will come and will work on the same web page. So the comment which I will write today will help him out that why I have put some particular tag or whatever I have done. I can actually keep on explaining for whatever I am doing while designing a web page inside the comments. So it will be basically a good practice to write comments when you are working on a big documents. It will in fact help you also out after a few days. Like today I created a very big document, maybe after some time I'll forget something about it. I can go there again, I can read the comments and I will get my information back. So let's see how to write the HTML comments now.
So now in context of comments, as here you can see, I have already created a demo page where I have put a heading that comment doesn't come in browser. So let's try to add a comment right before this heading, and in order to put that, what I'll do, I will write a comment like this, which will begin with the exclamation symbol inside the angular bracket and then followed by 2 hyphens. Now after that you can write whatever you want in order to pass some information about a particular segment or about your web page, which will be helpful for the new developers or new designers which will work on the very same page. And after writing the text, you can just close it again by a couple of hyphen symbols followed by the closing of your angular bracket. So let's save it and come to the browser, where I'll refresh and see that comment doesn't come in browser, but I'm not able to see any comment on the top of this. If I'll come and see the page source, then only I will be able to see the comment, but in the main output screen it is not visible.
Now in this particular HTML video, we will discuss about creating the blocks using div tag. Div tag or division tag is basically a very common tag which you may find in any other HTML document, and it is used to basically grouping of different HTML elements. For example, if in a single web page you have the heading, paragraph or image for the different groups and you want to put a similar formatting for each group, then you can use the blocks, that is div tag, in order to put a common formatting for a particular section of your web page. So let's see a practical implementation like how to start working with the blocks and div tags.
Now, in order to make the blocks, what I have done for till now is I have put a couple of headings, the paragraph related to each heading and few points for each heading. Alright, so basically as for my design of this particular page, this is the first block for me and this one is the second block for me. This is how this output is looking like. But if I want to put some formatting as a group, means whatever I want to put it for all the things which is residing in this first block. Similarly, I want to do the same things for the second block. So to enclose them in a single block, what I can do, I can add one div tag, alright, which will take care of a particular division of your web page. And now here I'll just close this. So this one is the first division, and right after this HR I will add another div, which I will close just before the body right here. Alright, so now this is how I made these two segments. Now if I'll do any changes inside this div, it will be reflected in each and every element inside it. So let's say I want to change the font color of the first section. So what I'll do, I'll put a style attribute. Alright, so basically we are not covering the style things here, but just for this reference I'm doing it here, though we will create another tutorial for the CSS where we will learn about these style things in a great detail. So what I'll do, I'll change the font color. So for that, color and colon I'll say green. So let's come here and refresh it. You can see the first segment is completely changed to green color. Similarly, if I'll come to div, second div, and here again I'll do the same thing like style is equal to color blue. So the second one will be changed to blue font. Alright, so this is how you can start making the segments or different blocks in a single web page with the help of this div, and can do all the grouping things, means grouping for group formatting or whatever change you want to do at once. So this is about the div tag in HTML.
So far in the HTML, whenever we are putting some text, it is actually coming in its default form, that is the font size, font color and the font family is all the same. But if I want to make some changes in order to make my web page look different and more attractive, I can actually change the way my font looks, and I can do that using the font tag. Basically nowadays we don't often use fonts tag, rather we use the style sheet in order to put some styles in our text. But here we are not going to discuss about style sheet, and even in HTML we can do that. By the time you will start learning about the style sheet, you will get some other ways also in order to design your font. But here, particularly in HTML, if you want to put some style in your text, you can do that using the fonts tag. So let's see the implementation of font tag, where we will try to change the color, size and font family of any particular text. So let's start the implementation now.
So with the context of font tag, here I'm using the attribute size at the first, and where I'm showing you like the maximum value or the minimum value that a size can have is from 1 to 7. Alright, so here what I'm doing, I'm using separate line for each font, and in each line you can see that I'm using different font size to show you. So here in the output you can see we have font size 1 to font size 7, and you can check all the font sizes. If you use any other size apart from 7 like 8, so you can observe that there will be no change in the size. Alright, so that means the maximum size that a font can have here in this way will be 7. But apart from size, you can also check the font face, means the different font style which you want to use. So as you may have the different fonts installed in your system like Times New Roman, Verdana, Comic Sans MS, Wild West and Bedrock. Alright, so here I am taking the same size for all, that is 5, but the font face is different in each case. So this is the different font phases that we have in our system. If there is any font that is not installed on your system, then it will be displayed on the default font face. And finally, let's have the information about the font color. So when it's about color, we have the n number of ways of passing the color, which I'll show you later. But here what you can do, like font color, this one will be the pink color, while this is clearly written red. So when we'll check that in the browser, here you can see this is pink, this is red. So in a font tag, you can pass several things like font size, font face and font color.
Now we will start learning about SVG in HTML5. SVG stands for Scalable Vector Graphics, which is used in HTML5 to draw the 2D shapes. Like you will have like ellipse or rectangle or maybe any particular polygon. So basically when you will start working with this SVG like Scalable Vector Graphics, it is basically helpful for implementation of the charts like pie chart where you have some shapes to draw. Alright, similarly if you have the 2D graphs, you can make a use of this SVG as well, because it doesn't give you support for 3D, but as far as the 2D support is concerned, it can give you that in an awesome way. So let's get started with the implementation of SVG in HTML5.
So in the implementation of SVG, that is Scalar Vector Graphics, what I have done, inside the body I have placed the SVG tag. That is, whatever SVG element you want to place it, you want to put it inside. If you want, you can specify the height and width of that particular section where you want to put the scalar vector graphic elements. Like the first element which I am putting here is the circle, which ID I have set to red circle, coordinate of x and y axis are set, and the radius as well. So I want that red color should be filled inside this circle, so I have set fill is equal to red. So these are the only things which are required to draw a circle successfully. So let's save this document, come to the browser and let's refresh, and here you can see that okay, this is the circle of 50 radius and coordinates are also 50. Make sure that the coordinates will be related to the radius only. If you want, you can use some CSS classes in order to put the alignment of this particular shape. Now, in the another example, what I am doing is I am trying to create a rectangle. So, right here in the same SVG tag, I have replaced the circle tag and I have added the rect tag. So here rect means it's a red rectangle I want to create with the width 300 and height 100. Since it's a rectangle, I am putting the width and height different, but if you want to draw a square, you can just put the same values all together. And again, as the name says, it's a red rect. I am filling the red color inside it. So again, I am saving the changes. I'm coming to the browser, and here you can see that yes, I got the red rectangle. Similarly, you can put some more elements in the same way. Like for now, I'm trying to make a straight line here. So when I want to make a line inside the SVG, I have placed the line tag. When you want to create a straight line, you have to pass two coordinates, that is x1 y1 and x2 y2. So the initial coordinates will be x1 y1. Alright, like x1 is 0, y1 is 0, means I want to start it from the left top corner, and the x2 is 200, y2 is 100, and I want to make the line of red color with the stroke width, that is the width of the line will be 2 pixel. So let's save this and come to the browser, and here you can see like this is starting from the very corner, alright, and it is going through the way. If you want, you can just do some changes in order to see the reflection out there. Alright, and this is how you can draw a straight line using the SVG tag. Next, it's turn for the ellipse. So if you want to create the ellipse, it is SVG element again, means the SVG tag. Inside, I have replaced the line with the ellipse tag. So when you talk about the ellipse, again, like circle, it would be having the coordinate for the x and y, but the main thing with the ellipse is the radius of x and y axis may vary. So here you can see the radius for x is 100 and radius for I is 50, and like always I am putting the red color inside. So you can see when I'll run this in the browser, it would be like in this shape because the radius of x-axis is more. You can see it's more wide than height. Alright, so if you want, you can just make some changes, like let me do 150. Alright, because of its coordinates itself, it is shown in this particular way. Alright, but the thing is, now the radius of y is more than that. Next it comes here, that is polygon. So inside the same SVG tag, I am putting the polygon tag. When you talk about polygon, that means you can put n number of coordinates inside it. So what I have done here is I have put the points attribute inside which there is x1, y1, x2, y2, x3, y3, and so on. You can put even more, and whatever will be created, the last coordinate will be attached to the first coordinate, that is for sure. And I want to fill that with the red color. So let's save it and let's refresh it here, and you can see this is the polygon. Alright, if you want, you can add one more point out there. Let's say 200, 200. Alright, so you can see this is something like that. So these are the several shapes which you can draw inside the SVG.
In this video of HTML, we are going to cover the formatting tags. Formatting tags, as the name says, which is used to modify the output. Alright, so how we can do the formatting of a HTML document? We can do it from these formatting tags which are coming now, like the bold, italics, underline, superscript, subscript, like bold, italic, underline, you know. When you want to show some text at the bottom, like if you are from chemistry background, there is something called H2O. So 2 is at the bottom at this smaller size, so that is the subscript. Similarly, superscript, like 10 square, x square, so that is the superscript tag. Big, small will basically modify the size of the font from the current font size. Like big will make it bigger, as the name says. Small tag will make it smaller. Alright, and monospaced. Monospaced, like when you use different alphabets, like I, O are having different area consumption, like I take lesser space than O. So if you want that all the characters should take a equal space, then that part you can use the monospaced tag. So let's see all these tags practically and see how they change the appearance or the formatting of the web page.
So now, in context of formatting tags, I will start the things with the bold tag, that is represented by the letter B. So inside B tag, I will write like this is bold. So as you can see, this particular text is shown as bold. Similarly, I can go for the I tag, that is the italics. So it will convert a simple text into the italics font. So as you can see, this is italics. Alright, so just to put some gap, I will use the BR tag here. Alright, and I will do that again after the italics. Now, U tag I will use for the underline. So basically, if you want to underline some important text out in a paragraph or maybe for any purpose, you can use this underline tag, that is the U tag. Alright, so as you can see, these are the things. In case you want to put multiple tags in a same, so you will have to apply the LIFO in that. For example, for a single text, I want to use B as well, U as well, and I as well. Alright, so this is my text, is the text. Now after that, I'll have to first close I, then I'll close U, and then I will close the bold tag. Alright, so this is what I call the LIFO, last in first route. So this was the tag which opened at the last. I will close it first. So here is the text. Alright, it's bold, it's italic and underlined. Similarly, we do have a tag here called strike, but yeah. So now let's talk about the strike tag, which basically strikes out a particular text which you will put inside. Alright, let's say this is strike tag. So I just use the word strike between this strike tag. So only this one will be striked out. Similarly, in formatting, I do have some more tags, that is the superscript and subscript tag. So let's say if I want to use something like a subscript, so for that I will use like H, then I will use the superscript tag, that is subscript tag, that is sub 2, and then I'll close this sub tag. Alright, and then O. So let me break the line again. So you can see, let me increase the font size. It is the subscript when you want some tag to be shown in this subscript manner. Similarly, we do have the superscript, like if I want to write 10 cube, so 10, then I will use superscript cube, and then I will close that superscript. Alright, so this is the 10 cube. So now let's continue with some more tags, that is the small and big tag. So basically for that, what I'll do, this is small text. Alright, and I have enclosed that inside the small tag. So this particular text will be smaller than the before text, right? Like this is written before than this, so this one is comparatively bigger than this particular text. Alright, similarly we do have the big tag. Alright, that is for in that what I'll do, this is big text. Alright, so I'll close it here, and as you can see, this one is comparatively bigger than this text. Alright, so these are some tags which you can use for the formatting purposes.
In this video of HTML, we are actually going to cover a very important kind of tag, that is a form tag. This form tag is actually the first step in making your website dynamic. So basically, whenever in general you design a form for taking the user input, there could be only one form tag inside a HTML page. So it is required to collect some data from the user, like when a user is watching the web page, he simply can't enter any text inside it. So if I want to take some information, I will create a form which will contain some controls inside it, like text box, drop down list, buttons or something. So depending on which kind of input you want to take, you will choose your desired control. When you will fill up the form and will click on the submit button is again one kind of control inside. So it will actually post the data to the web server, and this is where the dynamic website comes into the picture. So whenever you click on the submit button, it will submit the data, it will post the data on the back end, that is any CGI script, ASP, ASP.NET, ASP script, any PHP script could be there. Alright, so basically it's just about scripting, but nowadays we do have something like MVC, ASP.NET. We do have a lot of advanced web server technology, so you can use any in order to get that submitted information. So different controls are used inside a form, as I just said, like depending on which kind of data you are going to take from the user, you will decide the form, you will decide the control which you want to take. Now leave about the controls, but when you will put the form tag, there are some very famous and important attributes that you must know about. So the first attribute that a form tag has is the action attribute. Action basically is the location of the confirmation page. Like when you click on the submit button, this action page is something which comes to the user to tell that okay, your form is being submitted successfully. So here you can actually give the URL of any confirmation page that will appear in the browser as soon as your form will be submitted. Method is something like when you submit the data, it's about whether you want to put it in the get or post. Get request is basically something when you make a first request for any page, that is when you are getting something. That is the get request. But when you are filling up the form, you are clicking on the submit button, you are actually posting the data. So in maximum cases, we will use the post as a method. So basically there are two things: get when you make a first call for any form, and post when you submit the data. So here we will use the post. And target is actually the location of the script which you want to execute as soon as the submit button is clicked. So these are the attributes which will pass, which we'll see while using the form attributes. Now, as I said that for the different purposes we have the different controls. So here we have text box, password box in order to take the string, or password, like encrypted text. Checkbox, radio buttons in order to take the choices. If you want to take single choice, you will go for radio button. If you want to take multiple choices, you can go for checkbox. Like if you want to find the hobbies, so there can be more than one hobby, reading, cycling or something. So you can use checkbox, but in a situation like there is only one choice is required, like the payment mode. It will be either be from Visa, MasterCard, or for internet banking or whatever, right? You can't choose multiple payment options for a single transaction. So for that you will go for radio buttons. Buttons, there are submit button for submitting the form. There is a normal button for any particular action which you can define in JavaScript later. There is a reset button which will clean up the form. So there are different kind of buttons. Drop down list, if you want to get some choices, the list of choices, and you can select like country. There's only one country in which you are living in, so out of a big list you can choose your country. So these are all the common controls that we are going to cover in this implementation. So let's start a very basic implementation of forms where we'll see the different attributes followed by the different controls.
So now let's start creating a form inside this HTML document. For doing that, what I'll do, inside body I'll write a form tag which will definitely have a closing tag, and whatever I want to put inside this form I'll start putting within these tags. Obviously it will contain some of the plain text along with the controls. But before coming to the controls, let's see what attributes I can pass along with the form tag. So the first thing which I can do here is the action. When I say action, that means which particular page or which particular script you want to show or execute by the time this form will be submitted. Every form should have one submit button, so whenever you will click over that, it will take you to this action page. So if you are working in a website in which you are creating some of the pages, and if there is any confirmation page for showing a message that the form is successfully submitted, then you can pass the URL of that particular font right here. Now after that, there is something called method, means in which way you want to post this particular form to the server. Means there will be two options generally, that will be either get or post. So in get, when you are making some fresh request to get some new data, you will make the get request. But if you are submitting the form content to the server, you will go for the post. So in maximum cases, I will go for the method post. Now inside this form tag, now I can start working with the different controls. Like here, I'll start working with the text box, which is actually the very common control which is used on a website. So basically what I'm doing, I'm just taking a couple of fields here like first name and last name, and for taking the names I will use a text box which will allow a user to write any content of string type over the browser. So for that, I will use the input tag in which type attribute value will be text. Even if you will not pass any value for the type, by default input tag will give you the text box control. Now the next thing is name or ID you can use, which is used for the uniqueness of all the controls over a web page. In future, if you are trying to access the value of any particular control, then in JavaScript you can use the methods like document.getElementById or document.getElementByName. But so these are the couple of controls that I have added just now. Let's come to the browser to check how they're looking like. So here you can see there are a couple of things like first name text box and last name text box. Now if you want to make some more changes out there, you can definitely do that. Like for example, max length. Max length means if in a database where you are submitting the value, if you have make a size of a particular column, let's say the first name column in database is taking not more than 20 characters. So what I'll do, I'll make max length as 20 so that a user should not be able to enter more than 20 characters. So like if I'll start entering the value, so these are the 20 characters. After that, even if I'm pressing the keys, it will not accept any kind of value. And accordingly, you will be able to see how big your text box is. Similarly, we do have one more attribute called placeholder, which will give you a help text in your text box. Let's say I'll say enter first name So here you will be able to see this text, alright, but as soon as you will start entering something, that placeholder value will go away. So these are the different attributes which you can use with the text box. Now let's start with another control, that is password. So for that I have taken again a couple of fields like user ID and password, which is a very common example for that. So again, for text box, for user ID, I'll use a text box, alright, like input type is equal to text because I want to see the user ID value. But in other hand, it's about password where I will accept the dots. So dots means it should not be visible to the user. So for that it is the password. So when we'll come to the browser, here you can see the first value you can see, but here whatever I'll write, you will just be able to see the dot. So this is the password. Again, you can set the maximum length and the size of the text box that the way you were doing that in normal text box. But in case you are required to take some bigger values from the user, then rather than going for the text box, single line text box or password, obviously not, you can go for the text area. Like here there is a field called description for which I want some big entries to be done. So for that what I have done, there is text area control which I have used. There is no input tag, text area is itself a tag here. Rows and columns means how much height and width you want for that text area on the basis of characters. So it will take 50 characters in the width, that is calls, and 5 rows. Obviously when you will increase the content, there will be some scroll bars scrolling which you can read the complete content. And as I said, name, which is used for the uniqueness of any control, and later you can actually retrieve the control if you want to get the value through JavaScript. So let's refresh it, and here you can see there is the text box. Alright, so now here you can see whatever I can write, like this is text area. Alright, if I'll keep writing the things will be wrapped, alright, and when I will be done with the 5 rows as per the size, I will get the scroll bar which you can see right here. So this is how you can work with the text area in order to take the bigger values from the user. But if I don't want to take any text data from the user, rather I want user to choose some of the options which I want to give, so for that I will use the control called checkbox. So here in this particular example I am using the checkbox inside which there are a couple of options, that is math and physics, and I have already given the name like math and physics for the internal purpose. So whenever you will require to take some value, some options from the user, or to give some options to the user which a user can choose, make sure when you are using checkbox, user can go for the multiple selections as well. So here you can see maths and physics, there are 2 checkboxes, alright. If you want that one checkbox should be checked by default, then you can pass the attribute called checked. So when you will refresh, by default this math checkbox will be checked, while the second one, that is physics, is unchecked. But as I said, this is checkbox and multiple selections can be made using checkboxes. If you want that only one option must be selected, then in that case I will go for the radio button. And for that, rather than input type is equal to checkbox, I will use input type is equal to radio. But as I said, in radio button you will only be able to check the single value, but that will only be possible when you will give the same name to these checkboxes. Alright, if the name is different, you will be able to select the complete radio buttons. Reason is, when you will give the same name, then only both or all the radio buttons will be categorized for a single field, and out of that field only one value will be able to choose. So let's see here the output. Now there are 2 radio buttons and out of that only one can be selected. Let's say if I will change the name of any of the checkbox, radio button, sorry, but so in that case I will be able to choose both. So make sure in all the radio buttons of the same category you will pass the same name for the ensuring the single selection. Now if I want to give a list to the user in which I want that user should be able to choose a single value, then drop down control is actually a very famous control in that sense. So let's see how we can create the drop down control here, and for that I will use the select tag. Name is drop down, you can give any logical name to the control, and inside that drop down, depends how many values you want to give in the list, you will pass that particular kind of option, means number of option. Each option will actually add one element in the drop down. Value maths, here I want to show the text as math, and whichever value, only one value can be selected by default, so whichever is that particular value you can pass the attribute called selected. So that value will be shown by default. So here you can see there is a drop down in which math is being selected by default. Even if I'll refresh this particular page, you will be able to see that again math is chosen by default. So this is your drop down control. Now here we'll find some kind of controls, those are actually the buttons. So basically what I'll do here, I'll say input type is equal to submit, input type is equal to reset, and input type is equal to button. As in the beginning of this form video, I said that every form should have one submit button, on clicking on which you will go to your action page. So here is the submit button, and that is how you can make it. Name is submit and the value, means the text over the button is I want submit. Similarly, there is a reset button. If you will click over it, all the controls in the field on the text box will be reset, means they will be blank. There is button which can be used for any particular purpose, like for OK or for cancel, for whatever you want. you can just add a button, and whatever you want to do, you can write the functionality in the JavaScript. And the very same thing you can do with the image button also. The only thing with the image button is you can make it fancy. You can just design the kind of button you want in as an image, and then you can put that over this input type is equal to image. Basically it will be different from that of the image tag, that img tag, which we have already learned in this video. But this input type is equal to image will behave like a button where you will be seeing the image. So let's come to the browser. So here you will be able to see the submit, reset, OK, and again there's a button. Alright, so these are all the HTML controls that you can use along with the form control.
By the time you start working on a web page, sometimes you come across situation like you want to give some points. Like under any particular paragraph, you may require some points like the number of mobiles available, means the model of mobile available in your website or anything. So for that purposes, you have the option of the list tags. In HTML, we have three kind of lists, that is the ordered list, unordered list, and the definition list. So let's see a practical implementation where we will find the similarity and differences between each of these lists.
So let's begin the thing with the unordered list. In order to put the unordered list, I will use the UL tag, that means unordered, and inside this I will put the LIs, that is the list item. So basically here I'm trying to make a list of all the web development technologies. So here if you want, you can also give an heading like H3 web development. Alright, I'll close that H3. Now there will be an HR, horizontal line, align, left, and width is 50%. Alright, so let's save it, come to the browser. So here you can see web development, that's the heading, and here main thing is here you can see the content. Alright, so basically this is, as you can see here, this is something called disk, the type of bullets which we are using, and after that we are putting the content. Alright, so all these four elements have been shown here as a part of the list. Now if you want to change the type of the bullets that you are using, you can use the different options like square. If you use square, it will be square in shape. Alright, as you can see here, these are now square in shape, so that you can see it clearly. Initially it was disk, so even if I'll say type is equal to disk, it will be the default value. Alright, so again they have been changed to disk. And the third thing which you can do here is the circle. Now you can see this is the circle. Alright, so similarly you can get the concept of ordered list also, which is nothing but OL, that is ordered list, and the type. I'll not use the type in the first example, so let me start working with the OL. Now when I will work with the ordered list, obviously there will be some kind of numbering. So here you can see the numeric values have been shown like 1, 2, 3, 4. Similarly, you can also put the type attribute here. Here the type attribute will be a bit different. If I'll say type 1 means the same, the default value. But if I'll say small a, it will be like small abcd. If I'll say capital A, it will be capital ABCD in the numbering. If you want Roman numbers, I can put I. If I'll put I, it will be small Roman numbers with the dots at the top. If I'll say capital I, it will be like this. Alright, so let me continue with the small a. Now when you say small a, it will, or any ordered list, it will always begins with the initial position, right, like A, B, C, D. Now here what I'll do, I will put another thing called start. If you don't want to start from the very beginning, you can put any particular value. Let's say if I'll say 4, So it will be started with the fourth position. So the D is the fourth element, so D, E, F, G. Alright. So similarly, you can also make these things in a nested way. For example, inside this ASP.NET, I want to put another unordered list. Alright. So what I'll do, I'll say UL, and inside this I'll put li, let's say ASP.NET version 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 and so on. Alright, so let's save this, come to the browser, and here you can see they are the nested inside this main ordered list. Alright, so this is how you can start working with these different kind of list options available with your HTML.
In this video of HTML, we will discuss about one of the very important tags in HTML, that is tables. As the name said, table means it will be the tabular format comprising rows and columns inside it. So basically the main use of tables in classic HTML is to arrange the layout of your web page. So using the tables, and you can even nest a table inside a table, you can actually design a structure or a layout of your web page, like what all you want to put on the top, like logo or any tagline, name of your organization. After that, in what way you want to put the content, like some links, then some image, or whatever you want to put. So using the different tags related to table and the different attributes related to table, you can actually structure your web page. So let's see a practical implementation of what all we have in your table tag in HTML.
So let's start with a very basic example of table. So in this particular example, what I have done is, first of all, I put a table tag followed by the border where I put the value 1. So basically we have already seen the border attribute in images where it was basically an outline around the image. So here it will do the same thing with the table. Now in this particular table, I want to use a couple of rows, and in each row I want 2 columns. So to do that, what I have done, first of all, I have added one tr. For inside that we have put 2 tds. Alright, like first td, inside this I have put row 1 column 1, another td in which row 1 column 2. So in the same row it will be 2 columns. Once we are done with this, we will add another tr followed by 2 tds inside, as we have already done here. So let's save this and come to the browser for the output. So here you can see this is the row 1 column 1, row 1 column 2, and again in the another row, row 2 column 1, row 2 column 2. Alright, if you want, you can add another row with this very same manner. Alright, like one more tr. I'm not changing the text, so if I'll come, you can see one more row out there. By default, the width of the table and the cells depend on the content which you are putting inside. If you want to change the width, you can actually give it a value like width is equal to 500 pixels. Alright, so now it will be taking that particular size. Along with that, you can observe like this text is actually getting started from the very means it's just connected to the borders or the edges. Alright, if you want to give some space between the text and the corners, you can actually use the attribute called cell padding. Alright, so in cell padding, if you give any value, let's say 5, so basically there will be some distance, and now you can see there is some gap between the text and the edges of this cell. Similarly, if you want to give some space between the two cells, you can use another attribute called cell spacing. So in cell spacing, if I'll give any value, let's say 5 again, so now the difference between the cell will be increased. So these are the some common attributes of the table, that is the cell spacing, cell padding, width and border. Now let's give some heading to each column of the table. So for doing that, if you want to show some data inside a table in a tabular format, so you can also give it a heading. And for doing that particular thing, what you can do, you will have to add another row, that is tr. Since it is heading, it should be in the top of the table. All right. And now inside this, we have put a couple of headings, that is the table heading. This is tabular data and this is table heading inside a table row. All right. So now, since the first column is containing the name, I'll put a name followed by the salary. All right, so let's put any value. So there are some data which I have entered. All right, let's come to the browser and refresh. And now here you can see there is name, salary, which is the heading. Automatically they are centered alignment and they are bold. And followed by the 3 records where each column is containing a name and salary. So these are the things which you can use for displaying data in a tabular format. But you can also do a lot of more things inside a table. Let's say if you want to merge 2 rows or 2 columns, or maybe more than 2 or columns. So you can use the options called call span and row span. Call span to merge the columns, while row span is to merge the rows. So for that, I will again use the initial table which we used for the introduction of the table reference. All right, let me add one more row out here. So that will be row 3, column 1, column 2. All right, so and let's add one more actually column in all these 3. So 3 rows and 3 columns. So column 1, column 2, column 3. Let me do this in all the TRs. So now this one is done. Let's see the output now. So this is how it is looking like. So let's say I want to merge these 2 columns now. All right. What I want to do is I want to merge row 1, column 2 and row 1, column 3. So for that, what I'll have to do, I will have to make changes in this particular column, that is row 1, column 2. So let's come here in row 1, column 2, and here what I'll do, since I want to merge 2 columns, I will use call span. And how many columns I want to merge? This 1 and 2. So I'll say call span is equal to 2. So basically after that, this will be merged to this column. So I will have to remove this column because the only column means this row 1, column 2 is taking the space of 2 columns. It is merging 2 columns as a single. So I will remove this row 1, column 3. So let's refresh and see this particular column is taking the space of 2 columns in this particular fashion. Similarly, if I want to merge row 1, column 1 to row 2, column 1, I can do that as well. So since here I was using call span, here I am merging 2 rows, so it will be row span. So again, I will start the things from here because this is the first cell in the list. Remember when I was merging these 2 columns, so this was the starting cell. When I'm merging these 2 rows, again this is the starting cell. So I will make the changes only in the starting cell. So let's come to row 1, column 1, where I will use row span. And in this row span, how many rows I'm going to merge? Since I don't have any bigger table, so I'm just merging 2 rows and columns. You can create a bigger table and you can merge more than 2 rows and columns. So here what I have done is there is row span 2. So what it will do? It will be merged from this and this. So basically what I'll have to do, I will have to remove this row 2, column 1. So let's come here and remove this row 2, column 1, save this and come to the browser, and here you can see these 2 cells have been merged. So let's add one more thing here. This is how, as we learned, this is how we can start merging the rows and columns. Now I can also add a caption out here. This is merging cells example. So whenever you want to put a caption to your table, right after the table tag, before these cells, before any row, we should add the caption. So as similarly I have done here. So let's come here and see this is the caption. Alright, so this is merging cells example. Similarly, if you want to change the color of your table, you can use the bg color attribute. Alright, so here in the bg color, what I'll do, I'll use a color tan. Let's come here and refresh. You can see the background of the color is changed to tan. Similarly, if you want to put any background image, you can do that. I don't have currently any proper background image, so but if you want, you can. And let's refresh. So here you can see the image is being added as a background. As I said, you should go for a valid background image which will give a pleasant output to your tables. Similarly, if you want to add the header or footer for your table, you can do that as well with the tags called thead and tfoot. So what is that? This is basically the head of the table. This is the footer of the table. Alright. So I'll just use call span 3 here because we just have 3 cells maximum in our table. Alright, in a row. So let's come here and refresh. So here you can see this is the header, this is the footer. Though I added this tfoot at the top, but since it was tfoot, it will anyhow go at the bottom. Alright. So these are the different attributes and different tags inside a table which you can use for designing a table. And as I said in the description, you can use the nested table in order to make the designing of your web pages.
In this video of HTML5, we are going to put the implementation of media elements. Basically, its implement is quite simple and interesting, which will help us out in putting the audio and video file over the browser. So it actually helps us in putting the media things over the browser so that a user can see the video like you are seeing it right now. So basically, it's just because of the help of such media controls. So we'll see what the controls are provided by the media elements in HTML5.
So to implement the media, first of all, we'll see how to play the video files out here. So as you can see, inside the body, I have directly applied the video tag with the height and width. So obviously, as per your requirement, you can put the height and width. And after that, you can put a list of all the source files. When you will add the source file list, the first compatible file will start playing. Like here, first is the awk file and the second is the mp4 file. So here I have the mp4 file in my directory. As here inside HTML5 demo folder, you can see there is a media file where I have a file which I want to play there in the browser. So once I will put the list of files, as I said, first compatible file will be played in the browser. And if none of the files are getting support, then this message will be shown over the browser. Alright, so let's go to the browser and refresh the page, and here you can see the thumbnail of my video is there. Alright, so I don't have any option of playing this particular video. So what I'll do, I will add one more attribute out there called controls. As soon as I will do that, you can see now I have an option of the slider, volume, making it to the full screen, time, and play and pause. So these are the number of things which you can see while working with the video. As you can see, when I'm refreshing the page, the video is not autoplay. So if you want that as well, you can put another option, that is autoplay. So let me save that, and now you will see as soon as I'm refreshing it, the video will be in the play mode. So these are the options which are available for the video file. Similarly, you can put the audio tag in the very same way. So with the audio tag, you don't need to put the height and width of it because it's not playing a video. And again, the controls and autoplay has the same option. Alright, now after that, you can put the path out there. I don't have any file, but you can put that in a very same way as I did it for the video. And once you will do that, let me refresh that. Here you will see the audio player. Alright, so whatever the compatible file will be there in your particular location, that file will start playing. So this is how to use the media elements in your HTML5.
Getting started with Anaconda. Here in our tutorial, we have selected Anaconda to demonstrate how to write the code and how to execute, that how to install Anaconda on your system. So at first we are supposed to go to this respective website, and there we will be getting two download links, one for Python 3.6 version, another for Python 2.7 version. Here I have loaded my Anaconda on my Windows machine, on my Windows laptop. So that's why I clicked on this Python 3.6 version here. And here we are having two types. One is the 64-bit version, and the one is the 32-bit version. So I selected Python 3.6 version 64-bit. Then this particular screen will come, and then I shall have to click on the next. Then this license agreement will come. You can read this agreement, and then you are supposed to click on this I agree. Then you can have two options. One is the just for me, another one for all users. So I have selected just me. So now I shall click on this next. So next, this Anaconda, the version 3, Anaconda 3 version 5.1.0 64-bit setup will be initiated, and here I'm supposed to select the destination folder. So if you want to stick with the default folder, whatever it has been decided, so you can take this particular folder, otherwise you can go for browse and select another folder there, and then click on this next, and it is showing that what is the total size it requires. It requires 2.5 GB of space available. So now here we are having this add Anaconda to my path environment variable and registered Anaconda as my default Python 3.6 editor. So in this way I have selected this option. Also you can select this one also, and then we are supposed to click on this install. So now the Python is getting installed, so it will go percentage wise, this progress bar will be proceeding, and in this way the installation will be obtained. You can click on the show details so that you can get the idea what are the files in which destination folders are getting loaded, are getting installed. Then installation complete will be obtained, and here you see the full progress bar has been filled up. So installation has been completed. You can go for the show details, and then you can click on the next. After clicking on the next, you will be coming to this particular screen, and it will ask whether you are supposed to install the Visual Microsoft VS Code or not. If you require to install that one, you can install it. Otherwise, you can go for the skip. So here this is the final screenshot we have provided you. So now in this particular screenshot, it has been told that the Anaconda has been installed successfully, and it will be the default Python editor. And in this particular screen, it is just asking to click on the finish. You can also go for the go back, and then after finishing, the installation will get completed. So in the next videos, we'll be going for the Python program execution through this Anaconda 3 editor. So how to use that one, we'll be showing that one in the next videos, and we'll be running so many different programs and codes in our video in the next successive discussions. Thanks for watching this. In this video, we shall discuss overview of Python. What are the different features of Python is having? We know that Python is a high-level language and object-oriented language. It is very much expressible, and it is having a very easy syntax to write the code. So let us go for a detailed discussion on this overview of Python as it is coming next. Python coding can be done in three different ways. First one is the immediate mode, next one is the script mode, and the last one using some integrated development environment, that is IDE. So at first we are going to discuss how we can do the coding in Python in immediate mode. So here we are opening our command prompt, and we are going to the respective folder, that is our C:, users, this is the username, and Anaconda 3. How to install this Anaconda, we have discussed that one in our other video, that what are the steps we require to install this Anaconda. So for this one, we will be requiring this python.exe. So this python.exe, if you click, then this command prompt will open with this respective prompt, that is the triple greater than symbol. So here you can write the code in the immediate mode to run our scripts. You can find this one. So we are writing this one, print hello world. So in this way we can go for this. So A is equal to 100, B is equal to 200, C is equal to A plus B, and then you can go for print C. So it is getting printed as 300. So this is the mode which is known as the immediate mode. That means we can also do the same using our command prompt here. So here we are having our command prompt. So I'm going for this users and this or not, then I'll be going for this Anaconda 3. We can go for this Anaconda 3. Here we are having our Python, so we can go for this. So this is a python.exe is there. We can run it, and we are going to get the same screen whatever we had. So this is known as the immediate mode. So typing Python in the command line will invoke the interpreter in the immediate mode, and you can directly type in Python expressions and press enter to get the required output. And if the Python prompt, it will tell us that interpreter is ready for our input. So let me type some code here. So I'm going for this print, say 100 plus 200. You can easily find it is calculating and giving me the outcome. So this is our immediate mode. Now let me tell you that how to do the coding using the script mode. So for that purpose, we're just opening a notepad for the typing. So here I'm writing the code. There is a print. So we have typed this code here and we are saving this one. In the respective folder there is Anaconda 3 and giving the name as say prog1.py. Giving the name as prog1.py. So we are saving this one. So prog1.py is the file name. Now we are coming back to our, I'm getting back my prompt here. So let me check whether the file has got saved here or not. Yes, the file has got saved with the 41 bytes here. So now we can execute this code using Python. So Python will interpret this this program. So we're going for this Python prog1.py. You can see that the program is executing. So this is the mode known as the script mode, where we can type our code, and this mode will be used to execute the Python program written in a file, and then we're executing it using Python and the file name. You can get the output here. So this is the program we wrote. Okay, and there is a respective output we are getting. There is another way to type the code, and that is our integrated development environment. So for that purpose, we are just invoking this Anaconda. So Anaconda Navigator. This is Anaconda Navigator. Now here we are going for this Jupyter Lab. It will open it in a browser. So here we are having, so I shall go for this plus. So going for this Python 3. So you can find that this is our untitled.ipynb. So there is the extension. Here you can write the code. So print. You can execute it. Welcome to the world of programming. In this way you can go on execution. So you see it has opened into our Chrome browser. So on the default browser, this notepad will get opened. There is a Jupyter Lab. So now we are going for this Jupyter Notebook. We tested with the Jupyter Lab. Now we are going for this Jupyter Notebook. So this is the respective folder structure it is telling. Now we are going for a new Python 3. So here also we can type. We can go for the execution. In this way, also using this Jupyter, we can also go for this typing. So we have tested with the Jupyter Lab and Jupyter Notebook. So two ways we have done. Now let me go for the spider. So I'm using this part. So here you can see that the sessions are coming. So This is the way in which we are typing, and we can go for the execution. You can find that hello world and welcome is getting executed. So that is another way to execute the same. And now you can find that we can go for the run cell. So only this particular line I'm just going for this, and then I'm going for the run cell. You see only the hello world has got executed. So only this welcome has got executed. In this way also you can go for partial execution. Let us suppose we are having variables, say a is equal to 100 and say b is equal to 200. Now we are going for say c is equal to a plus b, and then we are going for this value of c is going to get printed. So the sum of and is, so that is another way to type format. We shall be discussing all these things into details. If we go on executing, we can find that so the sum of 100 and 200 is 300. We're having the variable explorer here. You can see the value of a and b and c will be displayed. You can find that the value of a and b and c are getting displayed. So I'm just making this one as 600, making this one as 500. So now if I go on executing, you can find that the values have got updated. So this is another advantage of this. There is a spider. Also here also you can have the line by line execution. As I told you that if I mark this and if you go for run cell, you are getting only these two lines are getting executed. So that is another fantastic way to execute this Python program. So as we discussed that Python is nothing but one cross-platform programming language, and it executes in Windows, Mac OS, Linux and Unix, and also it can be executed ported to the Java and .NET virtual machines. And nowadays Python is available in some Unix and in Mac pre-installed, but in that case obviously the versions might be the older one, so it is our better choice to install it, the latest version, and explore it according to our requirement. We can explore that one. And now let me discuss some of the different features of this Python. Python is an object-oriented language, which means that it can model real-world objects, and it is also dynamically typed because it carries out type checking at the runtime. So dynamically typing means during the runtime the variables data type will be decided here. The name Python came by Guido van Rossum, and it came after the committee group, that is the Monty Python, and from there this name Python came here. If you consider C Python, then in case of C Python architecture, we are having parser, which uses the source code to generate an abstract syntax tree. We are having compiler, which turns the abstract syntax tree into Python bytecode. We are having interpreter, which will be executing the code line by line, and we are also having the respective three components. So that is our parser, compiler and interpreter. So parser will convert the source code to the, as I told you, that is the abstract syntax tree. Compiler will convert this abstract syntax tree into the bytecode format, and then the interpreter will come, which will execute this code line by line. Python is having multiple different components. There is the functions, classes, modules, packages and so on. We know that functions is nothing but a collection of statements named into one. Classes are nothing but, in case of object-oriented programming, so it supports the classes and the objects. A Python module is a collection of related classes and the functions. We're having the packages, so package is a collection of related modules, and we'll be using multiple different packages in our current tutorial on Python here. If you consider the features of Python, the Python is very easy. That means very easy to learn and understand. It is interpreted, so it is interpreted, executed line by line. So this makes it easy to test and debug. If you consider the respective object oriented, it supports the classes and objects. It is free and open source, so that is another advantage for making the Python so popular. So that is the language, and its source code are available to the public for free. No need to buy a costly license. It is portable, that means we can run Python on Windows, Mac, Linux and other platforms as I discussed. Python supports the GUI programming. That means we can develop a GUI interface for our users, and it is having a large library. That is one of the very important feature of Python. That is, the Python provides us with a large standard library, and you can use them to implement a variety of functions. And multiple different frameworks are available in Python. We're having, they say, Web2Py, we're having NumPy, we're having Pyramid, we're having SciPy, we're having Django. So many different frameworks are available, and these frameworks are required to develop our softwares in multiple different applications for multiple different case studies. So that's why Python is so useful. And the common extension for Python file will be .py. So there is a common extension which we had in our notepad. We know that in our notepad we had that extension, that is a plog1.py. So it is a normal extension for a Python source file. We're having other extensions, that is pyc, that is a compiled bytecode. We're having pyd, that is a Windows DLL file. We're having pyo, that is a file created with optimizations. Pyw, there is a Python script for Windows. Pyz, there is a Python script archive. So now the last question I want to discuss, that why should we learn Python? Because using Python we can go for developing a website, develop a game, perform computer vision, do the machine learning, because in our machine learning we're having this Python and the R programming languages, and Python is one of the most popular language in our machine learning and artificial intelligence domain. Enable robotics, perform web scraping, we're having perform data analysis, automate a web browser, performing scripting, perform scientific computations, build the artificial intelligence oriented applications, and so on. So that's why Python is becoming so useful, and we are having multiple different constructs in Python, like our list, we are having tuples, we are having dictionaries, we are having comments and document string, and we are having series, we are having the sets, we are having sequences, and so on. So many things, and we will be covering all these different aspects of Python in our tutorial. So please go through all the videos in the sequence in which they are appearing in the tutorial. And this is our overview on Python. Thanks for watching this video. Python variables and constants. In this session, we are discussing and demonstrating how to define constants and variables. So constants in Python can be defined. It is our common practice to write all the constant name all in the capital letters. So pi is equal to 3.14, gravity is equal to 9.8. In this way, the constants can be defined in our Python. And now we are going to define that how the variables can be defined, and how to declare variable, how to assign values on them. So a is equal to apple. So now a is a variable, as the apple is of the type text or string, so a will be of the type string here. So print a, so a will get printed. So now let me go for the execution. This line has got no print, so that's why the no outcome is there. So let me go for the print. If you go for this print pi, we are getting this one as 3.14. Now for this part, if I go for the execution, it will come like this. So a is equal to apple, so print a, so it is printing apple here. Changing the value of a variable, so that can be done using reassignment. So a is equal to aeroplane. So now if you type this one and then print a, it is printing the respective string. So next time I'm printing, I'm just assigning 100 to a. So now if we print a, then it is getting the value 100. So you can find that the same variable sometimes may be initialized with the string, sometimes with the integer, and that is allowed in Python, because in case of Python is a dynamic type language. That means the variable's data type will be decided during the runtime. So during the runtime, whatever the value the variable is containing, that will decide the data type of the variable. And in case of Python, there is no need to declare the variable separately at the beginning of the code. We can define variable as when we require to use them. And he can find that here this a is equal to aeroplane. So that means the a has got the data type string, and the next part of the code, the a will be treated as a string until and unless it is getting initialized with some other data type value. So here we have written a is equal to 100. So in the next part of the code, a will be treated as of the type integer until and unless a is getting initialized with some other type of values. Assigning multiple values to a variable. So b, c, d, all these three variables are getting assigned with this 1, 2.5 and hello respectively in a same single line. So this 1 will be assigned to b, 2.5 will be assigned to c, and hello will be assigned to d. So when you are printing b, c and d, we are getting the outcome as 1, 2.5 and hello. Next one is that assigning the same value to multiple variables using a same statement in the same line, So b is equal to c is equal to d is equal to 5. That means the 5 is getting assigned to b, c and d both at the same time in a single statement, single assignment statement. So 555 is going to get printed here. So in this example and demonstration, we have discussed that how to define constants and how to define variables and how to assign values on them. Thanks for watching this video. Python class and objects. In this example of class and objects, we are defining one class. The name of the class is myComplexNumber. And here we are defining one constructor. We know that constructor method will have the name as underscore underscore init underscore underscore in case of Python, irrespective of the name of the class. So it is having two input parameters. One is the real, another one is the image. And apart from this self is actually denoting the reference of the object. Also it is known as the these reference. So here we are defining, here we are initializing two instance variable. One is the real part, another one is the image part with this real and image here. And display complex will print the value of real part and image part accordingly. So this is our myComplexNumber. I'm executing this one. So my class has got defined. Now we are defining one object against the class myComplexNumber. So the name of the object is complex1. So is equal to myComplexNumber 40 and 50. So this 40 will be the real part and this 50 will be assigned to the image part here. So this particular class myComplexNumber is having two instance variable, that is a real part and image part. So now let us go for the printing. So complex1 dot display complex, so it will print the respective 40 and 50 as the image part, real part and image part respectively. So here is the outcome. So myComplexNumber constructor executing. So this particular statement, this particular string has got printed from this print function, and then we are having this initialization, and then we are having this display complex. So this particular line has got printed. We are defining another object under the class myComplexNumber, and here we are passing this 60 and 40 for real part and image part here. So we are also defining a new attribute. That is the name of the attribute is new attribute. So another instance variable we are going to define here, and also initializing with the value 80. So this new attribute will be defined and will be related only with this complex2 object. And then we are printing this complex2 real part, complex2 image part and complex2 new attribute. So here is the outcome, here is the output we are obtaining. So myComplexNumber constructor executing when you are defining this new object, that is our complex2. And now we are going for this printing, there is a real part, image part and new attribute. We can also call this method, that is a complex2 display complex. So now you can find that it is printing 60 plus 70j, and here we are printing all the three instance variables, that is a real part, image part and new attribute. This complex1 object which we defined earlier does not have this attribute new attribute. And so if I want to print this one as complex1.new attribute, then obviously it will show one error message, that is myComplexNumber object has no attribute new attribute. So that's why it is printing that one, because this new attribute we defined only with this complex2 object. Now how to delete? So now you see, just we are printing this complex1 again. So it is printing that this is a respective complex1. When you are printing this object, this outcome is coming. But when we were defined that real part, this real part, that instance variable, we can individually delete that one. So deleting object attributes. So that's why in that case I shall have to write del complex1, there is a object name dot real part. And if I want to delete the whole object, then also we can use this del and complex1. So now as it has got deleted, the real part has got deleted, the complex one object itself has got deleted. So if I want to print this complex one now, then it will tell me that name error is there and name complex one is not defined. So in this example, we have given you the idea that how to define one class, how to define its instance variable and the methods, and how to define the objects under that class and many other features. Thanks for watching this video.
In this video, we are discussing Python arrays implementation.
Arrays are fundamental part of most programming languages, and it is the collection of elements of a single data type. And as example, we can consider array of elements like string, array of integers, array of float, and so on. However, in Python, there is no native array data structure. So you use Python list instead of an array. But if I want to create a real arrays in our Python, we need to use the numpy's array. That is the data structure we are having in our numpy module. So for mathematical problems, numpy array will be more efficient. So unlike arrays, a single list can store elements of any data types and does everything an array does. So we can store an integer, a float, and a string instead of inside the same list. So it is more flexible to work with. So let us go for the descriptions and the detailing about this array handling. And at first we are going to discuss how to create one array in our Python. So here we have defined one array. So definition and declaring an array. So these are the set of elements it is having, and print ARR. So it will produce the output like this one. So now if I want to access our array elements, we can use the index. The first element will have the index 0. So ARR 0 will print 10, ARR 1 will print 20 here. So ARR 2 will print 30 here. And here we are having this ARR minus 1. That means the last element will be printed. That is our 50. We are having this ARR minus 2. So that is minus 1. This is my minus 2. So 40 will get printed. So here we are using negative indexing. So now let us go for another array here. So here all these members, all these array elements are of the type string. So if we print these brands, we are getting the output like this one. So finding the length of the array, we are having the method, that is the inbuilt method, that is our len here. So len brands, so it will return 5 here because we are having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements. So if you print a number of brands, we are getting here 5 as output. We can also add some element using the method append. So brands.append intel. So if you go on printing brands, I'm getting this intel as the last element which has got appended to the existing array, that is our brands. So now how to remove elements from an array. So to remove elements, we are having the method like remove, we are having the method like pop. So here we can find that we are having this colors, it is defined there. So let me print the colors here. So going for print colors. Okay. So now if I print these colors, this particular array, we are getting the outcome like this one. So that is the colors I have printed. So now if you go for this del color 4, then after removing this del color 4, if I print, then the outcome will be this one. So that is the color 4 means we are having this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So ELO will get deleted because here we have mentioned the index as 4. So now we are having this colors.remove blue. So here I'm just mentioning directly the respective data items. So here we are mentioning directly the data items. So that is our blue. So blue is the member of this particular array. So blue is going to get deleted. So you can find that the blue has got deleted here. So now we are having this colors pop 3. So now here we are mentioning the radically the index we are mentioning. So you can find here that is 0, 1, 2, 3. So orange will get deleted, and in this way I'm getting the reduced number of elements of this array getting printed using print colors. So in this way we can remove items from an array. So now we are going for this modifying elements of an array using indexing. So fruits, apple, banana, mango, grapes, and orange. We're having this one. So fruits 1. So I'm just assigning pineapple to that. Now what is the outcome? So let me go for the print. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that at first this particular array has got printed. Now fruits 1 means 0, 1. So banana will be replaced by pineapple. So really it has got replaced. Now fruits minus 1 means the orange, the last one, will get replaced by this guava. So we are getting the updated content of this array fruits. So now we are going for the concatenation of two arrays using the plus operator. So concat is equal to 1 2 3 and then concat plus 4 5 6. So now we are going to print concat. So now let me go for the printing here also. So if I go on executing, we can find that at first we are having this 1 2 3 and then after concatenation I'm getting this 1 2 3. Why? Because I didn't assign this concat. I didn't assign this concatenated items into the array variable. So now let us write this one. So let me do some changes here. So now if I execute, I can find that. So now this concat has got updated by concat plus 4 5 6. So this plus is actually denoting the operator to do the concatenation between two arrays. So now when you are printing this concatenated array, we are getting this 1 2 3 4 5 6. So now we are going for the repeating elements in an array. So let us go for this repeat A, and then repeat is equal to repeat star 5 and then print repeat. So now what is the outcome? We can go for this print. So just executing the same. So at first A is there, and next time repeat is equal to repeat star 5. So this A has got repeated for 5 times. Okay. So now we are having this fruits. So we are having the set of elements are there. So if I go on executing this, so at first we are getting these fruits, this particular array has got printed. Now print fruits 1:4. Always remember the starting index will be inclusive and the ending index will be always exclusive. So there is the index number 0, index number 1 is this one. So 1 2 3, so I'm expecting banana, mango and grapes should get printed. Yes, they have got printed accordingly. Here the starting index is missing, so it will be considered as 0. So from apple, so 3 means it will proceed up to the index number 2 because 3 will be exclusive. So 0 1 2, so apple, banana and mango should get extracted and should get printed. Apple, banana, mango have got printed. So now it will start from this -4. It will start from this -4. So -1, -2, -3, and here we are having this -4, and the ending index has not been mentioned, so it will go printing up to the last element. So banana, mango, grapes and orange, they have got printed. So here we are having this -3 to -1. So -1, -2, -3, I'm getting here mango, and -1 will be always exclusive because it is the stop index. So that's why it will print up to -2, that is our grapes. So in this way we can have the slicing of an array. Okay, so now we are going for the next one. So here we are going to have our multi-dimensional array. So in case of multi-dimensional array, you can find that we are defining one array. So here the first element is another array that is consisting of 1 and 2. The second element is also another array consisting of 3 and 4 and so on. So if you go and print this multi-dimensional array, you are getting the outcome like this. But if you print this multi-dimensional 0, that means this 1 2, this array will get printed accordingly. 3 means 0 1 2 3. So the 7 and 8 will get printed. So multi-dimensional array 2, 1. So 2 and 1, they are enclosed within the square brackets individually. So 2 means 0 1 2. So 2 means this one, and 1 means 0 1. So 6 will get printed. Similarly for 3, 0. So in case of 3 and 0, they are individually enclosed within the square brackets. So 0 1 2 3, that means this particular element and its 0th one. So 7 will get printed here. So in this way we have shown you that how to handle arrays in our Python programming with demonstration and example. Thanks for watching this video.
Here in this video, we are going to discuss Python keywords and identifiers.
Python is having multiple different keywords. Here in this demonstration, we shall discuss some of them. The first keyword we are going to discuss, that is true and false. Remember, true is starting with the capital letter T, and rest of the letters will be in the lowercase, and in case of false also the same uppercase and lowercase syntax will be maintained. So here we are having a 5 equal to 5 and 5 greater than 5. You can find that we are getting the outcome as true and false. So here the true and false are nothing but the keywords in Python. We're going to have the next one, that is our none. So none is equal to 0. Now let me go for the outcome. So it is producing the output is true, that is none is not 0, none is not equal to false, none is not like an empty list, and none is equal to none. It is returning me the true. Now what is the use of none actually? So let me go for this. Here we have defined one function. The name of the function is a void function. Because it is void, why? Because it does not return any value. So now if we the return, if we assign to x and if we then print x, then obviously we shall get the none as the outcome. You can find that we are getting none. But here if the function returns, then you can find that it is returning the value c. Value of c is equal to 3 here, and 3 is getting printed. But if we just make this line omitted, if we just omit this line, you are getting the outcome as none, because the function returns none. Next one is the and, or, and not. So true and true, true and true, outcome will be true and true, outcome will be true and false rather, outcome will be false. True or false, the outcome will be true, and not a false, the outcome will be true here. So in this way you can go for other combinations. So let me write some other combinations here. So let us suppose I'm going for true and true. I'm going for true false. So here we're having this true or true, and if you go for the true here, so now let me check what is the outcome we are going to get. So true and true is true, true or true is true, and not of true is false here. So that is another way to get the outcome. And here we discuss, that is the and, or, and not keywords. Now we are going to have this as. So import math as my math. So here we are having this alias of this module math. So here the keyword as has been used, and in the rest of the code we'll be using my math, not the math here, because the math has got, this module has got renamed to my math in this application. So mymath.cos, mymath.py. In this way you can go for the output. Next one is the assert. After assert you usually write one boolean statement. So 5 greater than 5, it is producing assertion error. So that's why it is some assert error is taking place. But if I write 5 greater than 4, so after assert always we should write some expression which will return some boolean output, that is a true and false. So some condition has to be written after this assert, after assert. So now here you can find that no outcome is obtained because both the conditions are true here. Next we are going for the break. Next keyword is break. So in this break what is happening, you can find that for I in range 1, 11. So that means I will have the value ranging from 1 to 10, because this one, that is the lower limit, will be inclusive and the upper limit will be always exclusive. So that's why we are having this I which will be ranging from 1 to 10 actually if you use range 1, 11. So if I is equal to 5, then break, that means it will come out from the loop. That means it will terminate the loop and it will come out from the loop. So what will happen? So the outcome is print I. So I will be printed for 1, 2, 3 and 4. But here when the I is equal to 5, then break statement will be executed. So print I will remain unreachable, will remain unreached and unexecuted. So as a result of that, up to 1, 2, 3, 4 will get printed. So break will actually terminate the loop and it will come out from the loop here. Next we are going for the continue. In case of continue, you can find that for I in range 1, 8, that means I will be ranging from 1 to 7. So if I is equal to 5, so when the value of I will be 5, then continue, that means the next part will remain unexecuted, unreachable, and continue means it will continue with the loop with the next value of I. So what will happen? 1, 2, 3, 4 will get printed. For 5, the continue will take place, so the control will be going back to the for statement again. So next time 6 and 7 will get printed, so 5 will be missing in the output. Next we are going for the class. So let us suppose here we are having one class, that is the example class. A class will be containing multiple variables and multiple member variables and member functions, also known as messages and methods respectively. Here we have defined two methods. There is a def function 1 parameters, we shall be passing parameters, and then print function 1, that is executing. Def function 2 parameters, so print function 2 is executing. So now we are creating one object under this class, that is the example. So here class is the keyword to define a class, and here the object has been defined under the class example class here. So ob1.function1 and ob2.function2 will be called here. So now if I go for the execution, I can find that function1 executing, function2 executing, they are getting printed. So in this way the class can be defined using the keyword class. In this way the class declaration will take place. Next one, you are having this def. So def will be used, def stands for define. So def will be used whenever we are going to define one user defined function. So def, then function name will be coming, then parameters, and then let us suppose we are having this pass. Pass is nothing but one placeholder. So if we execute pass, then actually no outcome will be obtained, no output will be obtained. Pass is actually required in those cases where we are supposed to enter or include some more codes to add some more functionality to the application. So that is the use of the pass actually. So def is a keyword with the help of which we are defining one function, and then you can call the function as well. So now you can see this particular function we are calling. So there is one argument it is requiring, there is a parameter. So now let me go for the parameters here. So I'm passing say 10 here. So there will be no error, but obviously there will be no outcome because pass does not produce any output here. Next we are going for the del. So this particular del, you see a is equal to 10, print a. So the value of a has got printed as 10. Del a, that means this a, this variable will get deleted from the computer's memory. So next time if I go for printing this a, then one error will be raised, and that error is known as name error, because the variable does not exist and is written as the message that name a is not defined here, because after deleting the variable a will be deallocated from the memory. So next time if you go for print a, it will tell you, it will raise the name error here. We're having this if, elif and else. Num is equal to 2. If num is equal to 1, then print 1. Elif, elif means actually else if, but here in case of Python we will be writing it as elif, E-L-I-F. Always remember, after if and after elif we will be writing one condition. This is the condition we are writing. After the condition there will be one colon. This colon will indicate that we are starting with a block under this true part of this if statement. So under this true part we have kept only one statement, that is a print 1. So it is having one indentation. Indentation means 4 blank spaces. You can find that we are having 4 blank spaces here. So that will indicate that this line is having the first statement with the indentation, and then we'll be writing this elif with the outer dent. With the outdent you can find that the same indentation will be maintained for if and elif. They'll be starting from the same column. And num is equal to 2, it will check whether the value of num is equal to 2 or not. Then one colon. So whenever you give colon and press enter, automatically the cursor will be blinking with the new indent. So that is a print 2, and else we are having something else. So there is a if, elif and else block. Elif and else, they are optional. If is mandatory if we write any conditional block. So elif can occur for multiple number of times also. We can have multiple elif. So let me go for the execution. You can find that it is printing 2. If I make it 1, it is printing 1. If I make it 3, it is printing something else, because the num is equal to 1 is not getting true. Num is equal to 2 is not getting true. So it is coming to the else part. Now let us suppose I'm putting another check, that means another elif. So now in this way what will happen, it is printing 3, but if I make this one 4, then it will be going for the else part. So I think now you are getting this idea what is if, elif and else block. Next we are going for this try, raise, catch and finally. So these are the very important keywords. So under the try you will be writing so many statements. We can write a block where we are expecting some errors may be raised. So errors may be raised during the calculations or computations. Otherwise we can also raise our error if I require to do so. Here one error we have raised, that is a 0 division error. So after this except this 0 division error has been mentioned, so you are going to handle the erroneous condition here. So then there's a respective remedial body, and then finally is that very portion, that is a block under the finally will be executed even if the any error is occurring, or if there is no error, then also the finally block will get executed. So let me go for the execution. So division cannot be performed because here the raise day 0 division error has been raised here. So but you see the finally block is getting execution successfully. So now if we make this one under comment, then we can find that the execution successfully, this particular statement is getting executed. That means the finally block will get the control always, irrespective of the fact whether any error has been raised or not. We'll be discussing all these aspects in our respective chapters for more detailing. Let us go for the for. So this for is a keyword. So for I in range 1, 10. So here this value of I will be ranging from 1 to 9. As I told you that the ending limits, the stop value will be exclusive. So here the value of I will be ranging from 1 to 9. As we didn't mention any step value, so by default the step value will be 1. So that's why this value of I will be increased by 1 by 1. So 1, 10, that means 1, 2, 3 up to the value of I will be ranging up to 9. So let me go for the print. You can find that in this way the for is getting executed. Using this for, we can go for the iterations and looping. Next we are going for this from and import, another two very important pair of keywords. So import math, that means we are importing one module. The name of the module is math, and from math we are importing this cause. So later we can use this cause as when required, but there in that case we need not to apply. So I'm just writing this one. Go for this print, go for cause, say I'm going for say 10 here. So if you go on printing, you can find that it is printing a value. So here I need not to write math.cause. I need not to write because we have written from math import cause here. So I can use this cause method according to the syntax as I have shown. Next we are having the next keyword, that is a global. So here we have defined one variable, that is a global var. There is a read one which will print the value of this global var. There is a write one. Here we are mentioning the global var as a variable with the keyword global. So now this global var is getting updated. Now using the write to, we are also changing this global var with 15. But here you can find that this global var, this particular statement is missing. So this now what will going to happen? So let me go for the execution. See, at first we have called this read1 function. So read1 will print the global var value, and that is 10. So 10 has got printed. Now it has called the write1 function. So write1 function will define this global var as a variable here within this write, and this global keyword is actually indicating that this global var is not a new variable, but the same variable which is there as a global variable. So we are doing the update onto that. So next one is the read1 function is getting executed. So when you are printing this global var, we are not getting this 10, but we are getting this updated value, that is 5 here. In case of now, we are calling this write to. In case of write to, you see the global var, that statement is missing. We are writing this global var 15. So what is happening? This global var might be having the same name as that of the global variable, but as we didn't write global var here, so that's why this global var is working as a local variable within the write to method. So now whatever the updates we are doing, that scope is confined within this write to method. So this global var, when it will get printed, I'm going to print the 5 again, not 15 here, because we are going for the read one at the last. So in this way you can see that in this code how the global keyword has been used. We're having this in. So in actually used for the membership. So here we have defined one list. The list will be enclosed within the square brackets in our Python. So 4 in A. So now it is checking whether 4 is a member of this list or not. So it is producing the output true. But if you write the same, say print, say 44 in A, then obviously it will produce outcome as false here. So that is our in, and also you can go for the not in. You can also go for the not in. You can find that. So 4 not in A is false and 44 not in A is true. Next one you are going for this is. So print true is true. So is a keyword. So its outcome is true here. To define anonymous functions, that is user defined functions, but no name, without any name, we're using the keyword lambda. Whenever we define user defined function with a name, we are using the keyword def. Def stands for define. But in case of anonymous function, anonymous method, the keyword will be lambda. So here you see lambda. So the function has got no name. it will take this x as input argument and it returns it does the calculation, that is x star 2. So that is 2 times it will multiply this value of x, and that will be assigned to a. So for I in range 1 comma 6, so that means I will be ranging from 1 to 5, and it is printing I ai, that means this I will be passed. That means at first the value of I will be 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and this I will be passed to this method, and it is returning the 2 into x. So 2 into y will be returned. So I'm going to get, instead of 1 I shall be getting 2. When the value of I will be 2, I shall be getting 4. When the value of I will be 5, I shall be getting 10 here. So I can also print the value of I for the better understanding. Next we are going for the non-local. So this is the outer function. We are having this variable a is equal to 5. This is the inner function. Here we have defined this one as non-local a, and now we are just updating the value of a, and from the inner function we are printing the value of a. From the outer function, inner function has been defined, so now we can call the inner function, and then from the outer function scope we are printing the outer function a. So now we are calling this outer function using this statement. So we can find that inner function has got assigned 10 to a because a is non-local a. That means this a is non-local. That means the a is not local within this inner function. That means we are using this a, and whenever we are doing some update and whenever we are printing this one, I'm getting here 10, and from the outer function also if you print this a, I shall be getting 10 back here. So here we are discussing the keyword that is a non-local. We're having the keyword that is a pass, which I've discussed already. So pass will have no outcome. You can see that I run that code, but no outcome has been obtained because pass is actually working as a placeholder. So in future under this function, if I want to add more functionalities, if I want to add more codes and statements, in that case I can replace pass, because pass is nothing but one placeholder. Later for new code insertion I can replace pass with the new set of codes. So that's why you see it is producing no outcome. So let me call the function also. So I'm passing this 10, you see it is producing no outcome here. Next we are having this return. Return is another very important keyword. So a is equal to 10 within this function. The body is a is equal to 10 and return a. So now whenever we are calling this function, the function will return the value of a, that is 10, and we are printing that value here. So now let me go for the execution. I'm getting 10 here. So now we are having this while. So in the case of while I is equal to 5, I greater than 0, print I, and I is equal to I minus 1. So I have written this one as I minus equal to 1. So value of I will go on printing, and this process will be continued when the value of I will be greater than 0. So if I execute my code, I'll be getting the output for I is equal to 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1. Okay, the next keyword is with. So with open example.txt w as my file. So now what will happen? This example.txt will be opened in the write mode, and here we are using the keyword with, and to that particular file pointer, to this particular file reference, where you calling this write method, and this particular string will get printed onto the example.txt. So now if I go for execution, you can find that the example.txt. So let me go for the checking. Example.txt has been created, just a second's echo, and you can find that its body is having only one string, that is the hello world, which we printed here. So in this way, using this with keyword, we can open a file either in the read mode or in the write mode or in the append mode, and we are having a separate section where you have discussed that what are the different modes are possible and operations are possible on our data files. So this is the use of the with keyword. We're having the yield. That is another very important keyword in our generator. So def generator, we have defined one method. The name of the method is generator, and for I in range 6, that means here this value of I will be ranging from 0 to 5. 6 means the value will be ranging from 0 to 5, and here we are not returning anything. You see, in case of generator function, we don't have the return statement. We usually have the yield statement. Yield will go on accumulating all the calculated values. So what is the value here? I star I.
I will be ranging from 0 to 5. So I'm going for the square of that I. So it will be having the value 0, 1, 4, 9, 16 and 5 square, that is 25. So now yield will return one iterator. So now generator, the outcome will be obtained in G, and then for I in G I shall go on printing the value of I, and the respective outcome will be obtained here. So instead of having the return, in case of generator functions, we'll be having the keyword yield, which will go on accumulating all the calculated values, and later from this iterator we can, using the for loop, we can pick up each and every element at a time in one loop, in one iteration, and go on doing the computations. But here we have just printed the value of I here. So in this particular example, we have discussed multiple different keywords. You can see there are so many different keywords we have defined. Other than these, other keywords are also available, but these are the most usable and frequently used keywords in our Python code, and on them we have written small example codes, and we have explained that one with the required outputs. Thanks for watching this video.
Python tuples. So under the chapter Python data types, we are going to define another new data type, that is known as tuple objects.
In Python programming, a tuple is very much similar to a list. The difference between the two is that we cannot change the elements of a tuple once it is assigned, whereas in a list the elements can be changed. That means list is mutable and tuple is immutable. And another difference here is that in case of list, we shall enclose our elements using third brackets opening and closing, but in case of tuple, we'll be enclosing them using the first bracket opening and the first bracket closing. So that is another difference we are observing here. So now let us discuss what are the advantages of tuple over list. Since tuples are quite similar to list, so both of them can be used in similar situations as well. And however, there are certain advantages of implementing a tuple over a list. So we can consider the first advantage as that we can generally use tuple for heterogeneous different data types and list for homogeneous, that is of the similar data types. But in the previous video also we have shown you that list can take multiple different data type data, but it is our common practice that wherever we'll be using variables of the different data types to be put in one structure, then in that case we will be using the tuple. But in case of list, we'll be going for the homogeneous data types. Since tuples are immutable, so iterating through the tuple will be faster to some extent compared to that of the list. So here we are getting some slight performance boosting. So tuples can contain immutable items, elements, and can be used as a key for a dictionary. So as the tuple elements are immutable, so it can contain the dictionary keys, and which is not possible in case of list as it is mutable. And if we have our data which we do not want to change anymore, so we should implement it using tuple, because in the tuple we'll be keeping our data in a write protected format. So here we are having one tuple we have created, and that is the empty tuple. So tuple 1, so it is empty tuple. If we print, we are getting the output like this. So now we are having this tuple we got initialized with this tuple 2 with some integer data will be there, elements will be there in the tuple, so it has got printed like this. Here we are having the heterogeneous one, that is that it may be the employee ID, it may be the respective employee name, this is the employee's salary, and the department in which he or she is working. So that is the department is there. So in this case, if we print the tuple 3, we are getting the outcome like this. Now creation of nested tuples. Now we'll be going for the creation of nested tuples. So you can find that this is a string, but this is a list, and this is another tuple here. So one list has become the element of the tuple, and another tuple may be the element of another tuple. So print tuple 4, if you go on printing, we're getting the output like this. So we know that lists will be enclosed within square brackets and tuples will be enclosed within first brackets. So that's why it is a tuple and it is a list. So tuple can be created without any parenthesis. So now you can write this one, you can find that the tuples we are going to create here, we haven't enclosed them within the first brackets, but the tuple has got created and it has got printed. Tuple unpacking is also possible. You know that in case of tuple 5 we are having 1, 2, 3, 4 such data items. So now we are going to assign them to employee ID, employee name, employee salary, and employee department. So we can go on printing them. I'm getting this employee ID, employee name, employee salary, and also the employee department. So the type of this tuple 5 will be the class tuple. So in this way, we can have our list or a tuple as the members of another tuple. Now we are going to access our tuple elements. So how to do that one? You see here we are defining one tuple with this welcome characters, and then print tuple 1, we're getting this outcome like this. So now tuple 1, so this is my index value. So you know that index will be starting from 0. So index 1 is this one, so it is having the value E. So if I print that one, I'm getting E here. Similarly for here for tuple 1 3, so 0 1 2 3, so C will get printed, and here we are printing this 5, so 0 1 2 3 4 5, so M has got printed here. So now in the next case, we are having this nest tuple 2, we're having this point, and there is one list and another tuple is there. So if you go on printing this nest tuple 2, we're getting it printed. Now from the 0th element, you are picking up the third character. So from the 0th element means the 0th index means this one, and from the third character means we're having this one P at 0th place. So this index is 1, this index is 2, this index is 3. So N will be printed, and N has got printed accordingly. And for the next tuple 2 1 2, so that means we are considering this item number 1, index number 1 is there, and then 2 means this particular one is at index 0, this 2 3 is at index 1, and 4 is at index 2 here. So that's why 4 has got printed here. So 4 has got printed. Next one is our tuple 2 2 2. So that means we are considering the second element and the second data. So what is the value here? So value is 9 here. So here the value is 9. So I'm getting here 9. So in this way you can access elements from a tuple here. So let us go for the next example. Now slicing tuple contents. So at first we have defined one tuple which is containing all the characters of the string welcome. So here we are going for the slicing. So index number 1 to 3. So 1:3 means 1 to 3, but 3 will be always exclusive. The terminating index, that is up to which the index we are mentioning, that is a stopping index, will be always exclusive. So here you can pick up the characters from the index 1 and 2. So index 1 is E and index 2 is L. So accordingly the values will be picked up. So here you see we haven't mentioned the starting index, but the ending index will be -3. So this is my -1, -2, -3. So this is my -3. So what will happen? So always remember the ending index, terminating index is always exclusive. So it will print all the members from index number 0 to up to C here. So that's why we are having this one as WELC. So they have got printed. Now from starting from the index number 3, I haven't mentioned any terminating index here. So index number 3 means 0, 1, 2, 3. So from here it will print up to the last element. So that's why the outcome has come like this. Here you see where we haven't mentioned any kind of starting and stopping index values. So that's why the full tuple will get printed here. So that is our tuple 1. So print tuple 1, 1:3 will produce the output like this. Then :-3 will produce output this one, because we are not mentioning the starting index. So it will start from the very start, and then it will proceed up to -4. So this is my -1, -2, -3, and up to -4. This WELC will get printed, and it has got printed. Similarly, I have explained the other cases. Now we are going for this tuple elements which are immutable. So as a result of that, after creating this particular tuple, so if we print the tuple, it will produce output like this. But if you go on updating its content, so it will produce one error message. You can find that there is a type error. So tuple object does not support item assignment. So that's why it is producing one error, and the name of the error is type error here. Okay. So now tuple can be reassigned, but you can assign a new tuple to this same tuple 1 variable. So you are having this print tuple 1. So this tuple 1 object has got initialized with the new tuple. So that is not causing any problem, but item update is not there, is not allowed, because it is our immutable. So that's why if you go on printing now, you see the new tuple has got assigned to the tuple1 object. Next one is the concatenation of the tuples. So here you see we are printing this tuple2 and tuple3. So now we are going for this concatenation using plus. So you see tuple1 content and then tuple2 content, they have got concatenated in the same tuple. So now here you see we are having this particular tuple, and this tuple will I'm just multiplying it by 4. That means 4 times this again will be there, this particular string again will be there, and that will produce one tuple. So there is a syntax of writing. Deletion operation on a tuple. So here we are having one tuple here. So if you go for delete tuple2, then obviously it will produce some error operation. Why? Because you know that the tuple is immutable. So now what will happen if I uncheck this one, if I go on uncheck, so the error will be obtained is type error, and that is tuple object does not support item deletion. So that is the message is getting printed. So that's why I'm putting this one under comment here. So but we can delete the entire tuple. So del tuple4, so that whole tuple4 will get eliminated, will get deleted. So in that case, if we print this tuple4, it will print the name error, and name tuple4 is not defined is the message. So now we are having some tuple methods. We are having some tuple methods. So tuple5, we are having this respective all the characters of welcome, and tuple5.count e. So it will count that how many times this e is occurring here. So I'm getting this one as 2 because e has occurred 2 times in this tuple. So in the tuple members. So now it is going for the index C. So it will find out the occurrence, the index of the C character. So this particular C string rather. So that's why we are getting this 3 here, because it is index 0, index 1, index 2 and index 3. So now let me check if I have this C for another place. If we have this C for another place, then what will happen? If I go on executing, I'm getting 3 back again, because it will just check the first occurrence of this string C in this particular tuple here. So tuple operations. So here we are having this tuple 6. You can find it. So tuple 6 is there. So now we can go for the print once. So this is the tuple 6. C in tuple 6. C is there. So that's why it is giving me the outcome true. C not in tuple 6, outcome will be false. A in tuple 6, there is no A is here, so it will return false. A not in tuple 6, it will return true here. So it is checking the set membership. Next one is the iteration through tuple elements. So here we have defined one tuple, here we have defined one tuple, and if you go on using this for loop, that is for letters in tuple 6, we are printing these letters. We are getting that for each and every iteration, we are just picking up one element from this tuple members, and it has got assigned to this letters, and letters is getting printed. So now built-in functions with the tuples. So we have defined one tuple, the tuple has got printed, max of the tuple 7, so maximum element from this tuple, so 77 has got printed, minimum of tuple 7. So here we will be having the value 11, then shorted tuple 7, so they will be remaining in the shorted form. The return one is in the term of list. You can find that they are enclosed within square brackets, and len of tuple 7 will give me the count of the elements in the tuple variable. So in this way we have discussed that what are the different operations, what are the different functions are there, inbuilt functions are there, with the help of which we can operate on a tuple, and also the difference between the list and the tuple we have discussed in this session. Thanks for watching this video. A set is an unordered collection of items. That means within the items, within the members of the set, there is no ordering. The elements, the items can be in any order, and every element must be unique. No duplicate elements will be allowed in a set, and must be immutable. That means those elements cannot be updated, cannot be changed. However, the set itself is mutable. That means we can add or remove items from a set. Sets can be used to perform the mathematical set operations like our union, intersection, symmetric difference, etc. So let us discuss how to create one set. Here we have defined one set of integers. In case of set, the elements will be separated by commas and the whole set will be enclosed within curly braces. So if I print it, you can find that the set has been formed. A set may have different type of data. That means elements will be from mixed data types. So here we are having this 101 of the type of integer, Ognivo is of the type of string, and here we are having one tuple. The tuple can be also a set element. So you can find that the respective my set2 has got printed. If we, while defining one set, if I put some duplicate values, then those duplicate values will be eliminated. Only the unique values will be there in the set ultimately. Now in this case, a set cannot have mutable items. Here you can find that we are defining one set where list is as one of the elements, but list is containing mutable items, so this particular set cannot be formed. So if I go on printing, if we try to define one set here, then type error is coming and unhashable type list is the respective error message. So you can find that creation of a set from the list as one of the elements is not possible. So we can make a set, but we can make a set from a list using the method set. So here we are having one list, we are doing one method set here, and then we are going to get one set accordingly. And now if I want to make one list from a set, the set will be enclosed within the curly braces, and here we are using the method list, and then we can get a list from this set here. So you can find that we have got one list here, and here you can find the type of the my list one. So here the class type is list here. Next we are going for operations on a set. So on a set we can perform multiple different operations. So let me go one by one. So at first we are defining this particular set here, having the value 11, 33, 44, 66 and 55. You can see this set of values are there, might be in the different order. So now the set members cannot be accessed using index. So 0 is the index. So if I want to access the my set 1 0, if I want to access this one, error will be coming, and the type of the name of the error is type error, and set object does not support indexing is the error message. So that means I cannot do this one. That means indexing is not allowed, not getting supported on a set. Okay, now next one is that, so if we go for adding one single item, so we can use the method add. So in that case 77 will be added as one of the elements. But if I want to add multiple items, then you can go for the method update, and here the multiple items are to be enclosed within square brackets. That means it is a list. So list of items can be passed as input argument to the method, that is our update. In that case you can find that 88, 99 and 22, these three values have got added to the set. Now you see we can go for the update. In that case of update, we can add a list, we can add a set. So here you see 103, 104, 105, they are nothing but a set, and 100 and 102, they are nothing but a list. So looking at the brackets enclosed, we can easily find, and then you can find that this particular my set 1 is having those values included and added. Now we are going for the remove and discard. So you can find that in case of remove and discard, so initialize my set. So at first my set 1 has got this set of values and we have printed that one. Now we are going for the discard 4. That means discard an element which is not present, but you can find that no error is coming, no error message is coming, because the discard will handle that error near situation. So my set 1, if I go for my set 1 printing, then I'm getting the same set of items. But if you use the, instead of using the method discard, if you use the method remove, and if you pass an element which is not there in the set, you will be getting one error. So I'm just going to show you that one. So this error is known as the name error. So that is the name my set is not defined here. So let me go for this my set 1, I think. Okay, so now if I go for this, I can find this one, that is a key error. So that means 6 is not present in the respective set, because you can find that 6 is not all present there, but 66 is present. So 66 can be deleted, can be removed. So in case of so one very big difference between this discard and this remove is that In case of discard, if the element whatever we are passing as input argument is not present, it is not producing any error. But in case of remove, it is producing an error, and the name of the error is key error. Now, if you go for the discard 44, if I want to print this my set1, in that case, I can find that this 44 has been deleted. If you go for this remove 55 and 55 is existing, the respective 55 will get deleted from the set. So now here we are going for the method that is the pop, and here we are having one set defined, and now we are going for this my set1.pop method, and then you can find that 33 has been popped out, has been deleted. If you go for another time pop method, the 66 has been deleted. Here these particular values can be selected randomly. So clear my set, in that case the set will be existing, my set1 will be existing, but all its elements will get cleared. So whenever I'm going to print my set1 after issuing this clear method, we can find that the set is existing but no elements are there. Let us go for different set operations. So at first we are going for this union. So we are having my set1, we are having my set2, we have printed those two sets. Now this union can be done using either using the operator filter or using this method dot union. So my set1 dot union my set2. So I have shown that in whatever the way in which we are doing the union, ultimately we are landing to the same result. That means union is taking place. In case of union, the duplicate values will be occurring once. So 4 and 5, they are the duplicate values between these two sets, my set1 and my set2. But they will be occurring once because set will always a collection of unordered distinct elements. So they will be occurring once ultimately in the union, after union. We're having this intersection. Next one is our intersection. You can find that my set1 and my set2, we are having the set of values there, and if you go for the intersection, then we are landing with this 4 and 5 only. Intersection can be done using the operator ampersand or using my set1 dot intersection my set2. Next one, we are going for the set difference. So in case of set difference, you can use the operator that is a minus, or you can use the method that is intersection. So you can see that only the common elements will be coming out from the intersection. So this is another very important operations on set. So we are finding that 4 and 5 are the common elements in between the set my set1 and my set2. So they are coming out. We are going for the set difference. So here we are having this this my set1 and my set2. So the respective values are there. So now when we are going for this set difference, then my set1 minus my set2, you will be landing with this 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 will be discarded because 4 and 5 they are the common in my set1 and my set2. But if you go for my set2 minus my set1, you'll be getting this one, that is the 8, 9, 6, 7, and 4 and 5 will not be there. And next we can do the same either using operator minus or using the method difference. So you'll be getting the results accordingly. Now we are going for the symmetric difference. In case of symmetric difference, the common element, in case of symmetric difference, the common elements will not be coming. So now we can, for the symmetric difference, we will be going for this upper caret. So this is the symbol upper caret. So also known as hat. So either you can go for this operator upper caret or symmetric underscore difference. So that is another method name. So here you can see that all the elements are there, but only the common elements which are common, that is the 4 and 5 between my set1 and my set2, they are not coming after doing the symmetric difference between my set1 and my set2. Now we are going for this membership check. So now here we are having one set is defined, that is the my set1. 2 in my set1, that is quite obvious, true, because 2 is one of the elements, one of the members of this my set1. So outcome is true here. So 6 in my set1, 6 is not there, outcome is false. 2 not in my set1, so that is producing the outcome false because 2 is there, and 6 not in my set1, its outcome is true here. Now we are going for this iterating through a set. So for letter in set welcome, print letter. So in this way you can find that for each and every iteration we are picking up one of the characters from the string welcome, and that is getting printed. Now we are having some inbuilt functions with the set. So they are nothing but len, max, min, shorted. So length will denote the number of elements. We can have 6 elements in my set 1. So len is printing 6 here. Max is printing the maximum element. Here it is 5. Min is printing the minimum element of the set members. It is printing 0. And the shorted, my set 1 will print the set in the shorted form. And outcome is of the type of list. We're having this frozen set. So Python frozen set is a new class that has the characteristic of a set, but its elements cannot be changed once assigned. So while tuples are immutable lists and frozen sets are immutable sets here. So we cannot do any kind of update and change on this frozen set. So we know that tuples are the immutable lists and frozen sets are immutable sets here. So here we have defined two frozen sets, that is a my set 1 and my set 2. We have defined them, and then we are going to print them. So the values have got printed. You can find that when I'm printing this my set 1, it is getting printed as frozen set, and here we are having the first brackets. Then within that we are having this curly braces, that is a set is there. And then we're going for this difference. So dot difference, my set 1 dot difference my set 2. We can get this 1 and 2 because 1 and 2 will be the elements which will be there as the outcome. 3 and 4 will be deleted because 3 and 4 are the common elements between this my set 1 and my set 2. We can go for the union. We're getting this outcome like this. We're going for the intersection. Only the common elements are coming out, so 3 and 4. We can go for the symmetric difference. Only 3 and 4 will get discarded and rest elements will be there in the frozen set. But if I want to do some addition, if I do addition of a new element, so in that case, in case of frozen set, it will produce error, and this error is known as the attribute error. Frozen set object has no attribute add. So that's why this is the respective error we are facing, because a frozen set is nothing but a mutable version of a set here. So in our discussion, we have gone through different operations on sets. We have shown what are the different inbuilt functions, how to define a set, what can be done, what cannot be done, and we have discussed everything with some examples here. Thanks for watching this video.
Python different modules. So let us discuss on it.
We can import our module according to our requirement, and also at the same time we can rename it. That means we can create the alias of the imported module. So here import math module as m. So next time if I want to use this math name as a module name, here instead of that we'll be using m dot. So print the value of pi is m dot pi. Because we have done the renaming of it, we have done the alias of this math as m. So m dot pi will print the respective pi value. Now use of from math import pi. So that is another way to import this pi here. So from math import pi. So in this case there is no need to write math.py. Here you can use directly this pi here in our respective print statement. So if I execute the code, we are getting the output in like this one. Next one is import all names from the standard module math. In that case we can go for from math import star. So all the names from the standard module math will get imported, and later you can use this pi for the printing, that is the value of pi is pi here. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, we have shown you that how to import modules and how to use from and how to use this renaming operation while importing our modules. Thanks for watching this video.
Python directory and file management.
To do some operations on the file and directories, we're importing the module that is OS. So we have written import OS. At first, the method we are going to execute is get cwd. That is a current working directory. So it returns the present working directory in which we are now existing. And then we print OS get current working directory in the byte. That means returns the present working directory as a byte object. So let us go for the execution. You can see that. So at first it is telling that we are existing in this particular current directory. So we are in this particular current directory, that is c:users or nub. And now if I want to execute this method, that is a get cwdb, then it is showing me that it is the current working directory, and it will be returned as a byte object. So now let us go for one change directory here. So here you see we are actually in this particular current directory, that is user ornob. Now from this we are trying to go to the directory that is a file test. So our path will be something like this. So now let us go for the execution here. So c:, users ornob file test. So that is our change directory. The method is chdir, which will be used to change the current directory, and we are going to insert, we are going to go into this file test folder. So now if I go for this, and then we are going for this list directory, that means all files and subdirectories inside a directory can be known using the list.dir method. So we are executing this. So you see we are getting this list of files. So 3 files on pandas and 1 test.txt. So let us check. Yes, we are having 3 files on pandas and then 1 test.txt. So to get this list, we are using this method, that is the list.dir. Okay, so we have gone for this particular folder. We are now in this particular folder. So now if I print this one, it will print that in which folder we are actually belonging at this moment. So if I execute, we can find that we are in this particular folder right at this moment. Okay, now we shall make a new directory, that is a test. So the method is mkdir, that is make directory, used to make a new directory under the present directory. So the test will be created. So you see there is no existence of any test folder here. So let us go for execution of the same. So we are supposed to get one test folder and the folder is empty, but the folder has got created. Next we are going for use to rename a directory. So now we are going to use the method, that is a rename, which will rename this test folder to this new one. There is another folder name we are going to give. So now let us go for the execution, and you can find that the test folder has got renamed to the new one here, and the folder is empty. Okay, now removing a file and a directory. So how to remove a file and how to remove one directory. So here you are removing test.txt and new one folder. So the respective methods are remove. Remove will be used to remove one file, and rmdir method will be used to remove our directory here. So let us go for the execution of the same. So we have executed this one. So test.txt and new one, you can find that they are not existing at this moment because we have executed these two codes. So now again we are going to change to our directory, that is a parent one. We went to under this particular file test. Now when you are coming out, so again we are using the method, that is a chdir. So again we shall come back to my c:, users ornob folder. So in this particular demonstration we have shown you that how to operate with the file, how to delete it, and how to rename one folder, how to create one folder, and so on, and how to see that in which current working directory you are belonging, and other different issues in the proper demonstration. And you see right at this moment we're not having any folder here, not the test.txt, so they have got removed and they have got deleted. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are discussing Python dictionary. So what is a Python dictionary and how to define that one?
Python dictionary is an unordered collection of items, and while other compound data types have only the value as an element, but in case of dictionary we'll be having our key value pair, and dictionaries are optimized to retrieve values when the key is known to us. So let us go for one creation of a dictionary here. So new dict is equal to 1:hello. So here 1 is the key and hello is the value, and you see colon is the respective separator between the key and value. So this key and value pairs will be separated by this comma, and the whole thing must be enclosed within curly braces as if it is a set. In case of set also we had all the set elements are to be enclosed within curly braces, but here in case of set we only have the elements there, members there, but here in the case of dictionary we'll be having our key value pair. So print new dict. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that we're just printing this this particular dictionary, and then print new dict. So this outcome has come. Print new dict 1. So we are given 1 means the key value. So here we are having this key. So the respective value will be hello. So hello has got printed. If you go for this get, and if you give 2, then 2 is the key here and the value will be high, so high has got printed. So now you might be asking me, what is the difference between this new dict 1 and new dict get 2? Here the difference is that if you give some illegal or say non-existent key here, so 10 is not there present, so if I go on execution, then I can find that key error is coming. So here if the key, the value, whatever we are giving here, the respective key is not existent here, we are getting one error, that is a key error. So key error 10. So that is the issue. But in this case, if I put one invalid key here, so here you can find that it is returning none. It is returning none. So that is the basic difference between these two respective statements. That is print new dict 1 and print new dict dot get. So if we give both the cases the valid key, in that case I'm getting this hello and hi as I explained. Updating value. So for the new dict 1, I'm putting hey here. So now you see for this one, for this against this key, the value has got updated from hello to hey. So now we are having this adding values. So that is a new dict 4 is equal to namaste. Now here you can find that here this 4 is not existing here. So a new respective key value pair will be inserted in this dictionary. Now creating a new dictionary. So let me go for the execution. So print squares, the respective values are getting printed. So now remove a particular item. So we are going for squares dot pop 4. So as the key is given directly 4, so that means 4:16, this particular this key value pair will be deleted, and that's why it is returning the value at first, so 16, and you can find that 4:16, that key value pair is missing now. Remove an arbitrary item, you can go for this pop item. So in this case of pop item, one arbitrary item will be deleted. So here you can find that 5,25, it has got deleted, so the respective key value pair is now not existing. Delete a particular item, you can go for this del and then squares 1. So this particular key value pair will be deleted. So we are remaining with this 2:4 and 3:9 here. Here we have defined one new dictionary. There is a squares, so squares have got printed. Now we are going for this squares.clear. So it removes all the key value pairs. So remove all the items, and now if we print the square, it is printing the empty dictionary. So delete the dictionary itself. In that case, we will be going for del squares. But after that, if I want to print squares, as the squares have got deleted, so it will produce one error, that is the name error. So there is a name error. So name squares is not defined because we have used this del here. So the full declaration of the dictionary itself will get deleted. Next one, creating a new dictionary using comprehension. So we can find that x in range 6, that means x will be ranging from 0 to 5 because 6 will be exclusive. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the 6 values for x. So we are creating a dictionary that is x colon, x will be the key and the value will be x star x. So now in this case, if I print the squares, I'm getting this 0, 0 square, and then 1, 1 square, and then 2 is the key and the value will be 2 square, 3 is the key, the value will be 3 square, in this way up to 5:25. So we are getting this. So dictionary membership test. So how to do the membership test here? So here in this case we discuss only the dictionary using comprehension. Now it is here you'll be going for the testing of the membership. So one dictionary has got defined. So name of the dictionary is squares. So now 1 in squares. So 1, this key is present. So 1 in squares will be giving us true because we are testing the membership of this one as a key in this dictionary. 2 not in square. You see the 2 is not there. So 2 not in square will produce the outcome true here. But print 49 in square. So 49 as a key is not present here. So that's why it is returning the value. It is returning the Boolean value, that is a false. So here whatever you are passing, whatever you are mentioning value here, they are the key. They are the key. We are not considering this 49 which is present as a value. As a key, 49 is absent. So print 49 in squares, it is returning the value false. Now we are going for this iterating through a dictionary. So squares 1:1, 3:9, 5:25, we have defined this one. So for I in squares, So print squares I. So you can go for the execution. You can find that we are printing this 1, 9, 25, 49. So they are all the values. So here this I has been treated as a key. So respective value has been popped out and has been retrieved, and they have got printed in this iteration. So we are defining another, there is a square is one dictionary here. We're going for the len. So these are the inbuilt functions in a dictionary. So len will print the length of the dictionary, that means the number of key value pairs. So here we are printing this one as 5 because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 key value pairs are there. Print shorted squares. So you can find that the respective key values, they have become shorted. They have become shorted here. So in this way, we are having some inbuilt methods are there, inbuilt functions are there, or built-in functions are there in our dictionary that can be applied on the dictionary objects. So in this discussion, we have a detailed discussion that how to create a dictionary and what are the different permitted and not permitted operations that we can carry out on a dictionary. I think now the conception is getting clear to you. Thanks for watching this video. In Python, string means sequence of characters. So let us define that what are the different ways to define a string in Python. So this is way number 1. That means here this welcome has been enclosed within single quotes. So if we go on printing this my str1, I'm getting this welcome here. Here welcome is enclosed within double quotes. Here welcome is enclosed within triple single quotes. So in this way we are getting this welcome got printed. Now here we're having this triple double quote rather. Also you can use as triple single quote, so that is not an issue. So print my str3, it will go on printing that is welcome to the world of Python programming. So triple quotes string can extend multiple lines. So in place of this single double quote, if we can put a single triple quote here, then what will be the outcome? Are you going to get any change in the outcome in that case? So let me go for execution. I'm finding that I'm getting the same output as I got earlier. So accessing characters in a string. So here my str is equal to language, and then I printed this my str here. So language has got printed, and then I'm retrieving the character at the 0th index. So I shall retrieve this L. So L has got printed. Now -1, that means from the last, from the back, where this particular E is having the index -1, and from the front, this E will have the index that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if we print here 7, if we just I'm just printing here once again. So you can find that. So in the both cases, I shall be getting this E has got printed as 7 or -1. So -1 means there is a starting character index from the back, from the tail of the string. So next one is 1 to 5. That means index number 1, 2, 3 and 4, because 5 will be always exclusive. The stopping index number will be always exclusive. So 1 to 5 means 1, 2, 3, 4. So here we are mentioning this 1 and 5, they have got separated by this colon. So that is my 0. So 0 I'm not going to take. So there is a character at the position index 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've taken this ANGU, and you see we're getting this output like this. So now here we're having this 4:-2. Sorry, 5:-2. So there is a 5 here. So I'm going to take this one as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means we're having this one as 5 here. So now we're having this one as -2. So that is -1, -2. You know that we'll be taking this stopping index as exclusive. So I'll be remaining with this A only. So A has got printed. So that means 5:-2 means from the 5th character and to the -3 character. So -3 means this is my -1, this is a -2, and this is a -3. So that's why A has got printed. So but if I make this one as 4, then obviously we're getting the output like this. So that is UA in that case. Now here you see this 10, the index 10 is not present here because this language is having we are having say 8 characters. So index will be ranging from 0 to 7. So 10 index is not a valid one. So if I want to access the 10th character, so character at the 10th index, so we are getting this index error. So string index out of range. So that is the error message we are getting here. Okay, now we're going for this. So here we have defined this language. So strings are immutable, that means they cannot be changed, but the different strings can be assigned to the string object. So if we print this mystr, I'm getting this language. But if you want to update, if you want to put another new string to this mystr in the same variable, that is allowed. But if you want to update the third character of the string, that is not allowed as it is immutable. So there is a type error, and str object does not support item assignment. So that is there is the error message we are getting, and there is the error name is type error. Next one, we are going for the concatenation of the string, and that can be done using plus. So mystr1 and mystr2 containing welcome and one blank space and then to all. So now when they are going for the concatenation, I'm getting the outcome this one. So welcome to all. This blank space is essential because otherwise this welcome and to will not have any separation. So they will get concatenated side by side. So now here we are having this, that is my mystr start 3. So what will happen? The mystr start 3. So what will happen? This particular mystr will be occurring for mystr1 will be occurring for 3 times. So welcome, welcome, welcome. So in this way we are going to get the required formed string. So we can do the string concatenation either using star or using the plus operators. Now we are going to discuss, so plus and star both I have discussed. Now iterating through a string here. So letter count is equal to 0. So for letters in hello world, if the letter is equal to L, so now letter count is plus equal to 1. So what will happen? So I shall go on counting the number of occurrences of L, this very character. So that's why each and every time the for loop will pick up one character at a time, and that will be put in the letters. So if letters is equal to L, then letter count will be increased by 1, and after exiting from the indentation you are getting this idea that this print is outside of the for loop. So letter count will be printed accordingly. So if you go on executing, I'm getting that 3 times L letter has been found here. Now we are going for the string membership. So L in hello, so L in hello will return true, L not in hello will return false, B in hello will return false, B not in hello will return true here. Built-in functions, so we are having this university, and then we shall go for the enumerate. So list enumerate mystr. So what will happen? It will go on forming this enumeration. So at first it will put the respective index, and then we are having the respective character here. So in this way we are having this index 0 u, index 1 n. In this way we are having this index 9. Why? Because university is having 10 characters, so index will be ranging from 0 to 9, and in this way you are getting it. So here you see we are forming a list. We are forming a list because we are just converting it to a list, and then the members are nothing but the tuples. The members are nothing but the tuples because they have got separated by commas and they have got enclosed within first brackets. So they are the simple tuples. So list of tuples we are getting here, and length of mystr will be 10 accordingly. And here we have used the method that is the enumerate. Now we shall deal with this single quote and double quote. So what we shall do, that let us suppose I'm going to print this one. So when I'm going to print this one, it is producing one error. Why error? Because there is a double quote, there is one double quote, so it will take this double quote at the terminating as a terminating double quote. So that's why it is causing error here. And also this what, you see, it is telling that invalid syntax because the quotes are not matching. So quotes are not balanced. So to write the statement here, to write this string getting printed on the output, we can go for this. So what we are doing, we are enclosing it within triple single quotes, and this particular string is still within double quotes. So now you see we are getting the outcome like this. Otherwise we can enclose the main string within single quotes and putting this one as the double quotes, and here this particular single quote is there, and we are going for the escape character. So there is a slash single quote, and which will be known as the escape quotes, the escape single quotes. So whenever we are going to print, it will print the respective only this single quote here. So now we are having this escaping single quote. So now we are enclosing, we are doing the reverse actually. Here we have put this single quote as the outer one and double quotes as the inner one. But if you go for the double quotes as the outer one and single quotes as the inner one, then obviously this single quotes will get printed here. Otherwise, we can go for this. That means we can escaping double quotes. That means we are going for this slash double quote. So here this double quote will be treated as a character, not the beginning of the ending of a string. So that's why we are going for the escaping double quotes. So when the string will get printed, so slash double quote will be printed as only a double quote, and slash double quote will be printed as only a single double quote. And here we are having this single quote is there, so that will not cause any problem. So in this way, the string can be printed in varieties of ways. So either using triple quotes or using escaping the single quotes, escaping the single quotes once again, and then escaping the double quotes once again. Next we are going for this. So here you see there is a print I want to make it printed. So whenever we are having double slash, it will print as single slash here. You can find we are printing this one as a single slash, but actually in the string we are having the double slash. So print this is having a new line, that is a slash n. So what will happen, it will go to the next line. We're having this slash t, that is a tab, so that is a separated is there for 8 characters. And then we can also write in this way, that is slash x41. So f41 will be treated as in hexadecimal. So what is the decimal value against this 41? So 4 into 16 to the power of 1, that is 64, plus 1 into 16 to the power of 0, that is 1. So 64 plus 1, that is 65. Which character is having this ASCII code 65? That is our capital A. So it is similarly we are having this capital B. Similarly we are having this capital C. So this ABC will be there. So in this way we can also print the respective string. We are having this format. So default order is equal to, so now here you see these are the different placeholders we are having. Dot format. So today will be coming to this, is will be coming to this, and Sunday will be coming to this placeholder. So here we are having this default order. If you go on printing, I'm getting the output like this one. So today is and Sunday. So we are getting this today is and Sunday. So today is coming to this, is coming to this. So they are maintaining the order. That is the default implicit order. And here we are using this format method. So order using positional argument. So here this is my argument number 0, argument number 1, argument number 2. So the positional arguments, the numbering will be something like this. So here mentioning the argument positional number here. So that is the, so 1 means today will be coming down. So 0 means is will be coming down here, and Sunday will be coming down to this particular placeholder during the output. So you can find that today is and Sunday. So ordered using keyword argument. So here you can mention this one, I as is equal to is, T as is equal to today, and S is equal to Sunday. So here you are mentioning the respective keyword arguments there. So that is TIS, and we are getting the output like this one. So that is another way to print our string. Formatting numbers. So here you see we are having this format 20. So 20 is only one argument is there. So it is the argument position number is 0. So we are printing here 0, and here we are printing 0 but in the binary format. So what will be the outcome in that case? So 20 will be printed along with this 20 in the binary form. That is 16 plus 4, and that is our 20. So now we are having this formatting floats. We can go for this formatting. So now we are having this 0. That means this particular number is going to get printed, and that will be printed in this exponentiation format. And now we are having this 1 by 3, and we are going to print this one. There is a positional argument number 0, and then colon, there is a decimal point 3f. So after the decimal point, we'll be going to have our 3 decimal digits. We're having this particular strings, and we are having the string methods. There is a lower, upper, find, and we are having replace. So in case of lower, all the string characters will be converted to the lowercase. In case of upper, all the string characters will be converted to the uppercase, irrespective of the initial case here. So find 2. So this 2 will be found at the 13th index. So let me go on counting here. So that is our 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And from the 13th index, this 2 is beginning, so that's why I'm getting here 13. But if you go on searching this 2, all this T and O in the lowercase, you may not get a match because it is a case sensitive find. So as a result of that, it will give me the outcome as -1, means unsuccessful searching. So replace all by everybody and replace all by everybody. Now here you see if you consider the case sensitivities, you are getting a match, so all will be replaced by everybody. But here this all is written all in lowercase, so ALL. So everybody cannot replace it. So because there is no match has been observed using this replace method. So in this way we have discussed that how to operate with the string and what are the different string methods and operations can be carried out in this session. Thanks for watching this video.
Python data type conventions and typecasting.
We are going for implicit and explicit type conversion. So we have defined num int is equal to 123 and num float, that is a flow, is equal to 1.23. So here we are doing this addition in between the integer and the float variable. So what will be the data type of this num new? I'm printing the num int type, num float type, and then the num new we are going to print and its respective type here. So here is outcome. So num int is of type integer, num flow will of the type of float, and here we are having this num new, the respective value, that is 124.23, and the data type of num new will be float here. That means automatically this num int has been converted to the float by the implicit type conversion in Python. So let us go for the next one. So here we are having this integer and next one is a string. So their respective types are getting printed. So respective types are getting printed. So now if I make the respective addition, there is a num int plus num str. If I do this addition, then obviously the implicit type conversion will not take place. That means if I go for execution, that means adding one integer with a string, then it will produce one error, and the error is known as the type error. It has been raised, and unsupported operand types for plus, that is int and str. There is a int and str. So this is the unsupported types we have provided with the plus operator. So that is the source of the error. So this line should not get executed. So I'm putting this one under comment. But if I want to do, so here is, so you can find that integer and the string variables are defined, their respective types are got printed, and now I'm converting this num str to integer and assigning to the num str back again. So now we can also change the variable name here, no issues, but here just updating this num str with the integer converted value from the string to the integer, and that will be assigned to num str. And the type of the num str has got printed. So here we are expecting it will print of the type of string, here it will print of the type of integer. So now num sum is equal to num int plus num str. Now the num str is of the type of integer, so the addition can take place. So num sum will print the summation, and type of num sum will be also of the type of integer. You can find this one. So data type of num int is of the type of class int, and num str before the typecasting is class str. So num str after the typecasting class int. After doing the typecasting, if you go on printing the type of num str, it is printing that one as respective integer, and then after doing the addition between these two, the respective sum will be obtained, and that will be of the type of integer, because when you are printing the type of num sum, we are getting this one as class int. So in this way you have discussed how to do the explicit type conversion and what is implicit type conversion in this particular example. Thanks for watching this video.
Python numbers.
Numbers in Python can have mainly three different data types. First one is the integer. So here you see the value 1 is equal to 100. So this 100 is of type integer. And then we are having the next one as float. In case of float, value 2 is equal to 100.24. So it is of the type float class. And this particular float will always have some decimal point here, and fractional part will be there. And then we are having another type that is known as a complex, and this complex type numbers will be expressed in the form of the 15 plus 6j. So it is one of the examples we have given. So we are having three different types are there. one is the int, next one is the float, and the last one is the complex class in our Python. And integer and floating point numbers are separated by the presence of or absence of the decimal point. So in case of 5, if you write only 5, it is an integer, but if you write the 5.0, it will be of the type float. Okay, so now here you see we are having this value 1 initialized with the value 100, and then we are going for the print type of value 1, and also we are checking is instance value 1 int, value 1 float, and value 1 complex. If I execute this particular part, we are getting this type as class type of int, and this is instance will always return a boolean. It will check whether this value 1 is of the type int or not, and that is true here, but in case of float and complex, it is returning false. Similarly, we are doing the same type of testing here in case of value 2. If I go on executing, we are getting the required output. So value 2 comma int, if we pass these two parameters to is instance, I'm getting the output false. But here in this case, as this value 2 is of type float, so is instance value 2 comma float will return true, and value 2 comma complex will return false here. So now let us go for this complex. So here we are having value 3 is equal to 50 plus 6j. So if we go on executing, we are getting the output like this. So in case of int, in case of float, with the is instance method, we are getting this false, but with the complex is instance value 3 comma complex, it is returning true here. So in this way, we have tested that how the number instance can be tested, or the number type can be tested using the method is instance. This Python, in case of Python, also we can have other different corresponding representations of data. There is a binary which will have the base 2, hexadecimal which will be having the base 16, and octal which will be having the base 8 here. So numbers we deal with our everyday are having the base 10, that is our decimal numbers. But other than this decimal, you can work with the base 2, that is a binary number system. We are having this hexadecimal with the base 16 and octal with the base 8 here. So to represent one binary number, we can easily write 0b as a prefix to this number. You can write this b in the capital letter also. So if you go on printing this 0b 1101, that means this 1101 is not in decimal but in binary. 0x will stand for the hexadecimal, and 0o will be standing for this octal here. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that if I execute this part, I'm getting 13 because 8 plus 4, that is 12 plus 1, that is 13 here. Because this particular place is having the place value to the power of 0, that is 1. This particular place is having the place value to the power of 1, that is 2. To the power of 2, that is 4, and to the power of 3, that is 8. So 8 plus 4 plus 1, 13 we are getting here. So in case of this 0xab, so a is having the value in hexadecimal as 10. So 16 to the power of 1 into 10, we are getting here 160, and b is having the value 11. So 11 into 16 to the power of 0, so you are landing with 11 only. So 160 plus 11, we are getting the value 171. In the last case, you can find that it is 2 into 8 to the power of 1, because it is represented in the terms of octal. So 2 into 8 to the power of 1 plus 3 into 8 to the power of 0. So we are getting this value 16 plus 3, and that is 19 here. So in place of writing this small b, you can also go for the capital B. This is, I'm replacing this one as capital X and replacing this one as capital O. Then also we are going to get the same output here. Now here you see, here we are having this particular value 10 in terms of integer, and 13.4 is nothing but a float data. So what will happen if you go on printing this one? So you see the result is being converted to the respective float here. So operations like addition, subtraction, which is dealing with this integer and the float, and then automatically it will be converted to the float implicitly. So here you see we are having this integer operand, here we are having this float operand. If any one of the operand is float, then the result will be implicitly converted to the float type. So now we are going to have this type conversion. So 10.5 is of the type float, and if we want to convert it to integer, we can get the output like this. So 10 is getting output, is producing the output. So now here we are having this minus 20.99, so it is a float type. So if we do the typecasting to integer, we're getting this one as -20. So you can find this one that when we are doing the conversion to integer, it is not changing the sign of the number. So here we are having this float 10. So this 10 is of the type integer because there is no fractional part, there is no decimal point. But as I did the type conversion here, so the output has become 10.0. Now consider this example. Data 1 is equal to 0.1 plus 0.2, and we are just printing the value of data 1. So if I execute this code, we are finding that we were expecting the value should be printed as 0.3 because 0.1 plus 0.2 should be 0.3, but we are finding that we're having so many different zeros after that, and then 1.4 is coming. So this is an error is getting caused due to the hardware of our system, not due to the Python. So if we want to check whether 0 plus 1 plus 0 plus 0.1 plus 0.2 is 0.3 or not, then in that case we'll be finding that the condition is giving the output as false. To overcome this issue, we can use the decimal module that comes with Python. And while floating point numbers have the precision up to 15 decimal places, and the decimal module has user settable precision accordingly. So here you see we are having this data 1 is equal to 0.1 plus 0.2 print data 1. So we are getting this output as 0.3 and multiple number of zeros and 4. And then here also we are just doing one calculation, that is 1.20 into 2.50, and we are printing the value of data 1. We are getting this 3.0 as well. So now from decimal, import decimal as a D. So if you now do the calculation in this way, you can see we have written this particular code and we are going to print the respective result. We are getting the value as 0.3, which was expected, and for this outcome we are getting this output as 3.00. So in this way, the problem which we are facing in case of Python can be overcome using the from decimal import decimal. Here this decimal D will be in the uppercase. So here we are use one alias, that is as D here. Now we shall discuss fractions. Python provides operations involving fractional numbers through its fractions module, and this fraction module will help us to convert one floating point number to a numerator denominator form, where both the numerator and the denominator will be of the type integer. Actually, fraction has a numerator and a denominator, and both of which are integers, and this module has support for rational number arithmetic. So let us go for this example here. So you see that from fractions, import fraction as f, and this is a respective module we are executing here. So you can find that 1.5 can be expressed in terms of 3 by 2, and this 3 is nothing but one integer numerator, and 2 is nothing but another integer which has been placed as the denominator. So print f5, which will give you the 5, and print f1 comma 5 will give you the value, that is 1 by 5. So while creating fraction from float, we might get some unusual results, and this is due to the imperfect binary floating point number representation. And fortunately, fraction allows us to instantiate with a string as well, and this is preferred option when using the decimal numbers. Now we shall discuss the math module. Python offers module like math and the random to carry out different mathematics like your trigonometry, logarithms, probability, statistics, and etc. So just consider this set of code. So Python math module. So we have imported the math, and then we used multiple different functions available in the math here. So pi, cos, log, log of 10, exp, factorial, and signage. So here is the respective outputs we are getting here. So if we want to print the absolute of say minus 12.34, if we want to print this one, then in that case we need not to use the math module here. So we can use directly as abs minus 12.34. You can find that we have considered only the magnitude part and the sign part has been ignored. Now let us come to this, that is the random here. So here you see we are going for the rand range, that is 5,15. So the initial value is the start value, which is optional. If you don't provide any initial value, the value will become considered as 0, And the last one, the next one value, that is the second argument we are passing, is mandatory, that is the terminating value or the stop value, and that is exclusive. That means here the random numbers will be generated inclusive 5 to 15 exclusive. So in this way you can go on printing and we can generate multiple random numbers are there. So the first value is optional, that is there is a start value. The second value is mandatory, that is a stop value. Then you can also put another argument, comma, after putting comma there, there is a step value. So here we have printed rand range in between 5 to 15 4 times. So now we are having this 11, 8, 14 and 13. If I execute the code once again, we are getting the different set of values. If we execute the code once again, we are getting different set of values. So now we are having one list here, then random dot choice day. So day is nothing but the list. Here you see it has picked up the random choice is 2. If you go for execution once again, we're getting this value as 2 here once again. So if you go for again, you can find that we're getting here mon here. So now this is a print day. Now we are going for random dot shuffle day, and then if we print day, we can find that this is the respective different arrangement of this list elements, and list elements have got shuffled. And then we are having this print random element. So if you want to print the random element, then the method is random, so we can print the respective random element here. So in this way, in this particular program, we have discussed multiple different aspects of number type in our Python. So let us go for a quick revision. So type is actually returning the type of the variable. Each instance is actually checking whether this particular variable is having this type or not. So that's why this is instance is actually returning true or false. So we have tested that one on integer, we have tested that one on float, we have tested that one on complex numbers. So here we are expressing numbers in terms of binary. So the prefix will be 0b, b can be small letter or capital letter. For the hexadecimal, the prefix should be 0x, x can be lowercase or in the uppercase. And for the octal, we are having this value which will be having the prefix 0, o can be in the lowercase or uppercase. So here you can find that whenever we are doing some calculations involving integers and float, the result will get implicitly converted to the float. We're having to for this type conversion from this float to the integer, from this float to the integer, from this integer to the float, respective outputs are there. We have discussed this decimal here, how we can deal with we can have the control over the precisions. And then we are having this Python fractions. You can see that how the fractions are working, and then the math module and also the random module here. I think now you are getting this idea that how these numbers are getting handled in our Python programming. Thanks for watching this video.
Python namespace and scope.
Identifier is nothing but one name which is simply a name given to Python objects, and you can get the address in RAM of some object through the built-in function, that is our ID. So using this ID function, we can easily get the ID of the respective identifier. So now you can get the different values of ID in our execution, whatever the ID we have written here under the comment. So A is equal to 2. So I want to print the ID of 2. I want to print the ID of A also. So see what we're doing. So here is the outcome. So the ID of 2 and ID of A both are same. You can easily find that both are same. Again, we are assigning A is equal to 2 and we are trying to print the ID of A. We are finding that one, this ID is also the same as we had before. Next one is that we have made A is equal to A plus 1. So A is now holding the value 3 here. So if we print the ID of A, we are finding that the ID of A has got different, and there is the ID which is different from the ID of A, whatever we got the outcome earlier. Next, ID of 3. If I print this ID of 3, I'm getting this one as 1764516064. So that means it is the same as the ID of A, because A is now holding the value 3 here. If I assign B is equal to 2, and if I want to print the ID of 2, I'm getting the same ID which we had in case of A or in case of 2 when A was having the value 2 here. So if I print the respective one, if I go on printing, say print. So if I print, I can find that the ID of 2 and ID of B both are same because B is equal to 2 has been assigned. So in this way we have discussed that what is a identifier and what is an ID. ID is nothing but one built-in function available in Python to print the respective memory address in the RAM. The address is whatever we have printed. If we execute the same code, we might be getting some different address, so that will be decided by that during the execution of my code which memory block is free, and depending upon that the memory allocation against the variables will be done by the system. Next one is the scope. So we are having this outer function, we are having this inner function, so it is also known as nested function. So global A, that means I'm defining one variable within outer function, but the scope will be global. So that's why we have used the keyword global here. This value of A has been initialized with 20. Now there is my inner function. There is a nested function which is existing inside the outer one. You can look at the indentation and you can get the idea that this particular inner function is within the outer function. Here we are defining this A, but it is not a new A, but it is a global A which we referred earlier. That A has got updated with the value of 30 and the value of A has got printed. From the outer function, this inner function, whatever we have defined just now, it has got executed, it has been called. So during execution, it will have its execution, and we are printing this value of A after exiting from the inner function within outer function. So I've written this A is equal to 10 at first. So that is the A is there. I'm printing the value of A. So it is printing 10. Now we are calling this outer function. So when the control will be going to the outer function, this A is actually the global A. That means the A which is right now holding the value 10. So that 10 has got updated with the 20, but we didn't print anything. Then the inner function will be called. So inner function is also referring the same global variable A. So this A is available in the global scope, and that A will be used in the inner function. Now A is equal to 30. Now this 30 is updating the global A scope, the A which is defined in the global scope. Now we are printing this value of A, so it is printing 30 here. After calling this inner function, again we are printing this value of A from the outer function, then it is printing 30. And after calling this outer function, if you print the value of A here, I'm getting 30 back again. So it is giving me the idea, it is giving us the idea what is the scope here, and whenever one variable is in one scope, then how to access that variable from the some inner scope using the global keyword as we did in our coding. In this demonstration, we have discussed that how to define what is happening whenever we are defining one identifier in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
Python global, local and non-local variables.
In this example, we have defined one x which has been defined outside of the function1. So it is a global variable x, and which is containing the string global here. So here within the function1, we have defined this global x. That means we are referring to the same x variable here. Y is having the scope local, and it has got initialized with a local string. X is equal to x star 2. So x is having the string global. Star 2 means this global will be repeated twice. The string will become global, and that will be assigned to the x back again. We are going to print the value of x and y respectively. So now we are calling this function1, but before calling this function1 and after calling this function1, we are also printing the value of x here. So here is the outcome. You can easily find that initially, that means before calling this function1, the global x is having the value global. Within the function, when it is printing x, it is printing global. When it is printing y, it is printing local. And whenever we are printing this global x back again after execution of this function1, we are getting this one as global. Because this particular variable x is having the has been defined with the global keyword, that means it is referring to the same x, that is a global variable defined outside of the function1. So let us go for another example, that is the global and local variable with the same name. Here you can find that a is equal to 5 is a global variable defined before the function2, and here we are defining another variable a with the same name, but here it is having a local scope. So local variables are accessed from the block where it is defined only. So here we have written this a is equal to 10. So print local a. If I print this value of a, I shall be getting 10 here. So before calling this function 2, I'm just printing the value of a, that is a global a. I'm expecting here the value of a will get printed as 5, and after this function 2 calling, if I print the value of a, that is a global a, I'm supposed to get the value 5 here back again. But within this particular function 2, when I shall print this local a, I'm supposed to get the value as 10. So according to our expectation, you are getting the outcome as well. Let us go for another one where we will be creating and using non-local variables. So where here we have defined one function. Within the function, one variable is defined. This variable is local within the function itself. That means this variable is having the scope within the function itself. So now here we are having a nested function. So within the nested function, the name of the function is inner. We are supposed to define non-local variables. So here you can find that we have defined non-local x. That means we are referring the same x which is defined here because it is non-local here. So x has got updated, and from the inner method we are printing the value of x. So we are expecting that x will get printed as non-local. We're executing this inner method, so this code will get executed. X will get updated with the new string, that is the non-local. So after executing this inner method, if I print this x, so you are expecting that we are supposed to get non-local here, and here we are executing the outer method after completion of the definition of the outer function here. So inner non-local, so from here when we are printing the value of x, so x has got just initialized with the string non-local. So inner colon non-local is coming, but as x is a non-local variable, so as a result of that, this x will also get updated with the string non-local. So as a result of that, this outer colon x will also print non-local here. But in that same code, if I make this line, only if I make this one line under comment, then we are having this one as x is equal to non-local. So as this particular variable has got defined not without the non-local keyword, so as a result of that, its scope will be local within the inner method only. So that's why it will not update this global x, it will just update the local x only within this inner method. So what will happen? Inner will print non-local from the inner, but when you will be printing this outer colon x, it will print the string local back again. You can find that it is printing non-local and local. So in this video, we have discussed what is non-local variable, what is global variable, how to define non-local variable, how to define global variable into details and with demonstration. Thanks for watching this video.
Python global keyword.
In this demonstration, we have defined one function, that is the function 1, where one variable has got defined and initialized with the value 20. Within this function, this variable x is having the value 20 here. We are having one nested function. Within function 1, the nested function is having the name function 2. Here we have defined one variable x and with the keyword global. So global x. Actually, the global keyword will be used to modify a global variable. Here the x value has got updated with the value 25 here. So this x is a global one. So here we have defined one variable which is of the scope global. So now before calling this function 2, we are printing the value of x. Are calling the function 2 now, and we have called the function 2, and then after calling function 2, the value of x is getting printed. So now let us see what is the outcome we are going to have. So here you see here this x is having the value 20. Calling function 2 now, after calling function 2, the value of x has still with the value 20. Because the changes we are not going to get here, we are expecting that the value might be changing, but no change is there. Always the x has got printed with the value 20 before and after calling the function 2, because this particular x is having the global scope. So if we want to print this particular x, then after calling this function 1, we can directly print this x, because this particular x is having the global scope. That means not within this function 2 or function 1, it is outside of that. So whenever you are trying to print the value of x from the outside of this function 1, then we are getting this value as 25. I think you are getting this idea. This particular global x is actually, we are defining one variable x which is having the global scope. That means we are going to define a global variable, and that global variable is getting updated or getting initialized with the value 25 here. So this x and this x they are actually corresponding to this x. So this x is still with the value 20. So that's why we have got the output as 20. And in the global x, the value of x has become 25 here. I think you have got the idea what is the purpose of this global keyword usage in this line, to define one global variable and to modify with the help of the global keyword. Thanks for watching this video.
We are going to discuss Python iterators.
Iterators are very common in our Python programming language, and they are elegantly implemented within our for loops, generators, comprehensions, etc., but hidden in our plain sight. An iterator in Python is nothing but an object, and this object will return data one at a time during our iteration. Obviously, if some data is available, then only it will return the data, otherwise it will throw some exception. So technically speaking, Python iterator object must implement two special methods. One is the next method, so can also be called as underscore underscore next underscore underscore method, and another one is the iter method, that is actually underscore underscore iter underscore underscore method, and collectively they will be known as the iterator protocol. An object is called iterable if we can get an iterator from it. Most of the built-in container in our Python, like our string, like our tuple, list, they are nothing but iterables. The iter method or the iter function, which in turn call the iter underscore underscore iter underscore underscore method, returns an iterator from them. So let us go through this example and to discuss the property of this iterator. So here you see, here we have defined one list here, and this iter method, from using this iter method from this list, we are getting one iterator. And to access the data from this iterator, we are using the method next here. So either you can use this next our iter. So this is the syntax to retrieve elements from this iterator, that is our iter. Otherwise we can write our iter dot underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So anyone we can use that one. So here you see the list is containing data, that is 44, 77, 11 and 33. So for the first next I'm retrieving 44, next I'm retrieving here is 77, next element which will be retrieved here is 11, next element which will be retrieved here is 33. So now we have got all the four elements. Now if we go for next our iter, it will raise one exception. So let us go for the execution of this block. So here we are having 44, 77, 11 and 33. Because the elements were 44, 77, 11 and 33, so when we executed print next our iter, then 44 was retrieved, and next print next our iter, when you execute this method, then 77 has been retrieved from this iterator, that is our iter. Next time 11, next time 33. Now if I execute this one, I should not put this one in comment. If I execute this one, then one exception will be there, and that is a stop iteration, and this will raise error no items left, as we mentioned in the comment. And so next our iter will produce this error, that is a stop iteration. So let us go for another one. So create a custom iterator. So here we are defining one class, that is the power of 2, and here we are having this documentation string. In short we can call it as doc string. So it should be enclosed either within triple single quotes or triple double quotes. So it is also known as a block comment, and it should be the first intended statement in our class. So next we are having this constructor, that is our underscore underscore init underscore underscore. So here we are defining this max, and this is equal to 0 is the default argument. So whatever the value will be passing, that will be assigned to this max instance variable. So here we are just defining this underscore underscore iter underscore underscore method, and similarly this underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So these two methods we are defining here. So self.n is equal to 0. So n is another instance variable, is getting initialized with the value 0. And then we're having this next. So if self.n is less than equal to self.max, then result is equal to 2 star star, that is 2 to the power of self.n. So 2 to the power of n will be assigned to the result, and self.n will be increased by 1, and the result will be returned. Otherwise the else, in the else part we are going for stop iteration. We are erasing this error. There is a stop iteration. So now here at first we are going to print this doc string, that is a documentation string enclosed within triple single quotes, can also be enclosed within triple double quotes. So whenever we are printing this this one, there is a power of 2, that is a class name dot underscore underscore doc underscore underscore. You can see that it is printing. Let us go for this. It is printing this respective string, that is a class to implement an iterator of powers of 2. So the string whatever is discussed or defined here, so it has got printed. So now we are going for this a is equal to power of 2 4. So now this 4 will be assigned to max, this 4 will be assigned to max, so max has got the value 4 here. So now we are going for this I is equal to iter a. So we are going for this next I, next I, next I. It is going on printing, that is 2 to the power of 0, because n is having the initial value 0 here. So 2 to the power of 0, the result will become 1 and return result. So that result will be printed as 1. So next time this n has got increased by 1. So 2 to the power of 1, the result will have the value 2, and return result, that means it will return the value 2 here. So 2 is getting printed because we have called this next I from this print method. So now next time the value of n will become 2. So 2 to the power of 2 will become 4. So result will have the value 4 and the result will be returned and that will get printed. So in this way I'm getting this one as 1, 2, 4 as output. So I think you are getting this idea how this method, which is having this init, that is a constructor, this iter method, the next method, and the respective object we have defined under the class, that is our a. So this max has got initialized with the value 4, which has been passed as the parameter to this constructor. Then out of this a, we are creating one iter. So there is the iterator is this one I, and from iterator we can pick up the next values. So there is a next of I. So this method is getting called. So we can also call it as I dot underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So let me print it here. So I dot underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So in this way also we can print it. So now let me go for the execution of the same. So I'm just erasing this part. It is not required. Okay. So now if we execute the same, I'm getting the same output because next I is actually executing I dot underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So next we are going for creating a infinite custom iterator. So in this case, this is our doc string. The name of the class is infinite iter, and this here we are having this method iter we have defined, the next we have defined. So this is the infinite iter object. The class object is I. From this I we are creating one iterator using the method iter, and then we are going for this next a. So here you see the num has got the value 1. So num is equal to self.num. So num has got the value 1 here. Self.num is plus equal to 2. So in this way it will go on creating, because there is no logic is there to stop this one. It will go on creating, thus incrementing this value of num by 2 each and every time, and then returning the num, that is the previous value of num will be returned. So now we are having this next day, the next day, next day. In this way if you go on calling the next method, so at first the num was having the value 1. So this 1 will be assigned to num, which will be returned. So that is getting printed. So 1 will get printed, then 3, then 5, then 7. In this way the values will go on printing. So it has got no terminating logic. So that's why it is infinite iter. The name of the class has been given accordingly. So from this demonstration you are getting this idea that how this iterator can play its role in our Python programming. Thanks for watching this video.
Python iterations using for.
So here we have defined one list. We know that list elements are to be separated by commas and they are to be enclosed within these third brackets. So this is a list here. So printing all elements present in a set, and here this particular set is nothing but a list. So for I in A, print I. That means in each and every iteration, in each and every loop, in this particular for, using this for, we are picking up one element from the list at a time, and the respective element is going to get printed. So here is the outcome for this code. So in the first iteration it is picking up 1, then 2, then 3, and then at last it is picking up 5. So that means all these list members are to be picked up, are to be read from the list in the order in which they are appearing in the list. So that is our for loop. So for I in, so this is a syntax. Syntax means the grammar to write this for. So for I in A, then colon. So colon will indicate that next statements will be under this body. So you can find that if I write here print, say hello, then that is also coming within this for. So we can find that it is printing like this. So I want to print this 1 and hello side by side. So we can go for this int is equal to null. You can write this one and then you can print this hello. So what will happen, this 1 and hello will get printed in the same line. So you can, in this way you can write so many different statements with this indentation to indicate that all the statements are within the for block. Let us go for the next one. Here we will be using for but using this range. We know that here we are given the range, that is 6, 11. That means the value of I will be ranging from 6 to 10. So let me go for the execution. You see the I is being initialized with 6 to 10 for each and every time iteration. After that you can put some step value. So here the step value is 2. That means the increment value is 2 here. So now it will go on picking up 6, 8 and 10 because 11 is not inclusive, and that's why it will print the values from 6 to 10 and with this increment factor of 2. In this way you can write this for and using this range function in our for loop. So let us go for another way. So how to write this one? You can find that using for loop for printing the values present in the tuple and using the else command in the for loop. So how to do that one? You can print, see. So this is the outcome we are having. So b is equal to 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15. So they are coming here and this is nothing but a tuple. For I in b, so it will be picking up the values from this tuple, one value at a time in each and every iteration, and when this particular tuple will get exhausted, then else block will get the control, and then printing completed, that message is going to get printed. So that is another way to write the for loop in our Python coding. So in this demonstration we have shown you that how to write for in our Python code to have some block to get executed repeatedly for multiple number of times. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we shall discuss inheritance and polymorphism, which will be observed in Python in object-oriented programming. Here we have defined one class. So here we have defined one class. The name of the class is myBird. This is the constructor. This is a what type, that is one method, and canSwim is another method. The method bodies are very simple. We have just put one print statement there. And here we are having another class that is known as myPenguin, which is inheriting myBird. See, myBird we have defined here. So let me execute the code. So here the class has been defined and myPenguin is inheriting myBird. So like our Java, here we need not to write extents or any other keywords. Just within this bracket we are mentioning the respective class name. The class name which will be mentioned within this bracket will be known as the base class, also known as the superclass, and this is our derived class or subclass here. So in case of Python, the class inheritance will be written using this particular syntax. So this myPenguin is having the respective constructor, and here we are calling the base class constructor. So base class will be called by the super method, and its constructor is always underscore underscore init underscore underscore method. So that is the base class constructor we are calling, and then one statement to get printed. And who is this and can run? So these are the other two methods in this myPenguin class. So just remember, in myBird, along with the constructor we are having what type and canSwim, and in case of myPenguin we are having this constructor, and along with we are having who is this and can run. So these two other methods are there. We're defining one penguin class object. So it has been defined in a very simple way. So that means we're having this myPenguin, and then we're having the pg1 is the object name. So pg1 dot what type, this particular what type was defined in the class that is a myBird. As myBird has got inherited into myPenguin, so myBird methods can be accessed from this myPenguin object. So that's why pg1 dot what type can be executed. We're having pg1 dot who is this. So it is defined in case of myPenguin. You can easily find in myPenguin who is this is defined. We're having this pg1 dot canSwim,
we're having pg1.canRun. pg1.canSwim was defined in myBird class, and pg1.canRun, this can run was defined in myPenguin. That means what type and canSwim we are inheriting, we're getting this one from the base class, that is myBird, because there they were defined. So now let me go for the execution. MyBird class constructor is executing, myPenguin class constructor is executing. You can easily find that here you have called the base class constructor, so that's why the control has gone to this. So MyBird class constructor is executing, has got printed at first, then myPenguin class constructor is executing, so that string has got printed. So now we called what type. So what type is having the string, that is I am a bird, so that has to be printed, that has got printed. I am penguin, so now next method we called is who is this, so I am penguin, so that string has got printed. Next we went for this can swim, so can swim is having this string to be printed, that is I can swim, so I can swim has got printed. Now we are having this can run, and I can run faster, so in this way this particular string has got printed. So using this example we have shown you that how inheritance can be implemented in Python. So let us go for another example here. We are having one class, the name of the class is myParrot, and here we are having can fly and can swim. So obviously parrot can fly, so parrot can fly, but parrot cannot swim, so parrot can't swim. I'm having another class, that is myPenguin, which is having two methods, the same prototype. You can easily find that def can fly self and def can swim self. So you see we're having the same prototype defined here also. Okay. Now see, so def can fly self, so penguin cannot fly, and def can swim self, we're having penguin can swim. So now we are having one common interface, that is flying bird test. Okay, so I'm going for this bird.canFly and also bird.canSwim. So here in this particular method we're just passing this bird as input parameter, and we're calling this bird.canFly and bird.canSwim. So here we have defined one parrot class object, myParrot class object, and one myPenguin class object. So we are calling this flying bird test. We are calling this flying bird test with this bird parrot, that is which is a parrot class object, and bird penguin, which is a penguin class object. So what will happen when we are passing this bird parrot? So that is a parrot class object. So that parrot class object dot can fly and parrot class object dot can swim will get executed. So as a result of that, this can fly and this can swim, their respective body will get executed and respective strings are going to get printed. But when you are passing this bird penguin, which is the myPenguin class object, as input parameter to this flying bird test, so in that case this bird can fly and bird can swim will be operated on this myPenguin class objects. So in that case what will happen, we'll be getting this penguin cannot fly and penguin can swim in case of flying bird test bird penguin, but in case of flying bird test bird parrot, we're having parrot can fly and parrot cannot swim. So you can find that how these classes are having their respective objects, and the objects are being passed to this flying bird test, and respectively the respective can fly and can swim method will get executed. So in this particular session we have discussed what is the how to implement the inheritance, how to do the polymorphism in our Python, in our object-oriented programming. Thanks for watching this video.
Python multiple inheritance.
In case of multiple inheritance, we'll be having multiple base classes and one derived class, and the derived class will be deriving properties, that is the methods, variables from the base classes. And here we are having one example. Class base 1 having one statement pass, class base 2 having one statement pass here, and class multi derived, which will take this base 1 and base 2 as the base classes or the super classes, and we'll have only one statement pass here. So if I can execute this one, you see there is no error has occurred. So Python supports multiple inheritance. So let us go for another example here. So here we are having class base 1, which is having only one method, that is a function base 1. These are the required print statement to be executed. And here we are having class base 2, only one function, that is a function base 2, and here this thing will get executed. And base 3, we are having only one function inside it, there is a function base 3, and respective the print statement is there mentioned. Now here we are having, there is a multi-derived base 1 comma base 2 comma base 3. So here we are having multiple base classes and only one derived class. The name of the derived class is multi-derived, and we are having three base classes, base 1, base 2 and base 3. So here we are having only one function. There is a function multi-derived, and where this function multi-derived is executing, this string will get printed by the print method. So now let us go for our object declaration under this multi-derived. So MD1 is the object name. So multi-derived object under the class multi-derived. So we have called this multi-derived constructor, and this object has got defined and instantiated. Now MD1.function base 1. So that means this particular function is getting called, and then function base 2, this function is being called. Function base 3, this function has been called. As they are the base classes to this derived class, so their respective functions, that is the member functions, will get inherited into this multi-derived. As a result of that, this multi-derived class object, from this multi-derived class object, if I want to access those functions, I shall be allowed to access that one. And also I can access that very function which is defined itself within this multi-derived class. So now let us go for the execution. You can find that function base 1 is executing, so this function has got its successful execution. Function base 2 is executing, function base 3 is executing, and function multi-derived is executing. That means the respective, all the four functions, they have executed, and respective print statements are printing their respective strings to be printed. So in this way, in this example, we have demonstrated how to define one class where we will be having multiple base classes, and how to implement multiple inheritance in Python. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are going to discuss Python function.
A function may or may not have its input arguments. Also, a function may or may not return anything. So here we are defining one function. The name of the function is findMax. It is having a and b as input arguments. So here, if a is greater than b, they return a. That means which is the maximum one will be returned, and that's why the name of the function is findMax here. So if a is greater than b, return a, else it will return b here. So this function is having input parameters a and b. So while calling this findMax, we are passing parameter 10, which will be assigned to the variable a, and also passing 20, which will be assigned to the variable b here. So if 10 is greater than 20, the condition is false, so it will return the value b. That means 20 will be returned, and that we can print here. So let us go for the execution. So max number between 10 and 20 is 20. So if I make this one as 100, if I make this one 100, then obviously the output will be accordingly changed. So max number between 100 and 20 is 100 here. So in this way, I have shown you that how a function can take input arguments and how it can return a value. Next one, we're going for this hello. Here we are having two parameters. One is the name, another one is the message. The message is having one default argument. So it will print hello and then name and the message. So here you see we have passed the first argument as Ognivo, so that will be assigned to the name, and the second argument we have passed as have a nice day, and that will be assigned to the message. So in the second time, when I'm calling this hello function, we are passing only Ognivo, not the second argument we are passing. In that case, as the second parameter is missing, it will take the default value of the second parameter. So let us go for the execution. You can find that hello is coming from this particular string. So hello Ognivo comma have a nice day. I passed this have a nice day, so that's why it has got printed accordingly. Next one is hello Ognivo, how are you? Because I didn't pass the second argument, second parameter is not being passed. As a result of that, the default argument is actually is getting assigned onto this message variable. Okay, now let us go for the another one. So here you see we are having one function. The name of the function is sumall, which will take the function with the arbitrary arguments. So sum is equal to 0. For I in arguments, sum is equal to sum plus I and return sum. So here this star args will indicate that here you can pass multiple number of arguments as required. There is no upper limit. We can pass multiple number of arguments as required. So in that case, for I in args, so it will retrieve one of the arguments at a time, and that argument will get added with the sum. Before going for this addition, we have made this sum initialized with the value 0, and then we are having this return sum. So let us go for the execution. So with this particular function sum all, we have passed 5 parameters. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. If we just go on adding, you are going to get here 15. So that's why sum of all the integers between 1 to 5 is 15 here. So sum of all integers. So this particular line has got printed. So in this way, you can have a function with the variable number of arguments in our Python. Now let us go for this particular method. So here the method name is default argument. It is having 3 input parameters A, B and C, and their values will get printed. So default argument has been called with these values 10, 20 and 30. Okay, now let me go for the execution of the same. I'm finding this one. A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20 and C is equal to 30 here. So now I'm just doing some changes in my code. Here I'm not passing the third parameter. I'm passing only 10 and 20. Then what is the outcome? We are finding one error. There is a type error. It is showing one error. There is a type error, and it is telling that default argument function missing one required positional argument, that is C. Because I didn't pass the third argument, so C has got not initialized. So what we are doing, I'm just here putting here 300. If I execute the code, you can find that as I didn't pass the value for C, so the default argument is getting assigned on this C variable. Okay, now next one. I'm doing some changes here. Here I'm not passing the value for B. If I go on execution, you can find that I'm finding one error, and it is telling that default argument function missing one required positional argument B. So the value for B is missing here. So that is the problem. So we are doing this one in this way. We're retrieving this problem in this way. We're resolving this problem in this way. Now you can find that we're having this 200. The default argument is being assigned, and this default argument is being assigned, and 10 as I passed, that will be assigned to A here. Okay, next one. I'm not passing anything. I'm just making only this one. So if I go for execution, you can find that default argument function missing one required positional argument, that is A. So in that case, what will happen? In that case, I should make some default argument to be mentioned. You see, so all the default values have got assigned here. So in this way, I've shown you that how the default arguments are playing their roles. Now next time I'm going for the another one. I'm just mentioning that B is equal to 222, C is equal to 333, and here we are having this A is equal to 111. We're having this one. So now if I go on executing, you can find that we're having this 111, 222, 333. You can also see that I have mentioned them in different order, not in the order in which we have actually defined them in the function input parameters. So here we can mention explicitly that this 222 will be assigned to B, 333 will be assigned to C, and 111 will be assigned to A, and accordingly the values have got mapped. So I'm just making a copy of it and just withdrawing this assignment. So in that case, as the value of C is missing, so the default value 300 will be assigned to C. So default value 300 will be assigned to C. So in this way, I've shown you that how these arguments can be of different types, how the what is the your default arguments, how to write one function which will take multiple number of arguments as required. So we are giving you the demonstration with some examples to make your conception clear on Python functions. Thanks for watching this video. In this session, we are going to discuss functions. And in case of Python functions, the function name should be defined. And here we'll be using the keyword. There is a define, that is a def, and the function name. Within the opening first bracket and closing first bracket, we can write the respective parameters if I want to pass some input parameters there. This is known as user defined function because we are writing the respective function body. Always the function should be should have this opening first bracket and the closing first bracket. That will indicate that it is a function here. As here we are writing the function body, so it will be known as the user defined function. But if you don't write the function body, that means in case of print, you can easily find that this print is a function because it is having this opening first bracket and the closing first bracket, and it is taking a string as input parameter, but we are not writing the body of this print, so that's why it is called library function or inbuilt function. After writing this def and then function name, then opening bracket, closing bracket, then we shall put one colon here. Then rest part of the function body will have the indentation, which is the 4 blank spaces are there. So all the statements which will be maintaining these 4 blank spaces beforehand will be treated as a part of the function body. Okay, so in this way there is no begin end, there is no curly brace open, curly brace close, there is no block begin and block end marker. Only this indentation will indicate that these statements are within these function bodies. So this hello1 is a function which is having no return statement. You can find that there is no return statement we have written. But in case of hello2, we are having one return statement, and it is having this string to be returned. Return command returns back the control to the caller and mainly used to return a value to the caller of the function. So whenever we are calling this hello1, then this print statement will get executed because this is the only one statement within this hello1 function body. But in case of hello2, when you'll be calling this hello2, it will return one string. So the control will come back to the caller when this return statement will be executed, and then print will print this particular print function or print method will print the string which will be returned here. So let us go for the execution. You can find this is the outcome of hello1 function calling, and this is the outcome of this print hello2 function. So a function can have the first statement which will be in the indentation will be known as the document string or doc string if it is enclosed within triple single quotes or triple double quotes. So I can write this one as this one. So this is a multi-line text. So you see I have written this one within triple single quotes. Now this is known as the doc string, and this doc string is the first statement in this function body which is having the indentation. Okay, so how to access this one? So we can do this one in this way. So in this way I can access this respective doc string or document string. You can easily find this is a multi-line text. Instead of enclosing it within triple single quotes, also you can use them as triple double quotes. Then also it will have the same output as I have shown you. Okay. Next we are going for the other program part. Here one thing has to be remembered. Here this hello1 is a user defined function because we are writing the function body. This hello2 is a user defined function because we are writing this function body. But this print is a inbuilt function or the library function because we are not writing the function body of print, but we are using it, we are calling it according to our purpose. So that's why this print is known as the library function here. Here we have defined multiple functions. So first function is my addition, which takes x and y as input argument. So here the keyword def, that is a defined function name, and then input arguments enclosed within opening first bracket and closing first bracket, colon must be there, and there is the body of the function which is printing this statement, that is performing the addition operation and return x plus y. Similarly we have written the function body for subtraction, performing the subtraction operation, return x minus y. My multiplication, which is taking x and y as input parameters, performing the multiplication operation, return x star y. My division, it is taking this x and y as input arguments, so print performing the division operation, return x by y. So in this way we have defined my addition, my subtraction, my multiplication, my division methods. Now we are going to define another method that is known as the my menu. All these methods are user defined functions. So under this my menu we are having this main menu will be printed, then 4 options are going to get printed, then it will ask for the option number, Here input is a function, library function, which returns a string. So before assigning it to the variable ch, I'm doing the typecasting using another inbuilt function, library function, that is int. So now it will return the value of ch. So my menu returns the value of ch. Let us go for the final function, that is our def calculation. So at first it is calling my menu. So my menu will print this my menu and the 4 options, and it will ask for the choice, and then the value will be returned. The value which will be returned will be assigned to this ch. It does not mean that here the variable is ch. So here also we are supposed to have the variable ch only. You can also make it as choice. So that is not an issue, because this choice is local within this my menu, and this ch is local within this calculation. So they may be having the same name, maybe having the different name, but in both cases they will have their separate memory space allocation during execution of our code. So here we have read two numbers, num1 and num2, using the same way. Please enter the first number, please enter the second number. Input function returns string, so it has been converted to integer using int here. So if ch, the value which will be returned by this my menu, if ch is equal to 1, then result is equal to, you see I'm calling this my addition function, and num1 and num2 I'm passing 2 parameters. These num1 and num2 will get assigned onto x and y, you can find it, and then it will return the sum of it after printing this line. So that result will be assigned to this variable result. So that sum will be assigned to this result. For choice 2, it will return the respective difference, that will be assigned to result. In case of choice 3, the respective product will be returned, and that will be assigned to the variable result. In case of choice 4, the respective quotient will be returned, and that will be assigned to the variable result here. So print so result is equal to result, so I'm going to print that one. So if I call this respective function, that is calculation, you can go for the calculation, you can find that it is, at first it is calling this my menu. My menu is displaying the options, and it is asking for the option number. If I give the option number 1, then it is asking for the first number, let it be 100, and the second number, let it be 200. So as a result of that, as I selected option number 1, so addition will be done between 100 and 200. So as a result, we are going to get 300 here. If I execute the code once again, so here I'm going for the option number 2. I'm going for the multiplication between 10 and 20. You can easily find. So I'm getting the subtraction. Oh, I've selected option number 2. It is for the subtraction. So I'm getting here minus 10 as the outcome. So let me show it once again. So here I'm going for the option number 2, that is the subtraction. So I'm just giving the value 100 and giving the value 40. You can find that performing the subtraction operation. So because this particular line has got printed, because we wrote that one in our my subtraction method, and then it is returning x minus y, and that will be assigned to the result, and later so result is equal to the result variable's value will get printed. So result is equal to 60 is getting printed, because we have given inputs 100 and 40, so the difference value will be 60 here. So let us go for the third option. So option number 3. So now it is multiplication. So if I give the value say 100 and say 20, so the result is coming as 2000, performing the multiplication operation. So result is equal to 2000 here. So let us go for the last one. So if I give the option number 4, so I'm supposed to perform the division operation, so the quotient will be returned. I'm giving this 125. You can find that it is giving me the result as 4.0. So in this way, you can easily find that we have written some code here for the better explanation and for your better understanding. So a function can return a value, may not return a value. A function should be starting with this def keyword, which is defined, then the function name, then opening bracket, closing bracket will enclose the input parameters, then colon is must, and all the statements which will be written with indent, so they will be treated as within the function body. You can find that how we are writing this code and how the function is getting called here. So I think now the conception is getting clear to you, that how this function can work. So I'm giving you one assignment. We know that division by 0 is illegal. So that's why whenever you are performing this division operation, before performing the division, obviously I should check the value of y. If the value of y is equal to 0, then obviously I should handle the situation carefully. So please modify this code, and so that you can also check whether division by 0 is illegal, is happening or not, and accordingly modify this code and write the program yourself. Thanks for watching this video.
Python break statement.
In this demonstration, we are discussing the use of break statement in our Python coding. So import random as R. R is the alias. We are importing the random module, and random is equal to r dot rand range 1, 20. This rand range method will generate a random number in between 1 to 19, because 20 will be the exclusive limit and 1 will be the inclusive lower limit. So the number to be guessed, so whatever the value is getting generated in between 1 to 19, which will be assigned to random, and that random is getting printed here. So I is equal to 1 while true. That means we are falling in an infinite loop. So we will be executing an infinite loop while true. So print number guessed I. So the value of I will get printed. So at first it will print 1 here. So if I is equal to rand number. So now whenever this random is equal to I, in that case we are printing this statement, and we are break means the break statement is getting executed, and this break statement actually stops the loop and exits from the loop as well. And otherwise the value of I will get increased by 1, and it will get prepared itself for the next iteration. So let us go for the execution. So here you can find that the number which has been guessed in between 1 to 19 is 4. So this I is equal to 1, the loop has got executed. For I is equal to 2, the loop has got executed. For 3 also, for 4 also, the loop has got executed. But when the 4 is equal to random, random is also containing 4. So 4 is equal to 4 when the condition is true. We are just coming out from this while construct. After printing this line, random number has been guessed successfully, and then we are exiting from this while. So now if you write any statement after this, if we write this statement after this, you can find that the respective statement will get printed. So now here the random number has guessed number 12. So loop has got executed for I is equal to 1 to 12. Random number has been guessed successfully, and then end of the program is getting executed. So in this way we have discussed that what is the purpose of break. Break statement is actually stops the looping, and then it will exit from the loop construct. And using this Python code, we have demonstrated the use of break in our respective example. Thanks for watching this video.
Python continue statement.
In this coding, we are going to explain the use of continue statement in our Python. So for I in range 1, 20, that means the I value will be ranging from 1 to 19, because the upper limit 20 is exclusive and the lower limit 1 is inclusive here. So value of I will be ranging from 1 to 19. So if I %2 is not equal to 0, that means if the number is not a even number, then we're going for the continue. That means when the number is not an even number, that means when the number is odd, then continue. Continue means the next statement will become unreachable, unexecuted, and control will come to the for statement back again. So that is the purpose of the continue. So current iteration gets continued. That means the current iteration will get continued, and the rest part of the code which will be coming after this continue statement will become unreachable, and for that iteration it will remain unexecuted. So let us go for the execution here. You can easily find the execution is producing the outcome like this. So if you make this one as 10, say, so now I will be ranging from 1 to 9. So only the even numbers are going to get printed, because in case of odd number, when the I %2, there is a remainder of the division by 2 is not equal to 0. That means when it is other than any value 0, then it is continuing, so it is going back. So for the only for the even numbers, I %2 will become 0. So that's why this condition will be false. So print I, this statement is getting control. As the condition is false, the continue is not getting executed. In this way, in this particular example, we have demonstrated that how to use the continue statement in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video. In this session, we are discussing Python errors and exceptions. Under the try block, we have written a is equal to one string here, and we are trying to convert this string to the integer, and the assigned value will be assigned onto the variable b. But here you see one exception will be raising, because we cannot convert hi to an integer. So let us execute this code and let us see that what will happen. Here you see this particular try block has got followed by the except block. So this except block will be initiated whenever we are having some error, within the try block. So what has happened, you see, whenever you are trying to convert this a to the integer, it has produced one error, and that's why the control has come directly to this exception block. So here this exception block will be denoted by except and colon will be there. If I write here one statement, you can find that this statement is not getting executed. That means from this particular line where that exception has been, the error has been raised, automatically the control has come to the except block and leaving the rest part of the try block unexecuted and unreachable. But if I convert this one as 100, if I write this one as 100, you can find that I am here is getting printed. That means the full try block has got executed, but exception block, the except block has got not executed here, because there is no exception to convert 100, which is in the form of string, to integer and assign it to b. So also we can print the value of b here. You can find that the b is equal to 100 is getting printed. So in this way we have shown you that how this try and except blocks are working here. If I convert it to high once again, you can find that except block is getting control. So next one is this one. So catching specific exception. So here a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 0, and we are trying to do a by b. So as b is equal to 0 here, so a by b will produce one exception. Here this particular error we have given the name, that is the 0 division error. So division by 0 is not possible, that is the message to be printed here. So let us go for the execution. You can find that division by 0 is not possible. So if I want to print the value of c, you can find that this particular line has become unreachable. But if I make this one say 500 and if I make this one say 10, in that case obviously the except 0 division error, that block will not get the control and it will print the required value for c as 50 here. So that is our catching specific exception. So again you are making this one as 0. You can find that it is printing that division by 0 is not possible, and that means the except block is getting the control whenever we are trying to divide a by 0 here, b is equal to 0 here. So now let us go for the another one. So exception can be raised also. In our code we can raise some exceptions. So let us suppose within the try block we have raised one exception, one error, that is a type error, and except block is handling that type error, and this particular message is going to get printed. So that means we can also raise our error within the try block, and except block should have that particular error code, and that's why the respective body will be executed. So here you see we are having this type error. Instead of this type error, if we keep only this except, then also the code will produce this one. Otherwise you can mention except type error, then also the control will be coming to this block and type error exception caught, that message will get printed. So now let us go for try and finally. So within the try block we have written print in try block, and here you see there is no exception has been raised. So what will happen after execution of the try block, then the finally block will be executed. Except block will not be executed because no error has been raised here. So what will happen, the try block will get executed and the finally block will get executed. So let us go for the execution. So in try block, in the finally block, you can find this. But if you raise one error, using this code, that is raise type error, then what will happen, the try block will be executed. That means this particular code will be printed, this particular statement or string will get printed, and then this raise type error, so control will come to this except and see what happens. You can find that in try block, in except block, in the finally block. That means finally block will be executed in spite of the fact whether any error has occurred within the try block or not. So that means finally block is that very block which is supposed to get executed always, irrespective of the fact whether any error has occurred within the try block or not. Let us suppose within the try block we are opening one data file. How to open one data file, how to perform the read and write operations, we have discussed that one in the previous videos. So let us suppose we are opening one data file. The data file will be open within the try block and we are trying to read or write from the data file. Let us suppose there is some error has occurred while reading the data file. Some portion of the data file has fallen on the bad sector of the hard disk. In that case, what will happen? Some IO error will take place. So in that case, what will happen? The exception will be raised and control will come to the except block. But in the final block, we will be keeping always the F close. That means the closing of the file, that very method will be called within the from the final block. So what will happen? Whenever some error has occurred within the try block, then except block will get the control and ultimately the file will be closed. But while performing the reading or writing operation from the data file, which is there, the code has been written within the try block. If there is no error has occurred, then only also the finally block will get the control and the file will be closed accordingly. So that means those particular codes or statements which are supposed to get executed irrespective of the fact whether errors are occurring or not, they must be written under the final block. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, we have given you the idea what is the purpose of try block, except block and the final block. Thanks for watching this video.
Python exception handling, try, except and finally.
Now in this demonstration, we shall discuss more on these exceptions and errors in Python. So here you see, here we are having one try block. A is equal to 100, B is equal to 20, C is equal to A by B. So here we are having one except block, that is the zero division error. So except on this zero division error, and division by 0 is not possible. But here you see the B is having the value which is non-zero. So we are expecting that this particular division, zero division error will not be raised. So let us go for the execution. You can find that this particular code has got not printed. So let us print it. So now if I go on executing, we can find that this 100 by 20 is equal to 5.0. So it is giving the output because there is no error has occurred. But if I make this one, as 0, then obviously the division by 0 is not possible. That means the control is coming directly from this particular line to this except block, and this particular statement is getting printed, which is written under the except zero division error block. So now you can find that whenever one exception is occurring, then from that line the control is coming directly to the respective except block, and the rest part of the code in the try block will remain unreachable and unexecuted. So let us suppose I'm just writing this one in this way. Okay, now if I go for the execution, I'm writing this one as 100, writing this one as 20. I'm getting the required output as well. So now if I go for the execution, you can find that I'm giving the value ABC and giving the value, you see, whenever I'm writing this value ABC, I'm giving the value ABC, it cannot be converted to the integer using the type conversion method, that is int. So what is the error here? Error is a value error. So that's why I can also go for the value error here. So now I can raise here. So I'm writing one except. The data types are not proper. So I will given this value error here. So now if I execute my code and if I get 100 and then ABC, you can see I'm getting the this particular statement got printed, that is the data types are not proper. So if I execute and if I put ABC at the first, then also it is this particular value error will be caught here. So you see, whenever you are performing this conversion to integer, and whenever I'm giving the input string as ABC, ABC cannot be converted to integer. So that's why the data types are not proper. This particular statement is getting printed because the control is coming directly to this except value error. So it is not going for this zero division error because that exception, that error is not happening. So let us go for say another one. Say I'm going for say I want to have one restriction on this A. So I'm just writing this one. If A is below this 0, that means if A is negative, then I shall have one raise, say I'm going for say a name error, say type error. Okay, so I'm just writing this one, raise type error. So here okay, so now what will happen, see, I'm putting the value 100, I'm putting the value 20, it is giving me the outcome. I'm giving the value minus 90 and giving the value say 16. I'm getting the output that the data is not in range. So in this way also you can raise your type error here. So now I'm doing another check. I'm just going for x by y. You see x and y, they are not defined here. Then what will happen? If I go on executing, it is asking for the value. So let me give the values. And now it is raising one error, that is the name error. It is raising one error, that is the x is not defined. So that means I should go for another one, that is the name error. So data items are not defined. So that is my respective block I have written, print data items are not defined. So now if I go on executing, so these values I'm providing, no issues, but it is producing the control is coming to this except name error, and this particular statement is getting printed that the data items are not defined. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, you can find that one try block can be followed by multiple except blocks, and depending upon the error type which will be raised within the try block, accordingly the respective except block will be executed and rest part of the try block will remain unreachable and unexecuted. Thanks for watching this video.
In this video, we are discussing user-defined exceptions with one demonstration. So here is the demonstration for you.
So in this session, we are discussing user-defined exceptions. We define one class. The name of the class is voters eligibility, which is inheriting the class exception. And this voters eligibility class is having one method, that is a constructor we have defined, and from the constructor we have called the base class constructor, that is using the method super. Here the base class is our exception. So voters eligibility is one user defined class which is inheriting the base class, that is our exception, and this voters eligibility is having one constructor. From the constructor we have called the super method to call the base class constructor. So now let us come to the other part of the program code. Within the try block, age has been initialized with 12, and if age is less than 18, then raise voters eligibility. So here we are using the user defined exception. So that's why we're manually raising the exception, that is the voters eligibility. To handle the situation, we are having the except block, that is the except voters eligibility, which is printing the age is less than 18 here. And when this particular exception will not be raised, then the control will come back to the else block, and here age is greater than or equal to 18. This particular code will get executed. So now let us go for the execution for the better understanding. You see the age is less than 18 is getting printed. So that means here age is 12, so 12 is less than 18, the condition is true. So this voters eligibility will be raised, and then the control will come back to this voters eligibility. So age is less than 18 is getting printed. So now let us go for inclusion of the finally here. So let us go for the finally. So we written this one end of the program. You can find that the finally block is getting executed. So which blocks are getting executed? At first try, as the age is below 18, so the except block, else block is not getting its control for execution, and then the final block is getting executed here. So now let us go for some modifications here. At first I'm making this one set 21. So let us see what will happen. So here we are having this 21. So the raise voters eligibility will not be executed, the exception will not be raised. So control will come to the else block. So age is greater than or equal to 18. That message has got printed, that string has got printed, and final block is getting printed irrespective of the fact whether any exception has occurred or not. So here we are printing the age. Here we are printing this age. You can find that the age is 21. Age is greater than or equal to 18, else block has got its control for execution. End of the program, the finally block has got its control. If I make this one 12, then age is 12, so this particular try block has got the control. From here this condition is true, so the voters eligibility will be raised, contour will come to the except block, so age is less than 18 has got printed, the else block will be skipped, final block will get the control, end of the program is getting executed. So now let us suppose I'm just putting this 12 within double quotes, so it has become a string. So here you see one error has occurred, there is a type error. So I should have the respective block for the type error. So age is not numeric, so that is a type error. You can find that age is 12, so the try block has got its control and got the execution. Now you see here we are performing this check, that means age is less than 18, so age is a string, so this comparison cannot be done. So age is not numeric, so the respective type error will be raised automatically. We are not raising, when this comparison will be done, then the system will be raising this type error. So control will come to this except type error, and age is not numeric, that particular string is getting printed, and then the final block is getting printed, is getting executed, and the statement is getting printed. So you are getting this idea how this user defined exceptions can be written in our Python. Thanks for watching this video. In object oriented programming in Python, we define class and objects. We know that instance of a class is known as an object. An object consists of multiple different messages which will be holding different values, and methods which will decide or which will determine the permitted operations that we can carry out on those messages. Here we are defining one class. The name of the class is mybird, and this class is having three different methods. The first method is very special, is underscore underscore init underscore underscore. This method is known as a constructor. A constructor name will be always underscore underscore init underscore underscore irrespective of the class name, and it will have the prototype which will be having one self as input argument. So this self is actually denoting the object reference, that means object which will be created under this class, and this is also known as this reference. So this particular init, this constructor is having only one statement to get printed. Also we are having other methods, that is the what type, and we are having the method that is scan swim. What type method is having this string to get printed, and this scan swim is also having this string to get printed here. So in this way we have declared the class body mybird. So now we are going for this myparrot, and here we are having one instance variable species which is having this string, that is a bird here, and this is our constructor which will print this respective message. And here we are defining two instance variables separately extra, one is name and age, which will get initialized with these input parameters. We are having another method, that is a can sing, and this from this method we are returning one string, and this is the string which will go on returning. And you see here we are passing this self.name as a first placeholder content, and this song as a second placeholder content. So in this way we have defined this myparrot class here. So now we are having the next class, that is the mypenguin. This mypenguin is inheriting the class mybird. You can easily recall that this mybird was a class, and if I go on executing, you can find that it is having no method has been called from this mybird class, so that's why it is producing no output, only the mere declaration we are having. And now we are having this myparrot, and this myparrot I have executed, so no error has been observed. Now this is mypenguin, this is one class which is inheriting properties from mybird. So mybird properties means these properties will get inherited. We should know that whenever we are having one method or one message preceded by the underscore means it is a private, under the private, and double underscore means it is strictly private. Private members cannot be accessed from outside of the class. So this is mypenguin which is inheriting mybird class, and it is having the respective constructor here, and which is calling the base class constructor. The base class means the mybird. Mybird constructor can only be called using super dot underscore underscore init underscore underscore method. That means we are calling the base class constructor. This super method is actually denoting the base class name, and what about the name of the base class? It can be referred using this super method, and it is calling the base class constructor. In the local function body we are writing this, the penguin is ready. Next one we are having this who is this. This is a respective string to get printed. Can run, this is another method, the respective string will get printed here. So in this way we have defined mypenguin. this we have defined the my penguin, which is inheriting my bird class here. Okay, so I'm writing this one as my penguin, that will be better. So my penguin class inheriting the attributes from the my bird class here. So now let us go for the instantiation. That means we shall declare some instance of the class. Instance of the class means we are defining the object of the class. Here the class name is my parrot. So we are calling the constructor. So mp1, that is the my parrot 1, is equal to my parrot. My parrot 1 will be the name, and 10 will be given as the value for this age here. So you can find that age is will be passed and the name will be passed here. So that's why we are having this my parrot 1 is the name and age is 10. My parrot 2 is the name, 15 is the age here. So in this way you have defined two objects, one is mp1 and the one is mp2. It is actually denoting my parrot 1 and my parrot 2. So now to access the class attributes, we can write in this way: mp1 is a, so we can go for format, and now mp1.class.species. So you can have this one. So species is nothing but one message, I think, one member variable we defined. There is a species, and it is not under private because we haven't given any kind of underscore, single or double before this species. So it is under the public scope, can be accessed from the outside. So that's why we're having this mp1.class.species, and now here we are having this mp2 is also the placeholder is there, and format mp2.class.species. So now we are going for this, that is the instance attribute. So now we are going for this mp1.name and mp1.age are going to get printed using this particular placeholders and dot format method. So mp1.canString, that means here we are having one method, that is a canString. This canSing, you can find that this canSing we defined here. So this is our method is canSing. This particular method requires one string as input argument, the respective the song name. So here we are passing this chirp. So that is the canSing is taking this particular string as input argument, and now we're having this. So now let me go for the execution for the better clarity. You can find that. So my parrot class constructor is executing. So whenever we're calling this particular constructor to instantiate instance variables of this my parrot, then my parrot class constructor is executing 2 times because we have defined 2 objects here. So just going to this my parrot, you can easily find that here we have written this my parrot class constructor is executing. So this line is producing the required string as output, and here the name and age are getting initialized with this input parameters name and age here. So you can get it. Okay, next we're going for this, that is the mp1 is a. You see mp1 is a bird and mp2 is also a bird, because here this species we initialize this species with the string bird here. Okay, now we are printing this mp1.name and mp1.age, and it is giving the value as the my parrot 1 is 10 years of age, and my parrot 2 is 15 years of age. So here mp1.name is getting my parrot 1, we give that name, and age we have passed as 10, so they are getting printed. And in this case mp2.name is getting instantiated with this my parrot 2, and mp2.age is getting instantiated with this 15. So accordingly we are getting the required outcome. So now we are having this canSing. So this particular method is producing this output here. So here you can find that here we are going to have our output, that is my parrot 1 canSing chirp. And here you see we have passed this particular string chirp, that is a chirp here. So this particular string is getting printed here, because if you go to this canSing method, you can easily find that here we wrote this one, that is the respective name canSing this song. Here this song has got initialized with the string chirp here. Okay, now we are going for the another one. So we are going to define one object under the class my penguin. So now this is our class my penguin. It has got the method, that is a who is this and can run. These are respective strings are going to get printed using the print function. So pg1.who is this, pg1.canSwim, and pg1.canRun here. So you can find that this particular class, my penguin, is having the instance functions, that is our who is this and can run. This my bird were already defined here. It is having the method what type and can swim. So as a result of that, this my penguin is inheriting my part. So as a result of that, my birds defined the methods, the defined methods has got inherited into my penguin, so they can be accessed. So here we have used this pg1.can swim and pg1.can run here. You can easily find that in bird we are having this can swim and in penguin we are having this can run, but from the my penguin object I can access both can run and can swim exactly. So now you can find this one. So if I execute, then penguin is ready. This particular message is getting printed from the constructor. So here we are having the constructor. Here we have written this penguin is ready, and now we are having this I can swim, I can run faster. This I can swim, I can run faster, I can run faster has come from this can run, which is defined within this my penguin class. But as it is inheriting my bird class, so from the my bird I can swim, that is I can swim, this particular message is getting printed as we call this can swim method. So I think from this particular example you are getting this idea how to define one class, how to define one object, what is inheritance, and when the inheritance is taking place, then how to access the base class members from the derived class objects. So I think you are getting this idea. This is the required output we're going to get printed. So now let us go for another part. So here we are defining one class, that is a personal computer, to show you that what is data encapsulation. In case of data encapsulation, the member variables and the member functions will get encapsulated within the class. So init, as I discussed earlier, that init is nothing but one constructor. Here this max computer price is nothing but one instance variable which has got initialized with the value 20,000. We're having another method, that is the myCell. We're having the method set max computer price. So you can find that these are respective bodies are there, and set max computer price is taking this price as input parameter, and that price is instantiating or initializing max computer price, that is the instance variable. And against this personal computer class, we have defined one object. The name of the object is pc.mycell. So this method is going to get executed. pc.maxComputerPrice, we have just updated that one using 30,000 here. So pc.mycell, you see the respective method will get printed, and set max computer price, again we're calling this set max computer price method, passing this price as input argument, input parameter, which will initialize this max computer price instance variable. So again, if you go on printing myCell, then obviously I shall be getting this updated price here. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that selling price is 20,000. Initially the selling price will be 20,000 because max price within the constructor got initialized with 20,000. So whenever we call this pc.mycell, so max price has got printed as 20,000. After that we did some update directly using the instance variable. Then we did some update using this set max computer price method, and here the price has become 30,000. So myCell has printed the selling price as 30,000. After doing the update with the 40,000, pc.mycell, this method is printing the selling price as 40,000. So you are getting this idea how these classes are having the respective messages and the methods encapsulated within the class. So I think now you are getting the idea in case of Python how we can implement object oriented language features. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are discussing Python nested dictionary implementation.
Now here we'll be declaring and defining a nested dictionary. So people is equal to 1 colon. So 1 is the key here, and here we are having the value, and the value is also having the key value pair. So again we are having this, there is a key is 2, and this is my value, and value is another dictionary which is having the key value pairs. So that's why it is called nested dictionary. So if we print people, we'll be getting the outcome like this one. So now we are trying to access elements of the dictionary. So print people 1. So 1 means the key will be 1 here. So now we are trying to retrieve from the value, we are trying to retrieve the value against the key name. So accordingly we are getting this John here. For the age, we're getting this 27, and for the sex, we're getting here male. So in this way, we can access elements of this nested dictionary. So next one, we are going to define another people 3, that is the key will be 3, and it is a empty dictionary here. So now adding elements to the dictionary. So people 3 name is Luna, people 3 age 24, people 3 sex female, and people 3 married no. So now if you go on printing, we're already having this the respective key with the values, that is key value is 1, here the key is 2, here the key is 3, and the respective nested dictionary we're observing here. Adding a dictionary to a nested dictionary. So there is another way to add another dictionary, another entry in the nested dictionary. So people 4, so here 4 is the key and the respective value will be the another dictionary here. So if you go for this print people 4, we're getting this outcome like this one. So this is a people, there is a people 4 is this one, but if I print the people, then we are having the respective entry against the key 1, against the key 2, against the key 3, and against the key 4 here. So in this way, the nested dictionary is getting printed. Now deleting elements from a nested dictionary. So if we go for this print people 3, print people 4, so that means key is given as 3, key is given as 4 here. So now what will happen, I'll be getting the respective entry, respective value against the key 3 and against the key 4 here. So now we are deleting people 3 married. So that means this married colon yes, this married colon no, and this married colon yes, they will get deleted if we execute these two set of statements. So now if I print this people 3 and people 4, we're getting them, and this particular key value pair will be omitted because they have got deleted already. So that is a way to handle this our nested dictionary for the deletion of elements. Now just consider this one. We're having another nested dictionary here. So in this particular nested dictionary, I'm just printing this people. So you can find that this with the against the key 1, the values are there, against the key 2, against the key 3, against the key 4, we're having the respective values there. So now we are going for this del, that is a deleting dictionary from the nested dictionary. So we are deleting this dictionary, there's the people 3 and people 4. In that case, if you go for the printing, the print of this people, we are getting this the dictionary entries against the key value 1 and against the key 2 here. So against the key 3 and 4, the respective dictionary will be deleted. So now let us go for this. So at first I'm just printing here people dot items. So you see in the dictionary, in the dict items, we are getting this one as 1, this, 2, this is another dictionary we're remaining with. So now we are using a for loop. We are just writing this one, that is for PID comma pinfo in people dot items. So PID will be initialized in the first iteration, will be initialized by 1, and pinfo will be initialized with this respective dictionary. And in the second iteration, PID will be initialized with 2, and pinfo will be initialized with this nested inner dictionary here. So now we are printing this person ID PID. So we are getting this one, person ID is getting printed as 1, person ID is getting printed as 2 in the next iteration. So now to retrieve the respective values against the key in this inner nested dictionary, we are again using another for loop. So for key in pinfo, we are printing this key, then concatenating with a colon, and then we are printing this pinfo key here. So we are getting this person ID colon 1, so that is getting printed from here, and within this loop, within this for loop, we are printing name colon John, name age colon 27, and sex colon male here. So in this way the things are getting printed. So we are having this name, we are having this age, we are having this sex. So the three values have got picked up against the respective 3 keys from the inner nested dictionary, and in the next iteration we are retrieving the values, key value pairs accordingly in this nested for loop. So in this way, in this particular discussion, we have discussed that how to handle with the nested dictionaries and how to tackle with the key and the value pairs according to our requirement. Thanks for watching this video.
Python operator overloading.
In this session, we are going to demonstrate and illustrate operator overloading which has to be done in our Python programming. We have defined one class, that is the name of the class is myPoint. We know that here we will be considering a two-dimensional point which will have two coordinates x and y. So this is our constructor, and instance variables self.x and self.y will get initialized with the input parameters x and y. These input parameters x and y will have its default arguments, that is 0 and 0. We are also overriding one method, that is underscore underscore str underscore underscore. This very method will be executed whenever we are going to print object under the class myPoint, and it will return one string which will have x comma y only. You see, we have just generated one string here, and that will be returned. We are also overriding one method. This is known as the overloading, that is plus operator. So this plus operator, here you see we have defined one method, that is underscore underscore add underscore underscore. So this method will take one object, that is the other, as input, and it will do the addition in this way. Self.x, that is the instance variable x, and other.x will be added. Self.y and other.y will be added. They will be assigned to x and y, and then the object will be returned with this particular, which will be defined with this particular constructor myPoint, keeping this x and y as input argument. So actually we are calling the constructor of the class myPoint with x and y as input arguments here. Next we are going for the overloading of this less than operator. So here in case of overloading, we are just defining one method, that is underscore underscore lt underscore underscore. It will be having the self and the other, that is another myPoint class object as input argument. So how we are calculating whether it is less than or greater than. So it will be calculated in this way. You see self.x square plus self.y square will be calculated, and that will be assigned to self underscore magnitude, and then other.x square and other.y square will be calculated, and then the sum will be kept in other underscore magnitude. So now we shall return self underscore magnitude less than other underscore magnitude. That means it returns a boolean if self underscore magnitude is lesser than other underscore magnitude. In that case it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So this underscore underscore lt underscore underscore method will return one boolean. So here we are overloading this plus operator, here we are overloading the minus operator, minus less than operator. Okay, so now we have defined two objects, that is p1 and p2 under the class myPoint, and here you see this p1 and p2 under the point myPoint. Here we have passed this x and y values as 1 and 2. So in case of p1, the respective instance variable x and y will get updated with 1 and 2 respectively, and in case of p2, the x and y will get updated with the values 4 and 5 respectively, because we have passed these parameters to this parameterized constructor myPoint. So at first we are going to print this p1 and p2. When you are going to print this myPoint class objects, then underscore underscore str underscore underscore method will get executed, and it will print in this way. So let us go for the execution. You can find that it has printed 1 comma 2 within enclosed within first brackets, and then for this against this line it is printing 4 comma 5 enclosed within first brackets there, and print will leave one blank line here. Next, p1 less than p2. So p1 less than p2, it will be calculated, and it is returning true. Why? Because here we are having 1 square plus 2 square. What is the value? That means 1 plus 4, that is 5. And here we are having 16, that is a 4 square plus 25 square. So that is quite larger compared to this 1 square plus 2 square. So that's why it is returning true here. Now this particular operation can also be done using this underscore underscore lt underscore underscore method directly. So p1 dot underscore underscore lt underscore underscore p2, this p2 is getting assigned onto this other. This p2 is getting assigned onto this other in case of this add and this lt methods. So you see we are doing the same. Actually this line is very much similar with this line. So that's why this calling of this overloading function is same as this one, and also this line is also doing the same as this line is doing. So that's why we are getting the same output here, and in this way we have explained that how the operator overloading can be done in our Python and how to write the respective code. Thanks for watching this video.
Python statements and comments.
For a single line comment, we can use hash prior this comment line, and that will make the line under comment. So hash is the respective marker which will indicate that this line is a comment line. So during execution, these lines are not going to get executed. In case of multi-line comment, we can go for triple double quote, or you can go for triple single quote for enclosing the block of the text. So if we execute this this part, we can find that these multi-line comments can also be written like this. So this particular statement will be printed like this one, but it will not be interpreted. It is just a printing, some mere printing this line. So this line is not getting executed here. So instead of having this triple double quote, so you can also go for triple single quote here. You can easily find that I'm just putting triple single quote. So there also I'm going to get the same outcome. For the assignment statement, we'll be writing variable is equal to expression. So expression will always return a value. So we are having this one, that is a variable is equal to expression in case of Python assignment statement. So if I go on executing, that one will be assigned to A. In case of multi-line statement, so explicit line continuation can be used this slash here. So this slash is our backslash. So you can find that b is equal to 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus. So this is a continuation marker, 4 plus 5 plus 6. So what will happen? It will be considered internally that 4, 5 and 6 are getting added with this 1 plus 2 plus 3. So I can write in this way, just making a separate new line for 4 plus 5 plus 6 and putting one continuation marker here. Otherwise this 4 plus 5 plus 6 can be written adjacently in the previous row. So now if we print the value of b, I'm getting the value as this. So there is a 21, I'm getting the value of b, because this is my 6, and if you go on adding, this is also another 15. So that is 6 plus 15, we're going to get here 21. So implicit line continuation is always there if you put brackets. So that is there is no need to put any kind of slash here. So it will be treated as implicit line continuation. So if you go on printing, it is printing 21. So here if I put this slash, then what will happen? It will produce the same output. But this slash giving is optional. This backslash giving is optional because it is enclosed within brackets. So implicit line continuation will be there. We're having this one, there is a multi-line statement in one line. So whenever you are trying to write multiple statements in one line, we can separate them by the semicolon here. So here you see the if we print the value of D, E and F, you can find that the respective values are getting printed, that is 1, 3 and 0. So multi-line statements can be written in a same line, but here the statements must be separated by the semicolon, and in the last statement does not require any semicolon here. So now next one, so that is a code block, that is a body of a function, loop, etc. starts with the indentation and ends with the first unindented line. So you can find that. So this is our for statement we have written. So there is an indented line here, and this is another block we are starting. So this line has got indented in that case, and this is the first unindented statement. So that means this line is outside of this respective for block. So in this way we are getting this output. You can see this line end of the program, this print end of the program is outside of the for block. So that's why it has got printed once only. So that indicate that which line is under which block or which line is outside of which block. So that will be decided only by the indentation. There is no curly braces, there is no begin end to denote the block begin and block end markers. Thanks for watching this video.
Python pass statement.
Pass is actually a statement which is being used in our code for placeholder. That means in future, if I want to add some more functionality at that very region, at that very section, there we can use this pass statement. So sequence, we are having one sequence here. So here we are having P, A, S and S. So there is a pass, and for val in the sequence, where just in this particular for construct, we are having only one statement, that is a pass. And pass is not having any, will not produce any required output on the screen. So as a result of that, if I go on executing this code, only this end of the program, this statement is getting printed after completion of this for construct. So here you can find that pass has got no any effect, will not produce any effect in the outcome. So this statement is only to be used as a placeholder, so that in future if I want to add some more functionality in this for construct, I can replace pass, I can put those required statements there. So that is the use of pass in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are discussing Python generators.
In the previous video where we have discussed this iterator, there is the iterator feature in our Python programming, we have seen that we are supposed to deal with huge overhead. We are supposed to define the iter method, we are supposed to define the next method, we are supposed to keep the track of the internal states, the raise, the stop iteration when there are no values to be returned, and so many different issues. And this will make our code more lengthy and counterintuitive. And generator comes into rescue in those situations. Python generators are a simple way of creating iterators, and all the overhead we mentioned here in our discussion will be automatically handled by the generators in Python. And simply speaking, a generator is a function that returns an object. There is the iterator object which we can iterate over. That means we can return value one at a time. So it is fairly simple to create a generator in Python, and it is as easy as defining a normal function with the yield statement instead of having the return statement. The difference is that while a return statement terminates, a function entirely terminates at that very statement. But in case of yield statement, the yield statement pauses the function, saving all its states, and later continues from there on successive calls. And that is the basic difference between the return and the yield statement. So let us go for this practical example for the better understanding. Here we have defined one method, that is a my generator. N is equal to 1, this is printed first, yield n. So this particular state is getting saved here. So n plus equal to 1, print, this is printed second, yield n. And then we are having this n plus equal to 1. So n is getting increased. Now it has got the value 3 here, because initially it was having the value 1, and next time it has got increased by 1. So yield n. So now the n has got the value 2. So n is equal to n plus 1. The value of n has become 3. This is printed at last, and yield n is there. So here you see, instead of using the return statement, we have used the yield statement. Now what is the purpose of this? So now using this particular method, the returned we are assigning to this a. So a is nothing but one iterator object. So to access the elements from this a, we are using two ways. One using one for loop, and another one using the next method. So next of a, so let me execute the code so you can get the output. So next of a is printing, this is the printed first. Next a, it is printing that this is the printed second. Next a, it is printing that this is printed at the last. Now we are going for this using for loop. So this particular message has got printed here. So now iterating using the for loop here. So for item in, I'm just calling this method. There is a my underscore generator method we are calling, and it is returning the respective iterator. So print item. So I'm going for this printing this item. Here we are having this for each loop. So each and every time it will retrieve the next element from this iterator, which is being returned by this my generator method. So it is printing in this way. This is printed first 1, this is printed second 2, and this is printed at last, that is our 3. So in this way you can find that in this generator method, I didn't define any iter method or next method. The iterator is getting handled automatically by this generator. So let us go for another example for the more clarity. So generator with a loop. So here we have defined one method, that is a reverse string, which will take this my string as input parameter. So length of the my string will be kept in length. We have used the method len here. So for I in range, so length minus 1. Let us suppose I have given this particular string, that is a world. So how many letters are there in this world? We are having this 5 letters. So the length will be 5 here. So now length minus 1 means what? So that is our 4. Minus 1, we know that whenever we are having this range, so it will reach up to 0. So 4 to 0 with the step -1. So this is our step -1. So 420 it will range, and because that's why I've given here the next parameter as our -1 to this range method. So now here this length is having the value 5, so 5 minus 1 is 4, 420 with the step -1, and then the respective character will be retrieved from this my string, and that is we are returning it using this yield. So now we are just accumulating the return states of this particular method, that is the reverse string. So now if we go for card in reverse string world, and if we go for this print card, you see the reverse string is actually returning one iterator, and this iterator, from this iterator we are retrieving character by character using this for each loop, using this for loop, and we are printing this DLROW. That is a reverse of the that is the characters, reverse order of the characters existing in the world text. So in this way I've shown you that there is no need to handle or raise any stop iteration. There is no need to handle this next method or override this or define this iter method. Everything will be handled by this generator, and there is a nice way to handle our iterator in our Python. Thanks for watching this video.
Python decorators.
Python is having a very interesting feature which is known as the decorators, and which will add functionality to an existing code. And this is also known as metaprogramming, as a part of the program tries to modify another part of the program at the compile time. To discuss more about these decorators, let us consider this example. Here we are having one simple function. The simple function name is also simple function. So print I am a simple function. Okay. So now if I execute this code, obviously this line will get printed. But here we are defining one decorator. So that is the function is that the name of the function is make decorated, which will take a function as input, and this is our inner function here. So def inner function. So print I got decorated, and this function which will be passed as input argument, that function will get printed, and this inner function will be returned here. So now you see I'm calling this function, that is a make decorated. So make decorated and passing this simple function as the input parameter. So this simple function will be assigned to this function. This line will get printed, and this particular function will execute its body. So I am a simple function will get executed, and then the inner function, the reference will be returned, and that has been assigned to this decor. So now when the point from this decor we are calling this function, we are getting the output like this one. So I got decorated. So this particular line has got printed. Then the function which has been passed as input argument, that is a simple function, the body will get printed. So I am a simple function. So I am a simple function is getting executing. So this particular thing can also be done in this way. I'm just showing you. So here you see we are defining with the symbol at the rate of, we are defining this decorator function name. So we are writing this one, a very simple one. So at the rate of make decorated. So whenever this simple function will be called, then make decorated will be called by default automatically. So I can show you. So I'm going for this simple function. So now you see I'm just erasing the output. So I'm going for this execution. I'm finding that I got decorated. I am a simple function is having the respective output string got printed. So here whenever this simple function will be called, it will be called the make decorated function will be called, and this make decorated will automatically take this simple function as input parameter, and the respective code will get executed as I explained. So writing these two lines and without writing this one will have the same effect. If you write this particular line, that is the decorator function name preceded by this at the rate of symbol, and don't write this one, just calling this function directly, it will produce the same output as I have demonstrated. So let us go for another example for the easy understanding. So another example is with us. So let us go for that. So here we are having this my smart division. So there is one function I've defined which will take this function as input argument. So I think this is the decorator function we are having. The main function is our go divide, which will just perform a by b and the value will be returned. But here you see the decorator function name has been written after this at the rate of symbol as I did before. So this is our inner function x and y. This x and y value will be this particular parameter will get the value this a and b, and I am dividing x and y. If y is equal to 0, oops, division by 0 is illegal. This message will get printed and returned. Otherwise, this return function x comma y. So this particular function value will be returned here. And then we are having this function, inner function here. So now here you see we have passed this parameter, that is a 20 and 2. So 20 and 2 will be assigned to this a and b. So that is a 22, and that very decorator function will be called. This go divide will be the input argument to this decorator function. So func this 20 and this 2 will be assigned to this x and y, and the respective outputs will be obtained. I'm just going to show you. I'm dividing 20 and 2. This message is coming from this line. Here you see the 2 is not equal to 0. So this particular line, this particular block is not getting executed. So return function xy. So xy, the division will take place and the value will be returned, and the value will be 10.0. And but in this case, when I'm passing this b as 0 here, so oops, division by 0 is illegal, and this message is getting printed and it returns nothing. So that's why it returns nothing. That's why the none is getting printed. So generally we decorate a function and assign it as go divide is equal to my smart div go divide. So actually when I'm just mentioning this decorator function here, after this at the rate of symbol, and whenever this decorator function is, whenever the function is getting defined, actually we're actually writing this one as go divide is equal to my smart div go divide. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, I have shown you that how to use these decorator functions and decorators in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
Python while loop.
In this demonstration, we are discussing the use of while loop in our Python coding. So here we have made I is equal to 3, I has been initialized with 3, while I is greater than 0 colon. So whenever we are giving colon, then the next line will be coming with the indentation. That means this line is within the while block. We are printing the value of I and also decreasing the value of I by 1 here. So let us go for the execution. You can find that 3, 2, 1, they are getting printed. Because when the value of I will become 1, so 1 is greater than 0 condition is true. So print I, 1 is getting printed. Now 1 is getting decreased by 1, so it will become 0. So I will have the value 0. So 0 greater than 0, the condition is false. So that's why it is coming out from the while loop. So let us go for while else structure. So while I less than 10, print I and then I plus equal to 1. That means when the value of I is not equal to 10, below 10, that means when the I is less than 10, then the I will get printed, and each and every time the I will be increased by 1 here. And when this loop will get terminated, then you are going to print that displayed successfully. So let us go for the execution. Say at first I'm just initializing this I with the value say 5 here. So now see the 5 is getting printed. So 5 has got increased to 6. 6 is less than 10. So 6 has got printed. Similarly 7, 8 and 9 has got printed. 9 has been increased by 1. So it has become 10. So 10 less than 10, the condition is false. So control will be coming to the else part and displayed successfully. The message is getting printed here. So in this way you can find that how this respective while with else structure is there. The blocks are getting printed accordingly, are getting executed accordingly. Let us go for this pattern printing. These are the very common problems in our exams. So n will be taken from the keyboard as input, that is the number of layers. If the number of layer is equal to 6, that means here we'll be having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 number of layers. Also you can consider 6 is the number of heights here. So to print this particular pattern, here you will be having some blank characters and then some asterisk symbols will get printed. But if I write only the blank characters, it will be not easy for us to count that how many blank characters are there. So in place of blank, we have written here dot. So in the coding also, you can replace this dot by blank if I want to get the final pattern here. So here we have made one tracing table. This is known as tracing table, where we are trying to trace the logic of our code. So for n is equal to 6, this is the respective pattern to be printed. So I is the layer number or the height number. It is ranging from 1 to 6. And here we are counting for each and every layer. We are counting the number of blanks and the number of stars in this particular tracing table. So here we are having 5 blank spaces and then 1 star, so we have written 5 and 1. Here we are getting 4 blank spaces and then 3 stars, so we have written this 4 and 3. Here we are getting no blank spaces, but here we are having 11 stars, so 0 number of blank spaces and 11 number of stars or asterisk symbols are going to get printed. So from here we are supposed to get the logic for blank and logic for the asterisk symbol. So what will be the logic for blank here? You can find that I is increasing and the blank is decreasing. So if you subtract this I from some fixed quantity, let it be n is equal to 6. So if you subtract this I from this 6, then obviously when the I will be increasing, the difference value will be decreasing. So whenever you are finding some logic that is something is increasing and another one is decreasing, then obviously the value, the variable which is increasing should be subtracted from some fixed quantity, so that when the variable will be increasing, the difference value will be decreasing. So that's why 6 minus 1 is 5, 6 minus 2 is 4, 6 minus 3 is 3, and 6 minus 6 is 0. So here the respective logic for the blank will be n minus I. Next one, I is increasing by 1, star is also increasing but by 2. So what we shall do, if I is 1, star is equal to 1, I is 2, number of star will be 3, I is equal to 5, number of star is equal to 9. So we think that here the logic will be 2 star I minus 1, because 2 into 1 2, minus 1 is 1, 2 into 3 is 6, minus 1 is 5, 2 into 6 is 12, minus 1 is 11 here. So here the respective logic will be 2 star I minus 1. So we have got the logic. Now we are going to implement it here. So n is equal to int input, please enter the number of layers, and then I is equal to 1 we have put, and when this value of I is less than equal to n, that means I will be ranging from 1 to 6 if the value of n is equal to 6 given. So here we have put that one everything in the while loop construct. So j is equal to 1, j we are considering another loop control variable. So j will be equal to 1, and while j is less than, so now what will happen, for each and every layer we will be printing a certain number of blank characters and then certain number of asterisk symbols, then we shall go for the continuity break. So that will be the skeleton of our program. So at first we are going to print some blank characters and then we are going to print some asterisk symbols. So how many blank characters we are having? We are having n minus I number of blank characters. So here we are putting this one as n minus 1, n minus I. So j is equal to 1, j less than equal to n minus I, print. Here we are printing this dot, and end is equal to double quote means here we are just omitting the trailing new line character. So all these dots will get printed in the same line. So now again we are making this j is equal to 1 and j is less than equal to, so here we are putting this star logic, that is a 2 star I minus 1. So we are putting this logic here, and then print star and continuity will be there, all the stars will get printed in the same row. So that's why end is equal to double quote. So this is a print which will break the continuity. So we'll be printing certain number of dots, certain number of stars, so the next dot will be coming from the next line. So that's why to break the continuity, here we are putting another print statement. So print function has been called here. So now let me go for the execution. We can find that if we give the value as 6, I'm getting this pattern here. So I think, so I should make this one 2 star I minus 1. I should go for I increase. So that statement is missing. So let us go for this I increase. So I is equal to I plus 1. So here this I has to be increased by 1, and also let us put the same in our while. So what we shall do is that, so j is equal to j plus 1. So that statement is required, otherwise my program will fall in an infinite loop. J is equal to j plus 1 here. So let us go for the execution. So here we are putting the value of n is equal to 6. So we are getting this pattern. We are getting this pattern. So now if you put a different value for n here, if I put the value of n is equal to 11, we are getting the pattern like this. You can easily fill that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes. So here we are getting this 11 number of layers, and the pattern is getting printed accordingly. So after writing any code, you should test your code with the multiple different values for inputs. So let me check again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, we are having the 9 layers. So each and every layer will be having this preceding dots and then start. So now in place of dot, if you put a blank character, then the pattern will be looking like this. And the pattern will be looking like this in this way. Okay, now let us go for the another example. So I want to print this pattern like this. So n is equal to 11, always the value of n should be odd here. So m is the middle point, I might be requiring it. So let us at first go for the pattern. So this is the pattern we are going to print. So in the tracing table we have written I is ranging from 1 to 11 because 11 has been given, and 11 must be odd, otherwise this pattern will not have the symmetry if we have the n is equal to even number. So pattern will not be having the symmetry. So now we are counting the number of dots and the starts, So similarly whatever we did earlier, so just consider this row arbitrarily. So we are having 4 dots and 3 starts, so we have written that one as 4 dots and 3 starts. In this way we have filled up this dot column and the start column. So now let us go for the logic derivation. You know that I is increasing throughout. It is ranging from 1 to 11. But here this dot is at first increasing, then it is decreasing. So I cannot expect that same formula will work for the both hubs. So that's why we are going for a separate formula for this respective logic for this dot printing in the first hub and in the lower hub separately. So how to do that one? Let us go for the calculations here. So if it is 1, then it is 0. If it is 2, then it is 1. If it is 6, then it is 5. So it should be I minus 1. Okay, now come to this point. If it is 7, it is 4. If it is 8, it is 3. If it is 9, it is 2. So that means I should subtract this I from some fixed quantity, so that when the value of I will be increasing, the difference value will be decreasing here. So here we are having this I n is equal to 11. So 11 minus 7, 4, 11 minus 8, 3, 11 minus 10, 1, 11 minus 11 is 0 here. So here the logic will be n minus I. Next one is that for this particular n is equal to 11, my middle point is the middle layer is the 6th layer. So how to get 6 here? So that is very simple. 11 plus 1, 12 by 2 is equal to 6. So that's why we are calculating another variable. So the variable is getting initialized with 6 when the value of n is equal to 11. M stands for the middlemost layer. So now let us go for the calculation, the logic derivation for this star. So these expressions, whatever you are going to derive here, can contain I, can contain n, and also can contain m here. So let us go for this derivation. So here you can find that I is increasing by 1 and star is decreasing by 2. So that means when the I is there, it must be subtracted from this fixed quantity, so that difference value will be decreasing when the value of I will be increasing. So let us go for the derivation. So what is the logic we are finding? Just consider here. So 6 minus 1, that is a 5, 5 into 2, that is 10, plus 1, that is 11. So I'm going to give you 2 clues. Clue number 1, when I is increasing, star is decreasing. That means the I has to be subtracted from some fixed quantity, so that when the value of I will be increasing, the difference value will be decreasing. That is our point number 1. Point number 2 here is that here you can find that I is increasing by 1, but this star is decreasing by 2. So the difference value has to be multiplied by 2, so that the difference will get decreased by the factor of 2. So 6 minus 1, 5 into 2, 10 plus 1, 11. 6 minus 4 is 2 into 2, 4 plus 1, 5. 6 minus 6 is 0 into 2, 0 plus 1, 1. So here the formula will be 2 star. Here the formula will be 2 star m minus I plus 1. Last in this case, we're having this one, that is this particular case. So if I is 7, star is 2, 3, I is 8, star is 5. So you can see that it is increasing by 1, it is also increasing, but increasing by 2. So 2 multiplication factor will be there. So that is our clue. Okay, now see. So 7 minus 6, 1, 2 into 1, 2 plus 1 is 3. 9 minus 6, what is that? 3 into 2, 6 plus 1, 7. So that's why here the logic will be 2 star I minus m. So 2 star I minus m. So we are going to get here plus 1. So we have got the logic. Now how to implement the same. So let me put this one here. There is a code I'm going to put here. I'm going to update the same. See. So here we have got the logic. Now how to implement it. What we can do, that after reading this value of n, we are calculating the middlemost value. So what is that? N plus 1 whole by 2. Okay. Please enter the odd number of layers. Okay. Next. If I greater than m. Now what is the meaning of I greater than m? Upper half or lower half? I greater than m means it is the lower half. So blanks, number of blank will be equal to, in the lower half, n minus I. We got this one from here, this one, and for this star we are having this formula. So that is our star. So here we are writing s is equal to this formula. Else, so we shall be going for this blank, and blank is equal to I minus 1, and the star will be equal to 2 star m minus I. So 2 star m minus I plus 1. So if I greater than m, there is a blank, there is a star, else there is a blank, there is a star. So in this way I've got this logic. So now how many number of blanks will get printed, dots will get printed, b number of, and how many number of stars will get printed, s number of. So in this way I can easily implement my code. So let me go for a cross check. If I execute this code, if I give the value of 11, then I'm getting this pattern. So here you see we are having this tracing table. This is a tracing table we are having, and there is a respective implementation. You can easily find that how this code has got implemented. So if I give the value say 13, I'm getting the pattern like this. Let me count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, we are getting this 13 number of layers here. Obviously the layer number will be starting from 1 to 13 in this fashion. So let me go for the another execution. If I make this one as 7, we are getting this pattern like this. Okay. So if user gives the event value for this n, then what will happen? The pattern will not have the respective symmetry here. Now I'm going to give you one example, one practice example here, which has to be solved by you. So this is a practice work. We are having a program to display a pattern using loops. So here the pattern is given, and here also prepared this tracing table. And here you are supposed to derive the logic, and then the respective logic has to be implemented using Python coding. So I'm giving this particular assignment as a practice work for your better understanding and for your better performance. So please solve this problem. I've made the problem partially done in the planning phase, and now implement it using the Python code, and similar type of code already we have written. So you are supposed to check that one from this example. So in this particular demonstration, we have discussed how to use the while loop in our Python code. Thanks for watching this video. The use of if, elif and else block. So let us go for the detailing. If, after if, we'll be writing one condition, and then we are supposed to put one colon, and whenever we are putting a colon, then the next line will be coming with the indentation. That means in this particular indentation we are having 1, 2, 3, 4 blank spaces, and that will indicate that this particular statement, this particular block will be under that conditional if. So when the condition will be true, the control will be coming to this block. Else if, we are talking it as else if, we are calling it as else if, but it is ELIF. So different languages are having different syntax to write this one. So it is ELIF, there is a else if. After else if, we are putting another condition, and then we are having one colon here. The next block will get executed when this particular condition will be true, and control will be coming to the else block if the condition against the if statement is false here. So when this particular condition is false, as well as when the condition was false, then the control will be coming to this elif block. So here we are having two conditions that they are connected with the and then if the both conditions are true, then the control will be coming to this block for execution. Otherwise, the control will come to this block. In this if, elif and else, elif and else, these blocks are optional. We may or may not give. Else will be the last block. After else, we cannot have the elif. But this if is mandatory. If we write any conditional statement, if is mandatory, but elif and else, they are not mandatory. Here we have used two elif blocks, but we can have multiple such. But else will have a single block here. That means we cannot have another else. So let us go for the execution. You can find that we are asking the age of a person, and then using the input function, we are reading the age from the keyboard, and then we are converting it to the integer, and then it is getting assigned onto the variable age. And then if age is less than 5, then this condition, this particular statement is going to get printed as the condition is becoming true. So let us go for the execution. You can find better. So I'm putting the age like 4 here. You see it is printing too young because 4 is less than 5. This condition is true. So control is coming down here, and rest part will remain unexecuted, unreachable. Next, if I go for the execution, if I put the value say 5 exactly, then kindergarten is getting printed. So kindergarten is getting printed because this line is getting the control. Now we shall put one age in between 5 to 17. So let us go for say 10 here. Say you see go to 5 grade because 10 minus 5 is 5. So that 5 is getting printed. So control came in this block here. Now we are going for the next one. So if we put the age say 20 here, if you put the age say 20, then it is going for go to college. It is going for go to college. So in this way you are getting this idea that how these conditional statements are getting executed. So let us go for another example where you will be using the nested if. That means one if block within another outer if. In this program we will input a number and check if the number is positive or negative or 0, and display an appropriate message. This time we will use the nested if. So at first we are asking the user to input a number, and the number will be converted to the float type, and then that will be assigned to the num. If num is greater than equal to 0, that means if the num is greater than equal to 0, then we are going for this operation. So when the number is greater than equal to 0, so we are coming down to this block, and here we are checking whether the number is 0 or not. If the number is 0, we are printing this message 0, otherwise we are printing the message negative number. So if the condition is false, then control will be coming directly to this else block, and here the negative number will get printed. Here you can find that this if else block is within this indentation of the outer one. So that means when this condition is true, then control will be coming to this if else nested one. So this is our nested if. So you are getting this idea that indentation is playing a very vital role in our Python coding. So let me go for the execution. Here we are putting the value say 0. So as a result of that, num greater than equal to 0 is getting true. So now it will control will come to this line, number is equal to 0 is true here because I put the value 0, and then print 0. So 0 has got printed. Rest code has remained unreachable, unexecuted. Let us go for another time execution with the values of 5. We can find that 5 is greater than equal to 0, the condition is true. 5 is equal to 0, the condition is false. So it is coming to this positive number here. So that's why the positive number string has got printed. So now if I go for this minus 10, you can find that negative number is getting printed because minus 10 greater than equal to 0, the condition is false. So control will come directly to the else part, and the negative number will get printed. So in this way we have demonstrated that how to use the if, elif and else block, and what is nested if, and how to write that one with the proper indentation. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are discussing Python matrix implementation.
A matrix is a two-dimensional data structure. In the real world, we often have to define one rectangular data table to store our data, and obviously in this particular data table we'll be having multiple number of rows and multiple number of columns. So let us discuss in our Python how we can define a two-dimensional matrix. So here you see, here we are defining a two-dimensional matrix. Here we are defining one list, and the list is having 3 elements, and each element individually is another list and consisting of say 1 string and 5 integer data. So this is known as a two-dimensional matrix with integers and obviously with some strings here also. So B is another nested list, but it cannot be treated as a matrix because they are having different number of elements in this nested lists. Here you can find we are having the 6 elements are there, we are having 6 elements are there, but we are having 4 elements have got listed here. So now let us go for the printing. We can see that how the outputs are coming. So it is known as a two-dimensional matrix with integers and along with the strings. But the next one is not a matrix here because they are not having the same number of rows and columns. So each and every data items are having different number of elements inside it. So here we are having 6 elements, here we are having 4 elements, here we are having 6 elements back again. So it is not a matrix, it is a nested list, but it can be considered as a matrix. So having 3 rows and 6 columns, we can consider it. So now let us go on creating one dynamic matrix using the loop in Python here. So how to create that one? So n is equal to 3, m is equal to 4, and a is equal to 0, that is the one single element in this particular list, star n, that means it will be repeated for n number of times, that means it will be repeated for 3 number of times. So if you print this a, we are getting the outcome like this one. So now for I in range n, so n is having the value 3, so this I will be ranging from 0, 1 and 2. AI is equal to 0 star m. So for each and every location of this AI, that is the ith location, ith index will have 0 for m number of times. So m is having the value 4. So for 4 number of times 0 will be there for each and every index of a. So ultimately if I print, then I'm getting a matrix which is having 3 rows and 4 columns, and all the members of this list and the nested list are zeros. So now how to access our elements there? So now let me go for this. So if we print a 0, that means the 0th element will get printed, and that is another list. So this particular outcome will be obtained. If you go for this A01, so that means we are printing this very element because the 0th location is having one list and its index number 1, that means this 0 will get printed here. So A1 comma 2, so that means we are having this A1 2, that means we are having this 0 index, this is a 1 index, and 2 means it is at the 0 index, it is at the 1 index, and it is at the 0th index. So this particular 0 will get printed here. So also you can go for the negative indexing. So you can find here, so A has got printed. Now we are going to print this -1. So -1 means this particular list will get printed here. So -1, -2. So from this -1 we are having this -2 means this very element will get printed here. So -2, -3. So -1, this is my -2, and its -3 means this is our -1, this is my -2, and this is my -3. So this particular element has got printed. So in this way, in case of matrix also, we can use the indexing, we can do the slicing accordingly. Using index, we can extract the required data items from this matrix. So change elements of a matrix in Python. So print A, so we are having this one. So print A, we are having this respective matrix. So B is equal to A0, that means this will be assigned to B. And whenever we are printing B, we are getting these values here. And now we are going for this B1 is equal to 75. So B1 is equal to 75 means, so this very location will have the value 75. And here you see we have written B is equal to A0. That means here the respective values, that means here we have done the copy of this A, that is the 0th element will be copied to B. So B and A both will be referring to the same memory addresses. So whenever you are printing this value of A, I'm finding that the 75 has got updated here also. The 75 has got updated here also. So to have the better clarity on this concept, please watch the video on the shallow copy and the deep copy we have done separately. So now B1 is equal to 75. So print B, so it has got the updated content of the B. But if you go for the print A, we are finding that the 0th element is having this 75 has got updated in this list also. A2 is equal to this. That means we are having this 0, 1, 2. So in the second index, the list has got updated with this new list content. So in this way, we have shown you that how to do some changes of elements of a matrix in Python. So in our discussion, we have discussed what is a matrix and how to implement it and how to do operations on this matrix. Thanks for watching this video.
Python regular expressions.
Regular expression in Python is a very powerful tool, and regular expressions allows us to locate and change strings in a very powerful ways, and they work in almost exactly the same way in every programming language as well. So regular expressions, that is the regex, are used to search for a specific string in a large amount of data, verify that a string has the proper format. In case of email format checking, phone number format checking, we can use this regular expression, and find a string and replace it with another string, format data into the proper format, and for importing, for example. So there are different cases where this regular expression can be used. So import the regex module. So for that one we'll be using import re, and let us suppose we want to find this for a particular match. So search for APE in the string. So if re.search APE, so here we are having the string app, and the respective string in which we will be doing the searching is the app was at the apex. So now if we do this searching, we are finding that there is an app. So when this particular re.search will return a true, then this respective message will get printed. So let me go for the execution. You can find that it is getting printed accordingly. If I go for this one, say APEB, in that case, then obviously the message will not get printed because it is returning false here. So that is re.search, that is the search for a certain string into another given string. Next we are going for this one. So we are going for the find all. This function returns a list of matches. So dot is used to match any one character or a space. So dot is nothing but one wildcard character which will be denoting any single character or a space. So all apps is equal to re.find all. So ap dot, that means here we can have any character, any one character or a space. The app was at the apex. So if it is the main string, so for I in all apps, if we go for print I can get this one as APE blank space and APEX. So in this way I'm getting the respective matches. That is find all returns all the list of matches, and here this dot is being used as a wildcard character denoting a single character or a space. Next we are going for this find iter, which returns an iterator of matching objects, and you can use span to get the location. So now here you see this is the main string given, the app was at the apex, and then we're having this I in re.find iter. So now it is returning one iterator. So that's why we're having this ap dot means any character, that's str. So this is the main string. So here we are having some matches, and we can get it the respective value, that is I.span. So from which character to which character it is getting extended. So there is a lock tuple, and then print lock tuple. You see they are getting printed as the tuple here. So now you are also printing the substring from the str. So there is a lock tuple 0 colon lock tuple 1. So in this way you are just going for the printing. Lock tuple 0 means the first index, and the lock tuple 1 means the second index, and the second index is always exclusive and the first index is inclusive. So let us go for further explanation once again. So let me execute my code here. You are getting the output like this. So now you see when you are printing this lock tuple, so first time I'm getting this match ranging from character number 4 to character number 8. So just come to here. So it is my character number 0, 1, 2, 3. So 4, 5, 6, 7. So 8 is exclusive. So here we are having the search string, that is the APE dot. So that's why I'm including this blank space here. So that is my 7. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So now we are having this 19, 20, 21, 22. So 23 is exclusive. So that's why I'm getting this one. So whenever you are going for this lock tuple 0, I'm just retrieving 4 colon lock tuple 1. I'm retrieving 8 here. So 4 to 8, that means all the characters ranging from location number 4 to 7 will be printed, will be retrieved as a substring. Now match one or several letters. Square brackets will match any one of the characters between the brackets, not including upper and the lower varieties unless they are listed. So now here I having one string, that is the animal str. So all animals is equal to re dot find all. So now you can see here we are having list of characters. So any one of them can be picked up. So CRMFP. So the strings actually, the substrings for the matching actually are passed as CAT, RAT, MAT, FAT, and PAT. So that will be searched in the main string, that is the animal str. So for I in animals, all animals I'll be getting, I shall go on printing this I. So you see we're getting this one as RAT because RAT is there and RAT is the substring to be searched. MAT, FAT, and PAT, we have got this one, but capital CAT is not coming because capital C is a different character from the small c. So in this way we are getting this idea that how we can enclose multiple characters within third brackets, which will indicate that any one of the characters can be taken from these characters enclosed within the third bracket. We can also allow for characters in a range. Remember to include upper and the lowercase letters as required. So animal str is equal to this, and some animals is equal to re dot find all. So C to M, that means C, D, E up to M lowercase, and C to M in the uppercase, and CAT. So now AT. So now we are having this AT. So CAT will have the match here, and then we are having this MAT will have the match here, and FAT will have the match here. So but PAT is not having the match because P is not included in this ranges. So now in this way, if you go on printing, I'm getting this CAT, MAT, and FAT are getting printed. I'm just executing my code, you are getting my output. Use this upper caret to denote any character but whatever characters are between the brackets. So that means any character but whatever the characters between the brackets. So now here you see we are having this C and R within the third bracket, and this not symbol is there. So other than C and R, so rest of the patterns will be searched here. So as a result of that, CAT will not be coming and RAT will not be coming in the output, but MAT, FAT, and PAT can have their matches. So for I in some animals, so if you go for print I, I'm getting this output, that is MAT, FAT, and PAT. So I'm executing my code, you are getting the output. Replace all matches. So replace matching items in a string. So all food is this, that is a rat, cat, mat, and pat. You can compile a regex into pattern objects which provide additional methods. So that is the re.compile CRAT. So actually we are having this CAT and RAT. So now we are having this sub, that is actually substitute. So sub replaces items that match the regex in the string with the first attribute string passed to the sub. So now you see in case of owl food, the regex.sub, that is a substitute. So this owl food, actually this owl food is the main string here, and owl will be the replacing one, and regex has got initialized with this, has got compiled with this CAT and RAT. So this CAT and RAT will be replaced by OWL, but MAT and PAT will remain as it is. So now when you are printing this owl food, I'm getting this owl, mat, and pat. I think you are getting my idea. Next one is about solving backslash problems. So regex use the backslash to designate the special characters, and the Python does the same inside strings, which causes issues. So let us try to get this / stuff out of a string. So now here you see this is my string to be searched. There is a / stuff, the string to be searched. So random str is equal to, here is / stuff. But if you go for this rd.search, there is a / stuff into rand str. If you go on searching, it will find nothing here. I can show you. So it is find nothing, because here this / stuff is not the same whatever we are thinking about. So in that case, what you can do, that to have a slash in my pattern, I should use double slash. So to have double slashes in my pattern, I should use 4 slashes. So you see 4 / characters we have included, and then stuff. Now we are going to get our output here. So now we are getting a match here, and the span is 8 to 14. So this thing can also be written using this one, where R stands for the raw string. So you can get around this by using the raw string, and which don't treat backslashes as a special character. So now you see here R stands for the raw string. So now when you are putting this, you are getting the same output as we had in case of 4 times slash before stuff in the search string. So matching any character, we saw that dot matches any character, but if we want to match a period, there is a backslash period will be used there. So just consider this one. We're having this f.b.i.r.s. and cia. So now we are going for this match. That is, the dot means any character and slash dot means a dot. So then dot is any character and the slash dot means a dot, and slash means any character. So this is a pattern I've given. This is a regular expression I've given. So I'll be searching in this random str. So rand str. So here we'll be searching, and here we'll getting two matches, and they're nothing but f.b.i and i.r.s. So obviously cia, they are not having the dots in between, so that's why that is not getting a perfect match. So the first dot is indicating any character, so as a result of that f is getting matched here, and then slash dot is actually denoting a dot here, so this dot is there, and then another dot is denoting any character, so b is having a match there, and slash dot denotes another dot, so this dot is getting matched here, and here we are having this dot, and that is denoting that can be matched with this I here. So that's why f.b.i and i.r.s, two matches I'm getting here. So now going for this matching white space. So we can match any white space character. So here we are having this rand str is equal to this. So we have gone for this multi-line here. So print rand str. So it will print the respective string here. You can find that it will print the respective string. So let us go for this. Yes, the string has got printed. Now what we are doing here, that means we are going for this re.compile/n. So there is a new line character, and then regex.substitute. This particular the /n will be replaced by this single space here. So as a result of that, when I shall print this rand str, the total line will get printed in the same line, in the same row, with the blank space as a separator. So you see the same row, the full line has got printed with a blank space as a separator. So here you see in between long and string there was a /n. Now it is being replaced by a blank space, and then between the goes and on we had one /n here, but it has been replaced by a single blank space. So now let us go for the next one, that is match any single number, So /d can be used instead of 0 to 9, and /D is same as not 0 to 9. So here we are having this rand str 1 2 3 4 5. So if you want to have a perfect match here, then I can go for this re.findAll /d. That means we are searching for this any digit here, any digit in this random str. So I'll be getting a match for the 5 times. I'll be getting match here for the 5 times. So now you see, if I print this one again without this len, so if I go on the executing this, I can find that I'm getting this match for 5 times, for 5 different digits. Matching multiple numbers. So you can match multiple digits by following this /d with the number of values. So here you see we are having the match 5 numbers only. So we can go for this /d 5 and then 1 2 3 4 5. So now if you go for the execution, you can find that it is a zip code. That means here we are having this particular match here. So that's why re.search is returning a true. Here /d denotes any digit, and 5 denotes the 5 number of digits. So here we are having 5 number of digits are there. So that's why here we are going to get a match here. If you put a character here, so if you go for the execution, you see it is a zip code. That text is not getting printed. So because that is not a perfect match, you are having one alphabet in between. So you can also match within the range. So the match values that are between this 5 to 7 digits. So here we are having the main string here. So now we can go for this find all, that is a /d there is any digit, the range will be 5 or 7, 5 or 7. So as a result of that, here we are having these 5 digits. So now let me go for this match. So in between this 5, in between this 5 and 7, that means in between 5, 6, 7, we're having 3 lengths are feasible. So that's why I'm getting this match of 3. So here you see we're having, this is a perfect match, this is a perfect match, and this is also a perfect match. It has got a length of 5, it has got a length of 6, it has got a length of 7. So 5, 7 means 5 to 7. That means all the numbers consisting of digits only and having 5 to 7 digits, that means 5 digits or 6 digits or 7 digits will have the match here. Matching any single letter or number, in that case we can go for a/w, that is the same as A to Z small letters, A to Z in capital letters, and 0 to 9. So that is any letter or a number, but slash capital W denotes a not of them. Not, that is a not we are having here. Okay, so we are having also the underscore is included here, also the underscore. So now we are having this phone number, that is 412-555-1212. So check if it is a phone number or not. So we can go for this slash w, that means the any letter or number along with the underscore and having the length of 3, then 1 hyphen, then any number or letter we are having this with the width of 3, that means the 3 number of such, then hyphen, and then slash w4, and then phone number I have given. So it is a valid phone number, so it is a phone number, so that will get printed. So now we can have this check for first name between 2 and 20 characters. So first name must be in between 2 and 20 characters. So any name which is having 2 letters or say to 20 letters, not only letters, we are having these letters or numbers or digits will be treated as a valid one. So if re.search /w denotes small a to small z, capital A to capital Z, and 0 to 9, and also the underscore. So the length will be ranging from 2 to 20 inclusive of them, and then Alterman. So now it is a valid name. Yes, it has got a valid name because it is having a length which is in between 2 to 20. So now here we are having this white space. So slash s is same as this, and slash capital S is same as not of this. So you can go for this. So re.search, there is any letter or any digit inclusive of underscore having the length in between from 2 to 20, and then slash s, that means any one of them we can have, and then 2 to 20 will be the next number of letters or the digits or underscore. Now here this is the name we are giving. So now I shall have to print whether it is a valid full name or not. Yes, it is a valid full name because it is having the length in between 2 to 20. It is also having the length in between 2 to 20, and there is a blank space is there. So that is a white space we are having here. So that's why we are having a match, and that's why it is a valid full name. The respective message is getting printed. So next one is this one. So now plus matches for 1 or more characters. Okay. So now we are going for this A plus. That means a single letter A or more than that. So here we are having this A, AS, APE, BUG. So obviously BUG is not starting with this A. So now if you go for this re.findAll, if you go for this re.findAll, you can go for this. You can have the 3 matches for A, for AS, for APE, and you can print the matches like this. So because they are having the first letter A and next it may or may not have the 1 or more characters. So here we are having this import RE. Now here we are going for the email address checking. So that is very important in our most of the projects. We might be requiring these regular expressions. So let me discuss them into some rules. So create a regex that matches email addresses from a list. And the first criteria will be that 1 to 20 lowercase and uppercase letters, numbers, plus, and then dot, underscore. We are having this percentage, plus and minus. So it will be represented in this way. So that is a /w, then dot, underscore. We are having this one as your percentage, plus and minus. So that is a first one. Next we'll be having this at the rate of symbol. So at the rate of symbol is this one. So that means this one is for the rule number 1, as it has been mentioned that it can contain lowercase and uppercase letters, numbers, plus it can have this dot, then underscore, then percentage, then plus, then minus. So everything has got listed, and it can be of 1 to 20 characters such. So we are having this 1 to 20, it has been written, and then we are having this at the rate of symbol. So at the rate of symbol is there. Next we are having this 2 to 20 lowercase uppercase letters, numbers, plus dot and our this minus here. So now similarly we have written this one. So here we are having this any letters, and then there is the alphabets and lowercase and uppercase alphabets and the digits, and then dot and the minus is there. So dot and minus, and it will be having the length of 2 to 20 here. Then we will be having one period, so that is a full stop is there, and then 2 to 3 lowercase and uppercase letters. So A to Z in the uppercase and A to Z in the lowercase, 2 to 3 number of, and that will be searched in the email list. So according to this particular constraint, whatever they have mentioned, only this db@aol.com will be the valid email address, but they are not the valid email address, because here you see after this symbol there is no character. Here it is not a valid email address because before this symbol there is no character, and here also it is not a valid email address in the same reason that after this symbol there is no character, we are having directly dot here. So how many matches we are getting here? We are getting this matches 1, so that's why length is actually printing 1 here, and here it is printing the respective valid email address in this email list. So in this way we have discussed that how this regular expression can play its powerful role in our Python programming. In most of the projects will be using Python related projects will be using these regular expressions. And regular expressions are there for different purposes, as I mentioned earlier. So here is the code. I'm just scrolling up so that you can have a revision here. So search for a specific string, verify the string whether it is in the proper format or not, find a string and replace it with another string, and format data into the proper form for importing, for example. So these are the different uses of this regular expression in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are discussing Python list comprehension.
In this session, we are discussing list with comprehensions. So we are discussing multiple different examples to clear your doubts and conception. So iterating a string through a for loop and adding the letters to a list. So initially we are defining one empty list for letter in human. So human is nothing but one string. So for each and every iteration, it will pick up one character from this human string, and that will be assigned to this letter, and that letter will get appended with this empty list. So this h underscore letters dot append letter, so it will go on appending the characters picked up from this string human. So let us go for the outcome. So this is our respective output. So here we are having this human. So that means this particular for loop has executed for 5 times, and each and every time it is just going on adding our respective characters picked up from this list. So I can also put this print within the for loop itself. So it will print the output something like this. You can find that at first h has got included, then hu has got included, then m has got included, then a has got included, and last n has got included. So in this way we are getting this outcome. We are getting this one in stepwise, that how this h letters has got populated ultimately. So there is a final outcome. So now we are using the comprehension. So letter for letter in human. So you see letter in human, again this particular letter will be picking up human, the separate characters one at a time, and that letter will be constitute this very list, that is h underscore letter. So let us go for the execution. You can find the same output is coming when you are printing this h underscore letters list. So list comprehension versus lambda function. So you know that lambda function is known as anonymous function. The function will not have any name. So what we are writing here is that x will be picking up the characters from this particular string human, and this x will be mapped to form this list item. So now you can go for the execution. You can find that this h letters is nothing but constructing one list. So here we are doing the typecasting using the method list here, which will map this particular lambda function, and this lambda function will be getting this x, and where this x will be picking up characters from the string human, and as a result of that, when we are doing this typecasting list, this h underscore letters, this list variable, this list object will get populated with this characters, that is HUMAN accordingly. So now we are going for if with the list comprehension. So now what we are doing, so number list is equal to x, so x will be the member of this number list for x in range 20. You know that range 20 means the x will be ranging from 0 to 19, because 20 will be the terminating range, so that is exclusive. So x will be ranging from 0 to 19, but only those x will be considered if x percentage 2 is equal to 0. That means all the even numbers in between 0 to 19 will be considered here. So print number list, so you can find that print number list, it will print the respective number list here. So if you go on printing, so I'm getting here 0 to 4 up to 18. So that is the way in which the list has got populated. There is a list comprehension. So nested if with the list comprehension. So what we are doing, so y will be the elements for this num list for y in the range 100. That means that y will be ranging from 0 to 99, and those y will be considered which is divisible by 2 and also divisible by 5 at the same time. Because y percentage 2 is equal to 0, so the remainder of the division will be 0, means y will be divisible by 2. Similarly, y will be divisible by 5. That means y should be divisible by 10 here. So now if you go on executing this code, we are getting the output, that is 0, 10, 20, 30 up to 90 here, because 100 is the range maximum limit. So that means the y will be ranging from 0 to 99, but those y will be coming into the consideration to form the num list members, num list elements, which will satisfy both the conditions, that is y percentage 2 is equal to 0 and also y percentage 5 is equal to 0 here. So now we are going for the if else with the list comprehension. So what we are doing, so object is equal to event if I percentage 2 is equal to 0, else odd. So either event string or odd string will be the member of this object list, and where the I will be in the range 10. That means I will be ranging from 0 to 9. So for 0, I percentage 2 is equal to 0 will be true, so event will be coming. But for 1, I percentage 2 is equal to 0 will be false, so else odd. So odd will be coming as a member of this, as an element of this list. So in this way you are getting this even odd alternatively for I ranging from 0 to 9 here. So now let us go for another very interesting example, that is a transpose of a matrix using the list comprehension. So how to do that one? So matrix we are having this one, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, 8. So here we are having the matrix which is having, we can consider it as a two-dimensional array, and it is having 4 rows and 2 columns accordingly. So now if I do the transpose of it, we'll be having 2 rows and 4 columns accordingly. So how we are doing so? So I in range 2 means I will have the value 0 and 1. I will be having the value 0 and 1 only. So row I, so for first time, so I will be having the value 0. So row 0 will be populated with the value that is a row in matrix. That is a row in matrix. So what will happen? This row 0 will get filled up with the row in matrix. So that means this is a matrix we are having. Here we are having this row I, and I is ranging from 0 to 1. So initially for the first iteration I will have the value 0. So this 1, 3, 5 and 7, there is a 0th element of each and every row will be taken into consideration, and that will constitute the first row of this transpose. And when the value of I will be 1, then row 1, that means it will picking up the that is a second element from each and every row there. So that means 2, 4, 6 and 8 will be retrieved from this matrix, and that will be the second row content of this transpose. So whenever we are printing this transpose, I'm getting the 0th element of each list elements, that is 1, 3, 5, 7 will be coming in the first row, and in the second row, that means the row index number 1, because the first row is having the index value 0 there. So it will be picking up the second elements of all these lists. So 2, 4, 6 and 8 will be picked up, and that will be forming the second row of this transpose two-dimensional array. So in this way, we have shown you that how the list comprehensions can be done in multiple different ways, and we have given some examples to clear your concept. Thanks for watching this video.
Python supports recursion. So how to write the recursive code in Python we shall be discussing.
In this particular demonstration, we are going to discuss recursion, how to implement recursion. Here we have defined one method. The name of the method is fact, which is taking this n as input parameter. If n is less than equal to 1, return 1. We know that in case of recursion, there will be some base case. That means for certain inputs, outputs will be known to us. We know that if the value of n is equal to 0 or the value of n is equal to 1, then factorial of n will be 1 here. Otherwise, what will happen? Return n star factorial n minus 1. So let us suppose we have passed this value 5 here. So n will be assigned to 5. 5 is less than equal to 1 is false. So it will go for 5 into factorial 4. Now factorial 4, so 4 will be assigned to n. 4 is less than equal to 1, the condition is false. So it will go for 4 into factorial 3. So again, in this case, we will be having 3 into factorial 2. Again, 2 is less than equal to 1, condition is false. So it will go for 2 into factorial 1. And n is less than equal to 1 will be true. So it will be returning the value 1 here. So that is my factorial 1, that will get multiplied with 2. So I'll be getting 2 here. So that will get multiplied with 3. So now the this particular recursive call will retrace back to the through the callers, and ultimately I'm going to get this one, that is 5 into factorial 4. So factorial 4 will be obtained as 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So that will be our 24 into 5. So 120 will be the outcome. So let us go for the execution. You can find that the factorial of 5 is 120. So in this way, the recursive function can be written in Python. Thanks for watching this video.
Python input, output and import.
We're going to discuss the print function and its usage. To print a sentence or to print a variable value on the screen, we use the method print. So print this sentence is output to the screen here. So if I go for the execution, you can find that this sentence is output to the screen. A is equal to 5, and here we are writing the value of A is equal to A. So now this 5 has got printed. And if we go for this print 1, 2, 3, 4, so print is producing the outcome as 1, 2, 3, 4 in this way. Now see, if I go on writing this one as A, this value of A is plus A, it will produce one error message because A is of the type of integer, it is not of string. So it can be done in this way, that is A str A, that means we are converting this A to the string type, and then we are going to print that one as this. So that is another way to print the same. Otherwise, the simple syntax is this one. This is a simple syntax. You can find that this print and this print, they are coming, and the outcome is coming in the two separate rows. But if I want to print this one in the same row in which it got printed, in that case I shall have to write here is equal to end is equal to this. That means the string which is having one default /n, that is a new line character as the trailing new line character by default. So I'm just replacing that one using null. So now what will happen, these two lines will get printed in the same row. So now if I put this one as this, so you can find that the outcome is coming something like this one. Otherwise, if you don't mention any end here, then they will get printed in separate lines. Now print 1, 2, 3, 4 and separated here is star. So print 1, 2, 3, 4 separated here is star. So it will print as 1 star 2 star 3 star 4 and this way. So here we have given the separator. If you give the separator as comma, you see that they will get separated by this comma and blank space if it is so they will get separated in this way. So separated is actually indicating that what character you are supposed to get within the variables or the values going to get printed using the print statement. Here we are having this hash as the separator and end with this ampersand. So here this hash, as we saw before, that this is a separator and this ampersand is coming as the respective end one. So that's why it is getting printed in this way. Okay, next one. I love, this is my placeholder, and the placeholder number is 0 and the placeholder number is 1. Here this bread will be the will be at the 0th place, will be replacing the 0th placeholder, and this butter will be replaced as the 1 placeholder. So you can find that it is coming, it is producing the output something like this. So I love 1 and 0. So here we are having the same. So I love butter and bread in this way. It is by default, it will be taking this one, need not to mention any kind of placeholder here. So you can find that both the strings are getting printed accordingly. Here we have passed this bread at first, then butter. So bread is coming down here and butter is coming down here. So now here you see, this is my bread. So this bread is at the 0th place, so it will be coming down here, and butter is the first. So if it is at the 0th place, it is at the index 1. So this here, the butter will be coming here accordingly. So you can find that how these respective placeholders and the respective values are getting related in this way. So we can get the idea that without mentioning any placeholder number, if you can just mention them, so both these two lines will produce the same output as well. Both these two lines will produce the same output, but in this case, bread will be at the 0th index. So here the placeholder 0 will be taking this bread, and this butter is at the index number 1. So that's why it will be taking at the placeholder 1. It will be replacing the placeholder 1. So in this way, the outcome is getting deferred. Next, how to take input from the keyboard. In that case, we can use the input method. We can use the input method here. So using this input, and there is a prompt we are having, and using this input, we are getting the value from the keyboard as input, and that will be assigned to X, and input returns the value in the terms of a string. So let us go for this. So I'm just putting this one 100. So you can find that enter any number. So this prompt has come, I put this 100. So print X is printing this one as 100. This X is actually getting this one in the type of string. So input returns string here. So now we can go for this. If you go for this Y, if I want to convert it to this integer, I can do that one. In that case, the typecasting is required. The respective method, conversion method from string to integer will be required here. So I'm making this one as 100. I'm giving this one as 200. You can find that this 100 and 200 will get printed. I'm just replacing it by Y. So the 100 is nothing but here string, and this 200 is nothing but here integer, because we have done the typecasting accordingly using the method int. So now if we go for the addition, if you go for the print, if you go for this X plus Y, then obviously it will produce some error message, because we are trying to do string plus integer. So that is a type error. So I want to convert it. I should be converting this one to integer. So now if I go for the addition, you can find that I'm getting here 300 as usual. Otherwise, if I convert it to the string, the other integer one, if you convert it to the string, then algebraic addition will not take place, but string concatenation will take place. You see, the string concatenation has taken place. So in this way, you can use the input function to take the values from the input from the keyboard, and default output argument for this input function will be string. Next one, we are having this import. So import math. So mainly done at the top of the program. So this math module we have imported, and later if you want to access this pow, so pow means power. So math.pow we can access, and that is intx, 2. So in this way, it will make this one as that is x to the power of 2 in this case. So if I make this x is equal to say 100, if I make this one, so here I'm getting this 100 to the power of 2, that is a 1000. We are getting this one as 10,000. So that is my math.pow. So this math is nothing but one module, and the module will be imported by the keyword import, and later this pow method, which is defined in this module math, can be accessed using that is a math.pow, and this is my respective first argument, it is a second argument, and it is working as first argument to the power of second argument. So as the value of x here is 100, so I'm getting the 10,000 as output. And also you can find that this pow is returning a value of the type of float. So pow is returning a value of the type of float. So if you give 10 here, I'm getting 100 as outcome. So here we have discussed a lot on this print, on this input, and also on this import. Thanks for watching this video.
We are going to discuss what is shallow copy and what is a deep copy. So let us go for one practical demonstration to show you the differences between the shallow and the deep copy. So here is the demonstration.
In Python, we use the equal to operator to create a copy of an object. And we may think that that will create a new object, but it is not so. It only creates a new variable that shares the reference of the original object. Let us consider this example here. So here you have defined one list1 and list2 is equal to list1. Here you see we have used the equal to operator. So now what is happening, you can find that if you print this list1, if you print this list2, we are getting the output like this. So here is the respective output. We are having this output like this. Also we are going to print the ID of list1 and ID of list2. You can find that both these two IDs are same. So that means here we are actually creating a new variable that will share the reference of the original object. So here the new variable is list2 and original object is our list1. So now let us go for this list1.append. So now here you see we are appending some new elements here. So now we are going to print this list1 and list2 both. We are finding that the new variables, whatever new values, whatever we are going to append is getting reflected, is getting accessed from both list1 and list2 here. So this is that is a copy using our equal to operator. So now we are going to discuss another two kinds of copy. So there are two ways to create the copies. One is the shallow copy, another one is the deep copy. We'll be going to discuss on this very aspect now. And to make this copy work, we use the copy module. So that's why we have done the import copy here. So here we are using this copy module. And we use the copy module of Python for shallow and the deep copy operations. And suppose we need to copy the compound, say if we need to copy a compound list, so in that case it will be done in this way. There is a copy.copy old list and that will be assigned to the new list, or later I can show you that we will be using copy.deep copy old list and that will be assigned to the new list. So let us discuss one by one. So at first we are going to discuss what is a shallow copy. A shallow copy actually creates a new object which stores the reference of the original elements, and so a shallow copy does not create a copy of the nested objects. Instead, it just copies the reference of the nested objects. That means that a copy process does not recurse or create copies of the nested objects itself. If the things are not getting clear, so let us go for one example here. So here we have imported the copy module, and old list is having the respective values. New list is equal to copy.copy old list. So now here you see new list is equal to copy.copy old list. So here we are creating the shallow copy. We are printing this old list and new list as well. So here is the respective output for us. Now oldlist.append. So here we are appending some new values to this new elements to this old list. So now we are printing this old list and the new list. You can easily find that these new values are getting accessed, are getting referred by this old list, but the new list is only holding the references of the old values when the copy.copy was issued. So the new values are not getting accessed, are not getting referred from this new list. So now let us do some adding the new nested objects using the shallow copy here. We are just doing some update on this item number 11 with the value AA. So that means there is a 0, there is a 1, so 1, that is a 0 element, that is a 1 element. So 1 means this very element here. So this very element in the list. So it is getting updated by this AA, and now in the new list I'm getting this particular value AA here. So now you can find that how these values are getting updated. So I'm just copying this one to show you that if we do the update at this particular place, say 31 with the value say BB, then obviously if you print it, you can find that we're getting this BB here, but here we're not getting this BB here. And here you see we are going for this append once again. So this value has got appended once again, but this BB has been updated in this old list, but it is not there in the new list, so no question of updation will take place. So in this way we have discussed what is a shallow copy. So actually a shallow copy does not create a copy of the nested objects. Instead it just copies the reference of the nested objects. Only the reference of the nested objects will be copied. So what is happening whenever you are doing some updates in this AA place, you are getting the respective update in the old list also. So now let us go for the deep copy. Now question is coming in mind, what is a deep copy? So in case of deep copy, what happens, I'm going to discuss into details. A deep copy creates a new object and recursively adds the copies of the nested objects present in the original elements. So it's very important that in case of deep copy, we're creating a new object. So obviously in this case, if we print the respective IDs, the IDs will be different here. So let us go for the ID print here. So I'm just going for this, taking this copy. So here you see we are having this old list having some set of elements. There is a new list, copy.deep copy old list. So in this way I'm just going for this, I'm just printing it. You can find that the new lists are getting printed. So now I'm going for this ID of this new list and also the old list. So if I go for the print, you can find that these two, old list and new list, they are having their different IDs. So that means it has created a new object for it. So a deep copy creates a new object and recursively adds the copies of the nested objects present in the original elements. And let us go for some updates here. So now here you see old list 10 is getting updated by the value BB. So now you can find that we're having this update here, but as in the new list we're creating a new object, so I should not expect any update in this particular new list here. So I think now the conception of shallow copy and the respective deep copy. Remember, in case of shallow copy we're just calling the method that is a copy.copy, and in case of deep copy we're calling this method that is a copy.deep copy. And here in this particular demonstration we have demonstrated that how this shallow copy and deep copy works in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
Python anonymous or lambda function.
While defining ordinary functions, we use the keyword def, that is a define. But in case of lambda function, we shall be using the keyword lambda. So here we are having some set of examples to clear your doubts and to know that what is anonymous function or a lambda function. So here you can find that lambda x, so x will be the input and it returns x star 2. That means it returns the double of the x, and that has been assigned to a. So in Python, anonymous function is a function that is defined without a name and it is defined by the keyword lambda. So now if we pass this 10 as input argument to this a, then obviously I'm supposed to get double of 10. So if I execute my code, I can find that double of 10 is 20. So here x is the input and it returns this x star 2, that is the double of x here. So let us go for the another one. So making a new list by taking only the even numbers from the old list. So here is my old list, so it is my list and it is having a set of numbers are there. And here we are using one method, one function that is known as a filter function, which is called with all the items in the list, that is the my list. It will be working on all the items of this my list and it will create a new list which will be returned, which contains items for which the function evaluates true. That means here we are having one condition. The condition will be true if x is an even number, because x percentage 2 means the remainder of the division of by 2. If it is 0, that means if the number x is even number, then x percentage 2 will be equal to 0, then the respective x will be returned. So now that will create a new list. So if I print the new list, it will print here 4, 6, 8 and 12 respectively. So let us go for the output here. So if I execute, I'm finding that the new list is having the value 4, 6, 8 and 12 because they are the only even numbers in this my list. So this filter is actually dealing with those numbers which will satisfy this condition, that is x percentage is equal to 0, and it will operate on a new list or on a my list, and it will produce the output in the new list here. So let us go for another example of this lambda function. So here you can see that a program to double each item in a list using the map. So here we are using the method map here. So my list is having 1, 5, 4, 6, 8, 11, 3 and 12. Very arbitrary numbers we have mentioned here. Now we are having this lambda which will take this x and which will return 2 star x, and these values of x will be taken individually from this list, that is a my list here, and that will be mapped. So here we are using this method map here, which will double each item in a list using this map method, and here the outcome is being done the typecasting to list. So now the new list will be getting the list as well. So now what will be the output? So let us go for the execution. You can find that all the members in this particular list, that is the my list members, have got doubled, and that has been assigned to the new list. So this map is actually mapping this this lambda function to each and every element of this my list, and its outcome will be has been done typecast with this list method, and so the new list has been formed, and later we have printed the new list as well. So in this example we have shown you that how to define lambda, that is the anonymous function, in our Python. Thanks for watching this video.
Python assert.
We know that assertions are statements that assert or state a fact confidently in our program. For example, while writing a division function, you are confident that the divisor should not be 0. In that case, we can insert one assert divisor is not equal to 0 accordingly. So assertions are nothing but simply Boolean expressions that checks if the condition returns true or not. If it is returning true, the program does nothing and move to the next line of code. And if it returns false, the program stops and throws an error known as the assertion error. So as an example, consider this one. We have defined one function. The name of the function is avg, which will take this marks the least as input argument. So assert len marks is not equal to 0. If the condition is true, that means if the length of this list is not equal to 0, that means the list is not empty. If the condition is true, then it will go for this sum of marks by len of the marks. So it will calculate the average and that will be returned. So, but if the length of marks is not equal to 0, if the condition is false, then it will produce the assertion error. So for the first run, we are making one list available which is non-empty, and we are trying to calculate the average of them, and we are going for the next one where the list is empty, and let us see what is the outcome we are going to have. So just see, in the first case we are having this 11 plus 22 plus 33 whole by 3, so I'll be reaching with the value 22 here. So average of mark 1 is equal to 22, so average of mark 1 is equal to 22 is getting executed, is getting printed. And now in the second case we are passing this, we are initializing this mark 1 with the null list that is containing no element. So the length of this mark 1 will be 0. So length of mark 1 is not equal to 0, the condition will be false, so it will produce one error known as the assertion error. So that is known as the assertion error. So not only the throwing the assertion error, also you can put some error message also. So let us go for that. So here you see, if the assert length of the marks is not equal to 0, then list is empty. So when the condition is true, that means the length of marks is not equal to 0, that means the list is not empty. In that case, it will produce true and it will go to the next line without any interruption. Otherwise, the assertion error will be obtained and it will be having this message to get printed. So now let me go for the execution. Mark 2 is not null, it is having some values there, so the average will get calculated. And in case of mark 1, it is a null list, so I think that here the assertion error will be thrown. So just see here, so average marks of mark 2 is 78, so 78 is the average marks of marks 2. But in the case, in the next one, as the mark 1 was having the empty list, so this particular assertion error has taken place, and here you see the message has got printed, that is the list is empty. So there is a message we have given this one. So this giving this message is optional. You may or may not give, as here we have given, and but in the previous example we didn't give any such error message. So I think now that what is assertion in Python, the concept is now getting clear to you. Thanks for watching this video.
Another very interesting feature of Python, that is the Python at property.
The use of property in our Python programming has made the object-oriented programming more easy in case of Python. So now let us go into the demonstration of the use of the property. So here we have defined one class. The name of the class is temperature Celsius. So that is a temp Celsius. It is having one constructor here, and we are passing one parameter temperature with the default argument is equal to 0. And here we are having this self dot underscore temperature is equal to temperature. So this instance variable underscore temperature underscore indicates that this temperature is under the private scope and is getting initialized with this input argument, input parameter, that is the temperature. And here we are having one method, that is the convert to Fahrenheit, which will convert this respective centigrade temperature to the Fahrenheit. Here we are having two methods. One is the getter method, that is a get temperature. Another one is a setter method, that is a set temperature. Getter method will print this text and it will return the respective value in the temperature. And this setter method will check whether the value which will be passed as input argument is less than minus 273 or not. If it is so, it will raise one error, that is a value error, with this respective message. Otherwise, it will print this message and initialize this temperature with this new value which will be passed as input argument. So now here we are going to have our property. Property is nothing but one built-in function which creates and returns a property object. The basic method signature is our fget is equal to null, and then fset is equal to none, and then fdel is equal to none, and doc is equal to none. Now what is the fget? Fget is nothing but a function to get the value of the attribute. Fset is a function to set the value of the attribute. So that is the fset. So fget is a function to get the value of the attribute. That is a getter method. Fset is nothing but a function to set the value of the attribute. That is a setter method. Fdel is a function to delete the attribute, and doc is nothing but one string which is like a comment here. So now this particular property has got three methods, that is a getter, setter, and delete. So three methods are there. So here we are defining one make empty property. So there is a temperature is equal to property, and then assign the fget. So temperature is equal to temperature dot getter get temperature. So get temperature means this particular method name, we are passing this one as get temperature. Then assign fset. So temperature is equal to temperature dot setter set temperature. So this method will be set as a set temperature. So now we are going for C is equal to temp Celsius 5. So C is the new object of the class, that is the temp Celsius 5. So this 5 will be assigned to this temperature. This particular message will get printed on the screen, and then we are having this one self dot underscore temperature, that is a private scope temperature is equal to temperature. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that assigning temperature value, that means this constructor has got executed. So the next one is that print C dot temperature. So whenever we are trying to print the value of the temperature, so actually we are executing the getter method. So getting temperature value, so this particular message should be printed, and then it will return the temperature value. So as a result of that, as we have called this one from this print method, so this 5 will get printed. Before that, getting temperature value is also got printed. So now C dot temperature is equal to 100. So now this 100 will be assigned. So we are calling actually the set temperature, because we are setting this temperature. So set temperature method will be called by default automatically, because it has been set through the property, that is a built-in function, and this value will be passed. And here we have passed the value, that is 100. So that's why if the value is less than minus 273, this condition is not getting true. So the print setting temperature value, this message will be printed. Yes, it has got printed here, and now the value will be assigned to the temperature. So now when you are again printing this C dot temperature, so you are getting the we are getting this particular get temperature method is getting called. So getting temperature value and the self dot underscore temperature will be returned, and as a result of that we are getting this 100. So now you see we are making this one as minus 300. So now what will happen? In this case, the value error will be raised because it is lesser than minus 273. So minus 300 is lesser than 273. So that's why it is producing that value error. So there is a temperature below minus 273 is not possible. So that message is getting printed here. So in this way, we have shown that how this property is getting used here. Okay. Instead of writing this respective statements, I'm just making them under comment. I can do the same, just writing a single statement here. So there is a temperature is equal to property. So the first argument will be fget. I'm passing that one as a get parameter. The second argument is our fset. So we are passing this parameter, that is our set temperature. So now these are the getter method, this is the setter method. Now if I execute, I'm going to get the same output here. Now see, if I go on printing, print c dot underscore underscore dict this underscore underscore. So if you go on printing, I'm finding that I'm finding one tuple is getting printed, where this all the instance variable defined in this class is getting printed with the respective value. So it is a key value pair. So just if I go for defining another one, another instance variable, say temp, with the value say 500. If I execute the code here, you can find that we're having temperature with the value 100 and temp with the value 500. So whenever we print some member variable from this object, actually we're accessing, that is the object name dot underscore underscore dict underscore underscore. So if I do not want to print all of them, I can print only the temperature here. So I shall go for this temperature. So I can print only the temperature here. You can find that it will print only the value 100. So if I go on printing only the temp, so that can also be done. So I think that will print 500 here. Okay, so that has printed the 500. Okay, now let us concentrate on this property. So we are having two ways to have this built-in function. So that is one is the temperature is equal to property get temperature, there is a getter method, and the set temperature, there is a setter method you can pass. Otherwise you can make one empty property object, and then you can go for this temperature dot getter and temperature for setter to give the name of the to pass the name of the getter method and the setter method respectively. So let us come to the next example here. So here you see here we are having this init, that is the constructor here. The name of the class is Celsius. To Fahrenheit, it is converting the Celsius temperature to the Fahrenheit. Here we are having this at the rate of property. This is the at the rate, and then we are having this property. So obviously this particular after writing this one, we are writing only the temperature. You see the method name is temperature. We are not going for the respective getter set temperature or get temperature methods. So whenever you are writing this at the rate of property, that means it is known as the getter method, and whenever you are writing this at the rate of temperature dot setter, that means it is the setter method. So I need not to bother for this set temperature or get temperature. We will be having the method name as temperature here. You see, I didn't do any kind of changes in the respective function bodies. So now C is equal to Celsius 5. So print C dot temperature. So I'm just executing this code here. So here see here the method, that is a getting value, is getting printed. So now you see the C dot temperature. That means this particular method is getting printed. That is a getter method. And here see, I didn't write anything that is a get underscore or something. I've given the function name as the temperature. Only at the rate of property will be the annotation given at the first. And next we are having this C dot temperature is equal to 100. So what will happen here? It is a setting value is getting called, and then whenever we are printing this print C dot temperature, then this 100 is getting printed after printing this message getting value. So here you see, here we are not calling the property method. We are just using this at the rate of property and at the rate of temperature dot setter. So using this particular at the rate of property and at the rate of temperature dot setter. We are just defining that which is the setter method and which is the getter method. So as a result of that, in our object oriented coding, I need not to call the respective functions by their names. I can easily use, that is a c dot temperature for the printing, or c dot temperature is equal to 100 for the assigning. So accordingly the getter and setter methods are getting called. So there is a nice usage of this property method in our Python coding to make the object oriented programming much simpler. Thanks for watching this video.
In this video, we shall see how to set up the environment that is required for the development of an application.
The recommended version of Python for installation of Flask is Python 2.7. So in front of you I have opened the idle shell of Python 2.7.12, and this is the Python prompt, in front of which if I write any valid Python statement, that will be properly executed. So which means that in this machine Python's 2.7.12 is available. You can also verify this by executing the Python interpreter from the command line. So in this machine the Python 2.7 c:/Python 2.7 is the installation directory for Python 2.7. So from this command prompt I will start the Python interpreter just by issuing Python command. You see that the Python prompt appears. Here also I can execute any valid Python statement like this. So which means that Python 2.7 is available in this machine. Next is for the installation of different packages. This Python distribution must have pip utility available. For the Python distributions after Python 2.7.9, pip utility is already present in the Python bundle. So just verify whether this pip is available or not, otherwise you may have to install the pip utility by using the getpip.py. How to find out whether it is present or not? Just issue a simple DOS command to search all the occurrences of pip by saying /s. So if I see, this pip.exe is available in the scripts subdirectory of Python 2.7. So it is present. Now that it is present, I have to see whether the virtual environment is present or not. So if I try to install it by using the pip, what happens? Let us see. If I say scripts, because that is the folder in which the pip utility is present, pip install virtual env, what happens? The requirements are already satisfied. That means the virtual environment is already set up in this. You can also verify the presence of virtual environment by running the same search command. There you see inside the scripts the virtual env.exe is already present. So that prerequisite or requirement is already fulfilled. Now we shall use this virtual env.exe to create a virtual environment. So for that, let me create a new folder. I will call it as Flask env. Let us log into that directory. and now use this virtual env.exe to set up a virtual environment. So where is that virtual environment, virtual env? It is inside this directory vir, and then give the name of the virtual directory or virtual environment that you want to set up. I give the same name. So the virtual environment will now be set up. It is collecting the requirements, setup tools, pip, wheel, etc., and those will be set up inside the Flask env directory, inside the Flask env that we have already created. So a folder of this name will be created, and inside which all the requirements will be installed. So the installation is complete. So now that the virtual environment named as Flask env is set up, let us go into that directory and see what all resources have been installed inside that folder. So this is the parent folder in which the virtual environment is set up by the same name, Flask env. This is the virtual env folder. If you expand this, you will find that this all include directory, lib directory, and scripts directory is these folders are created. If you go inside the scripts, this is the all utilities that are required are available in this. There is an activate command, batch file. There is a deactivate batch file, and then there is also a local pip also is present. If you want to install some packages inside this virtual environment, you can use this pip. Not you don't have to use the global pip that is available in Python 2.7 original directory. In order to install something in this virtual environment, use this pip. And then there is also a Python interpreter which is available for the local environment or virtual environment. So this is all about the installation of virtual environment, which is the first part of our Flask installation procedure. In the next part, we shall see how to activate this virtual environment and install the Flask package inside that.
So this is the folder in which the virtual environment has been set up. This is the name of the virtual environment directory, Flask env, inside which there is a scripts folder and inside which there is a activate.bat. So if I say go into this, there is a scripts folder and there is a this activate.bat. So I have to invoke this to activate the this virtual environment named as Flask env. So I'll go back to the parent folder and then say Flask env scripts and then say activate like this. So you can find that just before the command prompt, the name of the virtual environment is appearing in the brackets. So now we are in the virtual environment from which you can invoke the Python interpreter also. You find that in the scripts folder there is a python.exe also. So if I start this, Python will start in the virtual environment. Like this. So this Python interpreter is now working in the virtual environment called as Flask env. Come out of this and come out of the virtual environment by calling deactivate. So we have come back to the prompt. So this is how in the second part of the virtual environment installation, how to activate, how to start Python interpreter in the virtual environment and how to deactivate that. This all we have seen. Then we come to the installation of Flask. So first activate the virtual environment. By calling the activate batch file and then run the pip utility to install Flask, which is present in the scripts folder. Pip install Flask. All the dependencies and the modules inside the Flask package will now be installed. Lastly, it is saying successfully installed. All the dependencies Jinja and Works, Zug, etc. are all installed successfully inside the virtual environment. So the installation is complete. I will now invoke the Python prompt and then I will say import Flask. So now the Flask is already present in our virtual environment. Now that the Flask is imported, we can now go ahead and use the Flask framework for other activities.
In this video, we shall try and write our first Flask application called as Hello World.
So far, we have successfully installed Flask in our Python virtual environment. Now we shall write a simple Hello World application using Flask. So first line is required to import the Flask module into our application. Next is to create a Flask object which takes the constructor of the Flask class takes one argument which is the name of the current module, and that is retrieved by double underscore name under double underscore. Then you have to use the root method of the Flask object. What this root is doing is, root is called as a decorator, which tells the Flask server which is the function which is associated with this URL. So which means that this / given in front of the bracket in the root means that this / is attached to this function. So if I invoke the server and give this / in front of the name of the server, then this function will be executed. So when this script will be run, the app.run function, run method is available to this Flask object, that will be executed, and accordingly whichever path that you mention in the URL, the associated function will be called. So what I am going to do is, I will run this application from the Python prompt. The Python prompt will show me that the server is running, and then we shall open the browser to see the hello world message that is being printed. So this was the script of the hello world application. Now we shall start the application. Our virtual environment is in the Flask env directory. So first we have to activate it by saying activate, which is in the scripts folder of the Flask env virtual environment directory. So it will be activated. Then we have to run this script hello.py. Right. So if I press enter, what will happen? The message will be there telling me that the server is running on 127.0.0.0.1. That is the address of the local host. The default port is 5000. So on this, the server is running. So if I go to the browser, give this URL, I should be able to see the hello world message being printed. So let us open the browser and give the URL as being displayed there. Now we shall see how the debug support can be enabled in the Flask application. Actually, our application is right now running at the given URL. So I will first stop it by pressing Ctrl C. And then enable the debug support by saying debug equal to true. And rerun the application. You see there are certain changes in the output that is being displayed. It says that the debugger is active and it is the application is running on the same URL. Okay. So if you again go back to this localhost :5000, it will again show you the hello world. So the hello world is displayed. Now what is the effect of this debug is equal to true? If the debug is not set equal to true and if the application is running, after the while the application is running, if you make any changes to the Python script, then for every change that you may want to make to this Python application, you will have to stop the server, make the changes, restart the server and then open the browser. Now that the debug is true, debug support is enabled, what you can do, while the server is running itself, you can do whatever changes you want. Those changes will be automatically refreshed without you having to stop and restart the server. So that is the advantage of debug. Our application is already running in the debug mode. The debug is set equal to true. Now what I will do, I will make certain changes here. Something like this. And save this. As soon as I save, you see that it is saying detected change in the hello.py script and it is reloading it. Okay, so this is what happens when you enable the debug mode. Now if I go back to the browser and just refresh it, I should be able to see the hello tutorials point instead of hello world. So you don't have to stop the server, make the changes and then again relaunch it. So it has already reloaded the script. I'll just refresh this. There you see the changes have been automatically incorporated. So this is how the debug effect, debug is equal to true, affects the behavior of the server.
In this video, we shall see how you can pass a variable data to the rules that you define in your Flask application. The root decorator of your Flask object has a facility to provide a variable information or variable data to the associated view function. So if I in my browser's address bar give /hello/everybody, let us say, so that Additional part of the URL everybody will be stored in the variable called name, and that this name, the name of the variable, is to be put inside the left and right angular brackets. So now as if this variable is passed to the keyword argument called as name in our regular Python function. So what will happen? The data everybody that I had mentioned in my URL will be picked up by this provision name. The variable name that I have put into the left and right curly brackets will now become the value of this parameter name. Now I can use it and generate this output on the browser window. So different types of variable data can be passed to this view function. Like for example, by default the variable data that can be passed is a string. You can also pass an integer and a float, etc. In this example, we are seeing how a string data can be passed as a variable to the associated view function. So let us see, open the browser and pass some variable string to that particular view function. So the server is running. I will now mention the URL containing a variable part. So if I say like this, what happens? This part will be taken up by the variable name that I had put into inside the left and right angular brackets, and then that in turn will be passed on to the function hello as a keyword argument. So let us see what happens. There you go. This is picked up as the string variable and passed to the variable the view function.
In this video, we shall see how we can build the URL dynamically in our Flask application.
In this example, we shall see how to build the URL dynamically using the function called as URL for, which is defined in the Flask module. You also need a function called as redirect. The purpose of the redirect function is to redirect the browser from one URL to the other URL. Only thing is that the URL to be redirected to is to be fetched from or fetched using the URL for function. So coming back to this code, what do we have in this program? First, of course, this is the Flask application object that you have to create. Then we have defined a URL called as /admin, and this URL is bound to a view function called as hello admin. So if after the server is running, you give the URL as localhost 5000/admin, then on the browser you should get this message, hello admin. So this is a fairly simple definition of a URL with the help of the root decorator. Similarly, there is another URL which is defined as /guest, but in front of which there is a variable which is mentioned inside the angular brackets. So as a result, what will happen? If you give the URL as localhost 5000/guest/ some other strings, let us say MVL. So that MVL will be picked up as the value of this variable which is mentioned in the angular brackets. Here the name of the variable is guest, and that will be passed as a keyword argument to the mapped view function called as hello guest. So when this hello guest function is executed on your browser, you should get a message, hello, this is a placeholder %, the value of this variable will be substituted here. So hello MVL as guest will be our expected output. Now this is the straightforward way of calling a view function which is associated with the URL. Now what we are doing is we will be dynamically fetching the URL associated with either hello admin or hello guest, depending on what is the value of the name variable which is mentioned in the third URL. So we have a third URL mentioned or defined in this program, slash user slash name. So in the browser, suppose if the URL given is localhost 5000 slash user slash admin. Okay, so the admin will be the value of this variable name that will be given to the mapped view function hello user. So the value of the name will be admin. So this statement will be true. So therefore this part will be executed. What does it do? It will fetch the URL for hello admin function, which incidentally is this, and the mapped function is this. So therefore hello admin will be printed. But if on the other hand the URL given is localhost 5000 slash user slash MVL, so the name variable will become MVL, the argument to the hello user function will become MVL. This condition will not be true, so the else part will be executed. What does it do? It fetches the URL for hello guest. An additional parameter to this hello URL for function is another attribute guest is equal to name, in which case this is the MVL. So what happens? The associated, the URL becomes this one, to be the redirected URL will be this, and the associated function is again this. So the value of guest will be provided to this keyword argument. You will get hello MVL as guest. So essentially what you are doing, you are selecting the URL dynamically with the help of the URL for function. So this is the explanation of this code of this Flask application. Now what we will do, we will execute this program, the server will start, and then we will open a browser, give the URL according to this, and then see that in first place the hello admin will be displayed, and then the execution of the hello guest function will be performed. So let us see. So the Python script in which this entire program is written is saved as url building.py. I have executed that program. The server is running. Now we shall go to the browser and give the URL as slash localhost 5000 slash. First we shall see whether just by mentioning admin, the result hello admin and the hello MVL as guest, these outputs will come, and then we will see how the dynamic selection of URL and redirection of the browser to the corresponding function takes place. So I open the browser and the URL is localhost 5000 admin. As you expected, hello admin will be printed. Then I give a URL as hello guest MVL. So this will become the variable part of the URL given to the guest function, and the output will be hello MVL as guest. This is also as per the expected lines. Now comes the part of the dynamic formation of URL. So if I have to do that, then I write user admin. So this becomes the variable part, will be picked up by the associated view function hello user. Admin name is equal to admin condition is true, so therefore the hello admin output will be displayed as a result of the redirection towards the function associated with this URL. Okay, and then again I will do another URL redirection by saying user MVL. Now the condition will not be true, so the else part will be executed. So it will redirect it towards the hello guest function. That's it. So there you see the use of URL for function allows you to form the URL dynamically, and the browser can be redirected towards any selected view function. Okay.
In this video, we shall discuss the different HTTP methods and how they are used along with the Flask application.
In order to study the different HTTP methods in the Flask environment, let us first create an HTML form in which there is a input type is equal to text field is there, whose name of the field is nm, and then there is a submit button. So if you click on this submit button, the form data is going to be sent to this URL, which is mentioned in the action attribute of the form, and it is localhost 5000/login. So this is the URL to which the data is going to be sent. And to begin with, we shall put the method attribute of the form equal to post. So this is a simple HTML form that we have created. And now this is the Python script in which this login URL is defined, and it is bound with the view function called login. By default, this root decorator method accepts the data from the browser in the get method, but you can alter the behavior by mentioning the value to this methods parameter, which can be provided to the root method. So methods is equal to, there are two possible values are given in the list, which is the value of this methods parameter. So we have written a HTML form which sends the data in the post method. So if it is equal to the post method, the request dot method, the value of the request dot method attribute of this request object, then what will happen? The data associated with the nm parameter of the form will be stored in the variable called user, and the browser will be redirected towards the associated URL with the function called welcome, which is already defined here. We have a function called as welcome the variable part. So if the form sends, let us say, MVL as the name, as the value associated with the request.form nm, so user will be MVL. So this welcome rule and the associated view function welcome will receive name here. The output will be welcome, whatever name that you will be providing. This will happen when the data is sent in the post method. If it is not sent in the post method, otherwise it should be get, because there is second option is get. So the value associated with the nm attribute of the form can be fetched by using request.args.get. So the entry in the text field will be stored in the variable called user, and the same function will again be called. The output of the both cases will be the same, welcome MVL. For instance, if the text box in the HTML form is entered with MVL, but in the first place, what happens when the form uses post method attribute or get method attribute, that we have to see. So this is the explanation to this login view function. Now what we will do, we will open that HTML form. As it is, we have seen that the method is equal to post is used. So we expect this function to be executed. Output will be welcome MVL, and then we will change the method attribute of the form from post to get, and we will see that this will be executed. So let us now open the browser. First open the HTML form and see it is the see how the redirection takes place with the help of the URL for function. So this is the form.html that we have opened. Inside the text box, let me enter the data. If I press the submit button, the form data will now be redirected towards the localhost 5000/login using the post method. So therefore, the associated view function to the login URL will identify that the method is post, and therefore the data will be redirected towards the URL associated with welcome name is equal to MVL. So first we have to start the server and then press the submit button. So the name of the script is methods.py. I will start the server now and then press on this submit button. It is showing you welcome MVL. That is what is to be expected. Now change the method attribute to get from post. And open the HTML form again. So the same HTML form is in front of you. I will enter the data again and the server is anyway running. So I'll press on this submit button. There you see the browser is redirected towards the welcome MVL URL. Same output is being displayed, but now this time the get method is in use. So that is how HTTP post and get methods can be used to send the data to the associated URL.
In this video, we shall see what are the templates as far as the Flask application framework is concerned.
So in this exercise, we shall see how to use the template in a Flask application. We have seen that any view function which is mapped with a particular rule or a particular URL, the function returns the text in the or rather the output in the form of a plain text. So if you have return hello world as we have written in the very first application, if you just say return hello world, the text hello world is rendered in the form of a plain text. But it can be rendered in the form of a HTML if the string to be rendered is manually composed in the form of an HTML text. For example, in this script, this is the URL. This is the URL rule which is bound with this function called as index. And inside this index function, I have constructed a variable called str with the help of a triple quoted string in which these HTML tags are concatenated to form a simple HTML hello world, which is put inside the h1 and slash h1 tags, so that hello world is expected to be displayed with the heading tag. That means it will be in a bolder format, and this string is now being returned when this function is called. So what do you expect? After starting the server, if I just say localhost 5000 backslash, then this index function rather will be executed, and hello world is expected to be printed with h1 tag, that means in a bolder font. So this is what we expect. This is a simple the same exercise of hello world that we did in the beginning, but now it is in the form of HTML. So let us see. So let me start the server by executing this hello.py. The server is running. Now I will just issue localhost :5000/ which will execute the index function which is mapped to it, and it will display hello world. So this is a manual way of rendering HTML to the browser via our view function. So now instead of manually rendering the text in the HTML form to the browser, we shall now put that HTML script into an HTML page and redirect our browser from the view function directly to that particular HTML page by using the render template function in the Flask module. So for that purpose, first I have created a simple hello world HTML web page, and it has to be stored in a templates folder in your application folder. That means what? So this is going to be our HTML, rather the Python script which we will eventually run to start our Flask server. This is the hello.py, on the same level of which there must be a templates folder. This is of course our virtual environment. So in the same directory in which this hello.py is there, create a folder called as templates, and in which you store this hello.html, right? So this is what you need to do whenever you want to fire a template from the Flask view function. That HTML script must be present in this templates folder. Now coming back to this hello.py Python script, in order to render the template, you have to use a function called as render template itself, which is present in the Flask module. So you have to import it from Flask, import the Flask class and function render template. So like before, this \URL is bound to the index function. Now instead of manually rendering the HTML code, I'll just say return render template, which is the template that you want to, which is the HTML page that you want to render, hello.html. Ensure that it is already present in the templates folder. So this is what you should write in the hello.py, the Python script which you will use for starting your server. So let us start the server by executing this hello.py. This is now running. Go back to the browser now, and visit the same URL, localhost 5000/. Again the hello world will be printed, but now the difference is that this hello world is now not rendered manually by creating a cascaded or concatenated string having HTML tags, but rather there is a HTML page hello.html in the templates folder, and that is being rendered as a template.
In this video, we shall see what are the static files in a Flask application.
So just as the templates to be rendered in a Flask application are stored or put into a folder called as templates, similarly all the static files which are really needed for the execution of the web pages or templates. For instance, there may be any JavaScript files, or there may be any cascaded style sheet CSS files. They will be stored in another special folder called as static. in which in this example I am going to store a file called as hello.js. So this hello.js is stored in the static folder in your Flask application. So what is the purpose of this hello.js? Because in this hello.js I have defined a function called as say hello, which will be executed when I click this button. So there is a on the home page or web page, and I'm just creating a button. On click event of this button will fire this say hello function, which is in the hello.js. So that I have to, the URL for this I have to give to this script type is equal to text JavaScript, src is equal to, you must be aware of the syntax with which you define the location of the JavaScript file in your web page. So what is the URL for this file hello.js? A special endpoint called as static is used, and its URL is obtained by a well-known, we have already used this function URL for. So URL for static, it will obtain the URL for the static folder. Another argument to this URL for function is the file name is equal to this. So whatever the URL for this hello.js will be fetched by this URL for function will be given as the value of this src parameter for script type is equal to text oblique JavaScript. Okay, so this completes our discussion of the template in this example. Okay. Now this is that JavaScript file which I am talking about, hello.js, has one function defined, say hello. All it is doing is when the function is executed, it will pop up a hello world message. Okay, so this is the JavaScript file which is stored in the static folder in our Flask application. So this is my Flask application folder in which the templates folder is there, in which this index.html is already there, and there is a static folder in which this hello.js is stored. Okay, so the template and the JavaScript file are already available in your Flask application. Now we shall have a look at the Python part of the entire code. It is very simple. All it is doing is defining a URL rule slash by the root decorator, and the associated or bound function is index, and it is doing nothing but rendering an index.html template by the function called as render template. So what I am going to do, I'll start the server of course, and then I'll give you the browser will be given the URL as localhost 5000 slash. Okay, so what will happen? The index function will be executed, the view function index will render the index.html. For this index.html, internally it is requiring the hello.js, which I have already mentioned by using the URL for static. Okay, so let us see one by one the activity. Start the server, open the browser, give the URL and see the result. So the Python code to define that URL is present in the static.py to render an index.html. So I will execute that static.py from the Python prompt and start the server. Okay, so it is already now starting. Now we have to go to the browser and give localhost slash. So the result.html will be rendered. It will have a button called say hello, that was there in the HTML code. Now if I click on this, the on click event will call the say hello function, which is defined in the hello.js, the URL for which is obtained by the URL dash or underscore 4 function, and you should see this hello world alert message, which is generated by the hello.js script. Okay, so all the static files are put in a folder called as static, which should be present in the Flask application.
In this video, we shall see the form attribute of the request object in a Flask application.
Using this example, we shall now see how to send an HTML form data to a particular URL which is defined by the root decorator in your Flask application. So to start with, you have to import all the required functions and classes. As usual, you anyway import the Flask class because you want to render the template. Import the render template function and also import the request object. Okay, so this Python script actually has two rules which are defined. One is this backslash URL and the other is the slash result URL, which the root method rather, while defining this slash result rule, also takes one more argument, which is the methods argument. And methods have been, or any of these two methods, post or get method, can be applicable or acceptable to this particular result URL, of which we are basically interested in what happens if the method is post. So that afterwards, initially when the server starts and you give the URL in your browser like localhost 5000 / the bound function here is in this case student. This is the view function, and when this function is executed, a student.html template, which obviously must be present in the templates folder of your application, will be rendered. What is this student.html? It is a simple form in which some data can be entered. That we shall have a look at it afterwards. Right. So start the server, give the /backslash URL. This template will be rendered. It will generate a form. So the user will now enter the form. So at this juncture, shall we see what is the form? This is a simple form in which three text inputs are generated. Input type is equal to text. That means it is a text box. Four rather. One text box for name, physics, chemistry, and mathematics, and then there of course there is a submit button. So importantly, these all input types are present in the form, whose action attribute is directed towards a URL localhost 5000 / result, and the method is post. So this is a simple, as you will see, a very simple HTML form that is created, and this student.html is put into the templates folder. Now coming back to this Python script, this is the result URL which is used as the action attribute of the form. So what does it mean? When you click the submit button, the form will be posted to this result/result URL. And since in the HTML code you have used the method is equal to post, so the data will be received by this result URL in the post method. So the associated function, view function, is result. This will be executed. This statement is true. Request method is equal to post. So therefore what will happen? It will fetch the entire data from the form using the request.form method. And what it will contain? It will contain all the form data in the form of a dictionary object, and that dictionary object will be called as result. Right? So using this result dictionary object as a parameter, the another template result.html, which is also present in the templates folder, will be rendered by this result function. So render template result.html. What is there in result.html, that we shall see, but it will, the result.html template will be provided another parameter or attribute. Result is equal to, what is this result? This is the name of the dictionary variable. Rather, this is the parameter to be provided to that template, and this is the dictionary object result. This is the result that have been defined here. So in effect, what is going to happen? As this server starts, a form will be displayed. Form will be filled by the user, submitted to this result URL, and it will fetch the entire form data into the result object, and that will be rendered to this result.html. So finally, what remains? What is present in result.html? So this is that result.html template. It starts with the mandatory doc type HTML tag, and this is the rest of the HTML. This is what is the Jinja 2 template instructions. So all those conditionals, expressions and loop statements are used or written. In this case, the curly bracket and percent sign on one side, and percent on the right curly bracket. In between this, you are writing a for loop, and this for loop runs over result.iter items. What is iter items? It will fetch an iterator for the dictionary object called as result. So iter items method of the dictionary object is used to return an iterator. And you know that the dictionary object is a collection of items. Each item is a key value pair. So for each key value pair in the result object, what you are doing, you are just putting the value of key and value. Key and value are put into the row of a table. In the first cell of the row, you are displaying key. Second cell of the row, you are displaying the value. So all the text boxes that you entered, name, physics, chemistry, mathematics, the names of the keys and the associated values will be displayed in the table. So as a result, what you should see a table being generated on your browser. Okay, so these are the three parts. One is the Python script, which is a Flask sort of application. Second is the form, and third is the template. So let us see one by one how the result ultimately comes onto your browser. So first let me start this Python script form data.py, in which the two URLs slash and slash result are defined. They are bound with two functions. First function is displaying the form, and the other is displaying the result of the form data into a table. So start the server and go to the browser. So the browser is here, and just give the URL localhost 5000 /. It will render a form. Enter the data and press the submit button. What happens? The form data will be posted to /result URL. The associated view function will fetch the form data by using request.form into a dictionary object, and that dictionary object will be rendered by result.html, in which there is a Jinja2 template code which runs a for loop and generates a table like this. So this is the final output of our entire Flask application activity.
In this video, I will discuss the cookies in a Flask application. What are the cookies?
So how to set and read the cookies in a Flask application, that we will study with the help of this example. So what we have in this Python script is a simple slash or backslash URL which is defined and bound to a view function called as index. So when this index function will be executed, when it will be executed, when you start the server and give the URL as localhost 5000/. So when this index function will be executed, it will render a template called setCookie.html. This HTML file is stored in the templates folder. What it has, setCookie.html presents you a simple one text box form in which the user ID is to be entered. So let us have a look at this setCookie.html first before we explain the rest of the Python code. So this index page is going to render this setCookie.html. This is a simple form in which there is one input type is equal to text, in which you can enter the name of the text. Input is name is equal to nm, and then there is a submit button. The submit button, when it is clicked, the form data will be posted to the /setCookie URL. Method is post. Okay, so this is the purpose of this setCookie.html, to let the user enter a user ID and post the data to /setCookie. What is that /setCookie URL? How it is defined, and what is the view function associated with that? So let us come back to this Python script in which this /setCookie URL rule is defined, which the root method additionally accepts one more parameter. Methods is equal to default is get, but we are using the post method. The associated view function is setCookie. If this condition is true, because anyway the form is using the post method, so if request.method is equal to post, this condition is true, so therefore this block will be executed. What is there in the form data? Form.request.form nm. So nm attribute of the form, whatever the user had entered into it, will be stored in the variable called user. Okay, so now the value of this user will be used to set the cookie. The name of the cookie will be user ID and the value will be user. Now in Flask, the cookies are attached to the response object. So you will have to first obtain the response object by using the function makeResponse. So that brings us to this makeResponse function to be imported in the very beginning, in addition to the Flask object, render template function, request object, as well as the makeResponse. This is the makeResponse function. This makeResponse function is going to extract the response object out of the template that will be rendered by this setCookie function. The template is readCookie.html. So it will fetch the response object and use the setCookie method associated with the response object to set the cookie user ID. This is the name of the cookie and the value is user. What is the user? The user ID entered by user on the set cookie form. Okay, and then return RESP, the response object. So this is what this set cookie function is supposed to do. It will set the cookie, right? Now what is there in this read cookie.html? It is a simple hyperlink, which is when the hyperlink is clicked, the browser will go to this get cookie URL. So first let us have a look at read cookie.html. So this is a simple hyperlink formed around. Click here to read cookie, which has a href is equal to localhost 5000 get cookie URL. Nothing much in this read cookie.html apart from providing a hyperlink. Come back to this Python script in which this /get cookie URL is defined and bound with this view function called get cookie. How to read the cookie? It is very simple. Get function is available to the request.getCookies.get. So request object has cookies.get function. The cookie that was set was user ID. So name of the cookie will be the parameter to this get function. So it will be obtained in the variable called name. All you have to do is just to render the text onto the browser. Ultimately the result will be welcome whatever user ID you had entered in the beginning in the set cookie form. So this is the mechanism. It's a slightly complex mechanism, setting the cookie and reading it back. We will now execute this code. First start the server, then open the browser, open the form, enter the user ID and read it back. That sequence we will have to do. So the Python script is cookie.py, execute to start the server. And go in the browser and give this URL localhost 5000 / opens up a set cookie.html form. You have to enter a user ID. I will say MVL. Press login button. The data will be posted to set cookie. This cookie will be set and the read cookie.html will be displayed. It will give you a hyperlink to click. The click will lead you to the /get cookie URL, which will read back the cookie that was set. That's it. So this is this example. This is how it demonstrates how to set and how to read back the cookie in a simple Flask application.
A small example is there which will show and the use of the abort function that I will show with help of a very small example here. In this example, the use of abort function, which is a part of the Flask module, that is being demonstrated here. So in addition to the other resources, you have to import the abort function from the Flask module. This is of course the initialization of the Flask application object. The code here is more or less similar to what we used as an example of a redirect function. Here also there is a index rule. The / rule is attached to the view function index, which in turn will render a template called login.html, which login.html as the login.html has a simple form with a text box and a button. The user is asked to enter a username. That's all, right? But the login.html, the form in this login.html will take you to the URL /login. The action attribute of this login.html form is
towards the login dot slash login URL along with the method is equal to post. Okay, so when the user clicks the submit button along with some data entered in the username field, this URL will be accessed along with the post method. So this condition will be the associated view function will be executed. In this function, this condition is going to be true. Now inside which there is another if condition. If the form request dot form username, that means the text box in the login form, inside that if you have typed admin as the name of the user or username, then second condition will be true. If this is true, the browser will be redirected towards the view function, the URL for the view function success. This is that success URL. Associated view function is success. What will be displayed? Logged in successfully will be displayed when the user enters the username as admin. If not, that means if this condition is not true, the method of course is post, but the value entered in the username field is not admin. So that means this else will be executed and it will encounter an abort function with the error code 401, and 401 is for unauthorized. So on your browser a message unauthorized will be displayed, right? And of course, as we saw in the last example, if the user directly enters slash login in the the browser's address bar, then the method is not post. So therefore this else will be executed and it will again take you back to the index where again the login page will be displayed, the form in which the username has to be entered. Okay, so importantly, we have to verify what happens as a result of this abort function. 401 is the error code that has been given. So you should see the unauthorized message being displayed on the browser if the username is not admin. That will be the verification of the abort function. Okay. So the Python script in which the abort function is used is called as abort.py. So I will start it so that the server will start running. Once it is running, we'll go to the browser, give the URL as localhost 5000 slash. The login.html will be displayed. Now I will show you both the situations where in the first place you will enter the username as admin. What happens? The slash login URL will redirect you towards the slash success URL, and the message printed will be logged in successfully. Okay, so this is one. Admin is the username, login is successful. Again go back to this login page. Now enter something else, something other than admin. So I will say user. Login, if I click on it, it will redirect towards the slash login. Method is still post, but the username is not admin. So therefore it will encounter the abort with 401 error code. So it will print unauthorized. This is the message that comes along with that. Different reasons why you may be unauthorized. So that happens when error code is 401. And of course, if I give directly localhost 5000 slash login, then of course what will happen? It will again go back to the login form like this. So this demonstrates the use of abort function in the Flask module.
In this video, I will tell you about the message flashing mechanism in a Flask application.
So in addition to the other required functions like redirect, render template, URL for, you'll also need a request object and of course the Flask object to be imported. So those requirements are imported in the beginning. Then you of course create the Flask application object, set up the secret key. First URL defined is backslash and the bound view function is index. What it is going to do? It is going to render the template called index.html. So what is there in index.html? This is the index.html. Now that index view function is likely to be executed when it is the user is already logged in and he is trying to log out, or the login is unsuccessful. In either cases, your Flask application is going to generate some flash messages. So before displaying this part of the index.html, if there are any messages to be flashed, those will be done by this code. But of course, now that you have just started the application, there are no messages to be flashed, so therefore this condition will be not true. So therefore this entire segment of the code will not be executed. You will only see, do you want to log in, and to this login word there is a hyperlink leading to URL for login, the other URL rule defined in your Python application. So we will come back to this afterwards. What is the purpose of this? Right now there will be a simple hyperlink. Do you want to log in? And the hyperlink will lead you to URL for login, the login view function that is defined in our application. So we will have a look at that. So this is the /login URL, which is defined by the root decorator, taking two arguments, the URL and the methods. Again, when this login URL is visited for the first time, obviously the request.method is equal to post, this condition will not be true, isn't it? This will not be true. So therefore this part will not be executed. So therefore you will come across this, right? So it will render the template called as login.html. Now you see that the render template function is taking two arguments. One is the the template to be rendered login.html, and there is a error parameter. The value of the error parameter is the default value of the error parameter is defined as none, because initially it will be none. So then what will happen? This login.html template will be rendered with error is equal to none. Okay. So what is the login.html? This is the HTML login.html, in which there is a Jinja 2 template code. If at all there was any error that was raised before coming to this, that error will be displayed. Otherwise it will display a form where there are two text boxes, so to say, one for username, other for the password, and then there is a submit button which will post the data to the same URL /login, right? So that means if you click the submit button, the data will be posted to the same /login URL or the view function. Now for the second time, when that /login URL is visited, the login view function is executed. Now the method is post, isn't it? So we'll have a look at that /login URL again and see what happens. So it comes again here. Now the method is post. So this condition is true. Now it will verify whether the username and password are admin. If they are not admin, then it will raise an error. The variable error will be initialized to invalid username or password. If on the other hand, if the username and password, the values of the two data fields in our HTML form do have the value of admin, then the message will be you were successfully logged in, and there will be another flash message, log out before the login, before logging again. Okay, and taking these two flash messages, it will go back to the index. It will go back to the index view function, right? So we will have to revisit our index.html and then analyze the segment of the Jinja2 template wherein the get flashed messages are processed, right? So this is that part. Now that the index.html is going to be rendered for the second time, there are the messages to be flashed. Those will be collected with this, and for each, if there are any messages, the messages there will be a messages object. So if messages, yes. So for each message in these messages, that message will be displayed, right? So this will display all the messages. In our case, there are going to be two messages if the login is successful, right? There are two calls to the flash function. So there were two messages. Those two messages are going to be displayed by this for loop. Okay, so this block will display all the flash messages generated by the earlier view function. Okay, and then again, of course, after the messages are flashed, you will again have this hyperlink to re-login. Okay, so this is the slightly complex explanation of the flashing mechanism in our Flask application. We will do these activities one by one. So our Python code for this entire flash activity is written in flash.py. So I will start the server, and now we'll go to the browser to visit the localhost 5000/URL. So I will enter that URL into the browser's address bar. It is giving me a hyperlink to take me to this login page. This is the login page. Now I will show you both the scenarios where I give some random username and password. Now what will happen? The error will be raised. So the error message will be displayed. Second time I will give a username and password that is acceptable and then login. Now the messages will be flashed. You were successfully logged in, log out before the login again. Okay, these are generated by the flashes that were raised by the login function. Do you want to log in? It will again take me back to the login page. Okay, so this is the entire cycle of events that the application will go through for the message flashing.
Hello friends, in this video we shall see how a file uploading operation is done in a Flask application.
And so this is the Python script which we will use to upload any selected file to our WSGI server that we will that the server will start running as soon as you start or execute this Python script upload.py. So for that, this is a very essential import that you must mention in our Python script at the beginning. You have to import the secure file name function, which is defined in the workzug module, which will be installed along with the Flask module that you have to install to set up the Flask environment. Okay, so after doing all the required imports, you set up the Flask application by declaring an object of the Flask class. This invariably you have to do every time when you write a Flask application. In the rest of the Python code, there are two URL rules that are defined. One is /upload, which is mapped to a Python function upload, and then there is a /uploader rule mapped to uploader function. The purpose of this /upload rule, that means the function of the view, the purpose of this view function upload is to render a template upload.html. So this upload.html must be present in the templates folder of your Flask application. What is there in this upload.html file? It contains a multi-part form data, a form with enc type which is set to multi-part, and then there is a input type is equal to file. This is our upload.html, in which this is a form, right? This form has one attribute called as enc type, which must be set to multi-part /form data. Whenever you want the form to have a button which will browse your computer system to select a particular file, the enc type attribute must be set to multi-part /form data, and the method also must be post. In order to present a browse button in the form, you should use this input type is equal to file. The name that is appearing on that button will be file. As soon as this button named file is clicked, your Windows Explorer will be presented, allowing the user to select any desired file from anywhere in the computer system, file system, and then there is a submit button. So this submit button, when it is pressed, the selected file, the data of the selected file will be sent to this this URL, which is a part of the action attribute. So action is equal to this URL. This is of course the name of our server, localhost 5000 /uploader URL, which is defined in our Python script. To this URL, this file will be sent, right? So this is the upload.html. Coming back to this, the uploader URL, and therefore the mapped view function uploader. What it does, it verifies whether the request dot method, that means the data that is received by this uploader URL, is by this post method or not. And we have just seen that in the upload.html the form has method is equal to post. So this is true. So the file data is obtained from request.files object. So f is equal to request.files file. So this will be the file object that must be saved. F.save, this file object has a function called as save, and this secure file name is a function in this workzug module which will obtain the required destination file name by f.file name. So when this save function will be successfully completed, the uploader function will return a message called as file uploaded successfully, which will be displayed on the browser. This is of course the this app.run will start our server. So it's a very fairly simple straightforward activity. This upload.html contains a form with a file button, and this uploader URL uploader function will save the file data to the file name of the same name on the server. So that we have to see now by running this application. So our Python script is named as upload.py. We shall start. The server starts running. Then we go back to the browser and give this URL in the address bar localhost 5000 oblique upload. So as soon as I press enter, the button, rather the form with a browse button and a submit button will be displayed. So click on this browse, select any file that you want to upload on the server. So let us say I will open this file, then press open. The selected file name will appear here. Now if I press on this submit button, the /uploader URL will be used to send the file data, and the uploader function will save the file data to a file name called as tppython.jpg in the server folder. So it responds with the file uploaded successfully.
In this video, we shall see how to use the Flask mail extension.
So I have already started or activated the virtual environment, and now inside this I will have to see whether this Flask mail extension has been installed or not. How to verify that? Just try to reinstall or install it again by using the pip utility. If it is not there, it will be installed. Otherwise, it will say it is already present. So let us see. It is available in the pip utility is available in scripts folder. Pip Flask mail is the name of the extension. So the requirement is already fulfilled or satisfied. That means the Flask mail extension is installed. Another way of verification or verifying it is that start the Python interpreter and say import. If it is able to import, then that means it is installed. So that means Flask mail is properly installed in this virtual environment. And now this is the Flask application code. In the beginning, you have to import the Flask class from the Flask module. Also import the mail and message classes from the extension that we just now installed, Flask mail. Set up the application object. App is equal to Flask _name. This app object is the argument to the mail class constructor. So this is the mail object of the mail class. Then this is necessary to do certain configuration settings to your application class by specifying the mail server. Here we are going to use the SMTP server of the Gmail service. So the name of the SMTP server is smtp.gmail.com. The recommended port number is 465. These are the login credentials.
the username and password, and these are the security settings. I am setting mail use TLS parameter of the configuration app.conf is equal to false, but SSL is equal to true. So these are all the configuration settings that you must enable. And now to this root URL, the index function that is mapped, inside which what is happening, I am setting up a message class object, and it takes three mandatory arguments: the subject, the sender, and the recipient, the sender and recipient IDs. And then the body attribute of this message object, this is the text that you want to send as a email, and then use the send method of the mail class. The method will be sent, the message will be sent. Okay, so this is the application code. But before running the Python application code, the Flask application code, you have to do one more setting operation. Go to this URL after logging into your Gmail account. Open google.com settings, security and less secure apps, and ensure that access for less secure apps is turned on. By default it is off, because the Gmail service or Gmail server does not allow mails to be sent by any third-party applications. Now that our application, our Flask application will not be allowed to send the mail on behalf of the Gmail service. So therefore, in order to let the Gmail allow that, turn this setting on, access for less secure apps, turn it on. So that is very essential for the successful execution of your code. Now coming back to the virtual environment command prompt, now execute that this mail.py, python mail.py will start the server. So the server is started. I will now go in the browser and visit this URL localhost 5000 /. So I have opened the browser and given the URL as localhost 5000 /. As soon as I press enter, the message on my browser says message is sent. So in order to verify that the message is sent, I'll go in my inbox, and there you see the message hello. It was the subject of the message, hello Flask. This message is sent from the Flask mail, was my body of the message. So that is how you can use this SMTP server of Gmail to send an email message through our Flask application. So this was the demonstration of the entire exercise.
In this video, we shall see the use of Flask WTF extension in a Flask application.
So I will now show you the use of WT forms extension in a Flask application. So the name of the extension is Flask underscore WTF. So first and foremost, we have to ensure that this Flask WTF extension is installed in our Flask environment or not. So the usual way of installing a particular module is by using the pip. So this is the virtual environment in which we are working, and using the pip utility I will try to install the Flask WTF extension. It says that this is already present or installed in this environment. If it was not present, then it would have installed the Flask WTF extension. We can also verify whether this Flask WTF extension is present or not. What I will do, I will start the interpreter and try to import Flask WTF. If it accepts, then fine. Otherwise, it will mean that the
extension is not present. Okay. So come out of this. Now, what are the components or what are the different code snippets that are needed for the rendering of the form? So first you have to design the form. This Flask underscore WTF module contains a class called as form. This form is to be used as a base class for your user defined form class. I am calling it as contact form. So my contact form is based upon this form class which I am importing from the Flask WTF. It also has a module called as WT forms, in which all the form elements like text field, integer field, text area, etc., all are present. So we have to import all those that are needed to design this particular form. So in my form, a text field, integer field, text area field, submit field, which is equivalent to the submit button in the text in the HTML, radio field, and the select field. These many types of fields I am going to use, so I have imported them. And I also want to apply certain validators to the some text field, some fields. So I am also importing the validators and the validation error. So in the contact form class, the objects that are declared is name is equal to text field. This is the label of that text field, name of the student, and the validation applied to this name field is validation required. If the validation fails, then the error message that should be displayed is please enter your name. Then another object is a radio field object. I am calling it as gender. This is the label, and the exclusive choices to be made are male and female. So they are presented in the form of a list object in which two tuples, the name of the variable and the associated caption, name and the caption, they are provided. So this is the gender field. Address field is a text area field. Then I have to again provide a text field for email. So email is equal to text field. This is the label, and the validation that I want to apply. There are two types of validation. One is that the validators required will be verified. If it is not at all entered, then the error message, please enter your email ID. And there is another validator I want to apply to this text field, validators.email. It will ensure that the entry in this field is according to or as per the requirements of an email address. So then there is an integer field called as age, selection field or select field, which will give you a drop down, and the user can make choices out of these two entries, C++ and Python. So these are the actual text that will appear, and these are the two names that are associated with each of them. And then there is a submit field which is equivalent to the submit button. So this is how you have to design the form first. I am calling it as a contact form. In my execution code, I have to import this contact form also. So let us have a look at the execution side of our Python script. So this is the application code. Here the Flask application object is declared, before which all the necessary resources from the Flask application are imported, as well as the contact form that we have designed, that is also imported. Ensure that there is a secret key in place. Now one URL rule is
defined in this code, which is called as /contact, accepts the methods get or post. What is the associated view function? Contact, and in which first and foremost create the object of our contact form class. Right? Now inside this contact function, verify whether the request dot method is post or not. So obviously when the user enters the localhost 5000/contact in the address bar of the browser, the method will not be equal to post, it will be get. So that means this will be encountered. Right, because it is the first time the user has directly entered this URL, so it will not be a post method but a get method. So in case it is a get method, then what it has to do, the browser will be redirected towards, or rather a template will be rendered of the name contact.html, which takes one attribute or one argument, which is the form is equal to our form object. So it will go into the contact.html. We'll have a look at this contact.html later. If on the other hand the method is post, but the validation of the form, which form? The contact form that we have designed. If the validation fails, then a message will be flashed, all fields are required. Where this flash will appear? It will appear in the next view function when the render, the template contact.html will be rendered. On the top of it, this flash message will be displayed along with any error messages that the form might have generated. So in either way, if the method is post but there are errors, the contact.html will reappear, or if the method is not post, the contact.html will be appearing. If the validation is successful, if the post method is there, validation is successful, then the success.html will be rendered. It will just display a success message. Okay, so this is the execution part of our Python script. So what remains? Have a look at the contact.html. So this is the contact.html, which is basically rendering the form that we have designed. So in this form, all the form elements that we have designed using our WT forms package, those elements are rendered here. For example, we have seen that any of these form elements that are used from the WT forms, in addition to whatever elements or form fields that you design, one additional element is created, which is a hidden tag. And in addition to that, we have defined a name form field. It has two attributes, label and name. Gender has a label and the gender as a field. Address has a label, address as a field. Email has a label and field. Age, language, etc. And lastly the form.submit. So all we are doing is dynamically rendering the form elements or the different form fields that we have defined in our contact form into this browser web page by using the Jinja 2 template mechanism. You can see that all these form.name is the name of the name field which we have defined in the contact form. So that is dynamically rendered by using this double curly bracket notation to escape out of the HTML. So this is how the form is rendered dynamically on the browser, before which before which if the form has already been posted and if it encounters any error or messages, those are, you know, flashed onto the browser. For instance, if there are any messages, like there was one message, all the fields are necessary, that message will be displayed on the browser with the help of get flashed messages and taking one flashed message at a time. Incidentally, in our case, there will be only one message. So that will be displayed here. If while encountering the validation of the name field, if it encounters any error, then that message will be displayed here. If while validating the email field, if it encounters error, that will be displayed here. So if the form is appearing for the first time, the entire form will be displayed. If it is appearing subsequently, then if there are any errors or messages, those will be flashed. Now this is our contact.html. So we have seen the form class, the contact form, the application side of the form example in which all the URLs and the associated view functions are defined, and this is the contact form, contact.html. In addition to that, there will be a success.html also, which will just print out the message form posted successfully if there are no errors found in the form after the form is posted. So this is all the code that we have. Now we will do all the activities one by one to show that this is how the WT forms are used. So let us come to the command prompt and execute our Python script named as form example.py. It will start the server. Okay, so now we shall go to the browser and give the URL as localhost 5000/contact. So in the browser, /contact. So the contact form is displayed. Okay, so different possibilities we shall generate and see what are the error messages. For example, I will leave this name of the student blank, fill the rest of the elements, and make the selection. You see, all the fields are required. Secondly, I will enter some element here, but I will purposefully enter the email in some invalid manner. It will say, please enter your email address, which is not proper. If on the other hand, if all the elements are, all the entries in the form are properly mentioned, then of course the form will be validated and the message form posted successfully will appear. So that's how a user friendly form can be designed by using the Flask WTF extension in a Flask application.
In this video, I shall tell you how to use a SQLite database in our Flask application.
So how to use an SQLite database? as a backend to your Flask application that we want to see with the help of this demonstration and example. So a database.db SQLite database named as database.db is already present in the Flask applications folder, and there is inside this database.db there is a table called students, and the structure of the students table is that there are such four fields: name, address, city and pin code. Okay, and now this contents of this database.db I am showing with the help of a software called as SQLite Studio. So this is the structure of this table, and presently these 5 records are already present in it. This SQLite Studio is a front end for manipulating and managing the SQLite tables. You can create a table, add the data, run different queries and so on. But then that is not our intention to use SQLite. I am just using this SQLite Studio to show the effect of the Python Flask application in the database. What happens, how when we run an SQL query for insert a record, we'll come back to this SQLite Studio and see whether that insertion is properly done or not. And then when we run a select query on this database through our Flask application, we will verify whether the same records that are seen here will be displayed on our browser or not. So that is the purpose of SQLite Studio using here. Okay, so we are interested in the students table. This is the structure and these are the records at this point of time in this table. Now the Python code for performing or manipulating the database, that code is written in this run.py. Python's standard distribution already comes with a SQLite 3 module, so you don't have to additionally install any other module in order to use SQLite database as a backend to your Python program. So all you have to do is just import this SQLite 3 into your application. Of course, you will have to import all these prerequisites: the Flask class, the render template function and the request object. Now in this code or in this program or in this Python script, there is one URL that is defined is backslash. So that means local host 5000 backslash. This backslash URL is mapped to the view function called home, and what it is doing, it is just rendering a home.html template. So you have to say return render template home.html. So what is there in home.html? Just a menu kind of thing which will have two hyperlinks. One to add, when you click that add record, the activity of adding a record will start, and the other is list. So let us have a look at this home.html before proceeding. So this is the HTML code for this home.html, in which nothing but there are two hyperlinks. One hyperlink to the statement or sentence add new records, to which a slash enter new URL is hyperlinked, and the other is show list. It is hyperlinked to another URL slash list. So obviously these two URLs are defined in your run.py Python code. But then as far as this home.html is concerned, when this is rendered, you will see a menu below which you will see two hyperlinks, one taking you to add new record, other taking you to show list. Fine. So let us come back to the Python code. This is one URL that is defined, The other is, as we just saw, /enter new. So when the user clicks that add new record hyperlink, he will come here, right? And this URL is attached or mapped with this view function, new student. So what will happen? Another template which is present in the templates folder of your Flask application called student.html, that will be rendered. So obviously we have to now have a look at student.html. What is the contents of that student.html? So this is the student.html. It is nothing but a form is present here. In the form there are the different form elements are, one is a input type is equal to text for name, address is provided, and text area. Then city, input type is equal to text, name is equal to city, and a pin code, in name is equal to pin, and the input type is equal to text is there. So there are essentially 4 text boxes, and then there is a submit button. Those are all the form elements in the form. Importantly, the form attributes are here. Method attribute is set to post, and the action attribute is set to the URL for add record or add rec function, which is there in the Python code. What is the URL for this add rec? That will be taken up as the action attribute of this form. Okay, so when the user clicks the add new record link, he will be presented a form to fill the data and submit. The submit will take you to this view function add record or add rec as it is written there. So come back to the Python code and see what is there in add rec. This is that URL defined with the help of this root decorator /add rec methods post and get. So if the form has been posted, then what will happen? The request.form object. What is the request.form object? It is essentially a dictionary of the form element and its associated values. So those associated values will be stored in the variable nm, addr, ct, and pin. Request.form nm will fetch the name, address, city, and pin code. Right? So all the form data is now coming into your Python code. Okay. Now then, establish the connection with the database that we are using. SQL.connect function will establish the connection. Using this connection object, obtain the cursor. So connect con.cursor will obtain the cursor object, and using this cursor execute the SQL command. What SQL command you want to execute? Essentially this data is to be inserted, so the query will be insert into students. This is the field list, name, address, city, pin code, and the values to be stored in those respective fields are these variables: name, address, city, and pin code. So this is the query to be executed. That will be executed. If it is successful, then the result will be committed, and it will generate, or it will create a variable called msg, message is equal to record successfully added. If at all it happens to be the case that there is a certain error, to account for that error, all this is put into a try block. So in case of error, the except block will take over. You don't want anything untoward to happen in your database, so therefore you have to roll it back, and message is equal to error in insert operation will be the message. So in the event of successful insert SQL query, message will be record successfully added, otherwise it will be error in insert operation. In any case, you have to display these messages on the result.html. So render template result.html along with an attribute or parameter msg. So that msg will be flashed on this result.html. So what is that of course then we have to look for result.html, what is there in result.html. Okay, so this is one function, just a menu. This is another function which will uh, open a form. When the form is posted, the insert operation will be either performed or not performed. In both the cases, this finally block will render this result.html. Now result.html will just flash this message msg. Result of insert operation will be the value of this msg variable. Either it will be a success message or a failure message. And then followed by that it will give a hyperlink to go back to the home page. So that will take me to this /URL. Right? This is the result.html. And finally, there is a /list URL which is defined, and it is mapped to a view function called list. So what you have to do? You have to extract all the records that are currently present in the students table, and that can be done by a SQL query called select. So select star from students is the query to be executed. So obtain the cursor object and cursor.execute. The result of this cursor.execute will be a result set which will be stored in the rows variable. Taking these rows as a variable or as an attribute to this render template function, this list.html will be rendered. Okay, so obviously what is there in the list.html? So this is the final piece of code which is required for this SQLite based application. The list.html is, again, it is a table. As you can see, it is a table. First part of the table is to render the headers. All the field names, name, address, city and pin code are used as the first row of the table. And for the actual records, which will be stored anyway in the multi-dict object called as rows. So run a loop over it, put the loop in a Jinja 2 template syntax for each row in rows. What you do? Row name, row address, row city, row pin. All these are the field names, and row name will give me the value of the name field in the first row. This will print the first row. Next iteration of the for loop will take place. It will take the second row, third row, fourth row and so on, and each of these elements will be stored in a table row. So this is the first row is the header. All the field names will be displayed as the first row, and the subsequent rows will contain the data from all the records in the students table. Okay, so this is the effect of list.html. At the end of the table, again a hyperlink to go back to the menu or go back to the home page is provided. So you can go back to the menu, and if you want you can add a new record or list it again. So these are all the different pieces of codes. Some HTML templates, the URLs defined in your Python Flask application, associated view functions, everything is in front of you. Now we will execute this and see what is the result. So our Python Flask application is written in run.py. So execute that. The server will start. Now you have to go to the browser and give the URL which will open up the menu. So in the browser just enter localhost 5000 slash, which takes you to the home view function. It gives you a menu with two hyperlinks: add new record and show list. So first I will click the show list link, and you should be able to see the records that are presently available in the students table of your SQLite table. So these are the records. You can verify the presence of these records by going to the SQL Studio and verifying that these records are there. There are 5 records. So just go back to the SQL Studio screen and verify it. So as you can see, the students table contains all these 5 records that are displayed on your browser's page. Okay, so the list operation is working perfectly. Now let me go back to the home page by clicking on this and click on add new record. What happens? Student.html will be rendered. It will be a form in which you can enter the data. That's it. So some data I will enter. For instance, if I say something like this and press the submit button. Submit button will take you to enter new URL. The associated view function will execute the insert query and add the record into the table. So the result of insert operation is record successfully added. I'll go back to the home page and now I will list. So this is the latest record that has been added. If I go to the SQL Studio, there also I should be able to find that record there. So this is the students table and the data in which if you find the 6th row has been added, this is the record that has been recently added. So our insertion and list operation done with the help of insert query and select query, that can be easily done with the help of your Flask application on the SQLite database. So this is the complete demonstration of using SQLite along with your Flask application.
In this video, I'll explain to you how to use the Flask SQL Alchemy extension in our Flask application.
With the help of this example, we shall find out how to use the Flask SQL Alchemy extension along with the Flask application to manipulate or use a SQLite database. So first and foremost, you have to ensure that this extension Flask SQL Alchemy is installed in the working environment of our Flask application. So this is the virtual environment in which your Flask is installed. So now you try to install the Flask SQL Alchemy using the pip utility. So I will say name of the extension is Flask SQL Alchemy. It says requirement is already satisfied. That means what? This extension is already present. You can also verify this by starting a Python interpreter and you try to import that. So I will start the interpreter and write import statement. If this instruction is accepted, then it means that it is installed, otherwise not. There you see the module or the package is already present. Okay, so that is our first requirement fulfilled. Next we have a look at the Python code
which performs all the operations on the underlying SQL database using this SQL Flask SQL Alchemy extension. So these are our regular imports. For this particular exercise, you want to import this SQL Alchemy class from this Flask SQL Alchemy extension. So these are all the imports. Then of course this is the Flask application object. These two lines are the configuration of your app object, app.config SQL Alchemy database URI. That means what? You have to give the path to the database that you are going to use. The name of the database is students.sqlite3. The protocol that you are going to use is SQLite colon students.sqlite3, and then you have to set the secret key of your application by saying app.config secret key is equal to this. Okay, so this is again the configuration of your application object. Second step is to, rather the third step is to declare an object of the SQL Alchemy class which you have imported. It requires this app as the argument. So that SQL Alchemy class object, I call it as DB. Now in this DB there is a db.model. Now this db.model is to be used as a base class for declaring a mapper class called as students, which means that this inside this students database there will be a table called as students, and this object of the students class will be each row in the table. So naturally what you have to do, you have to give the structure of that table. Now this DB object has a method or function called as db.column, which requires the arguments as the data type and the size. In the first place, the name of the field will be student ID. Its data type will be integer, and it is to be set as the primary key is equal to true. So this is the first field. Second field is name, db.column. It will be a string containing a string data up to 100 characters. City, db.column, again it will be a string with 50 characters. Address up to 200 character string. Pin up to 10 character string. So this is nothing but the structure of your table. Okay. Now every time when you declare an object of the students class, you know that whenever the object of a class is declared, the constructor goes to work and the constructor is in it. This constructor will be provided 4 arguments, each corresponding to the fields name, city, address, pin. So using these arguments, the object will be initialized. So later on there will be an object of the students class declared, which will take 4 arguments. Okay, so this is our model. So 3 aspects we have seen: import, Flask application model, configuration, and declaration of the model. So this is our first step of the Python code. In this Flask application, 2 URL rules are defined. One is the slash and the other is /new. I will explain this /new first and then we'll go to the slash. /new is mapped to a view function called as new. Now this URL may be called, or the application may reach this URL /new
in two ways. One is if the user directly enters into his browser's address bar localhost 5000/new. In that case, the method by which this URL is reached or fired will not be post, but it will be get. So therefore, what will happen? This block will not be executed. This statement will be executed. And what it is doing? It is rendering a new.html template on the browser. Okay, so we will have to see what is there in new.html. So this is the new.html, in which this is a form, and in the form there are 4 text elements. One is for name, city, address and pin code, isn't it? And then there is a submit button. When the user clicks, after filling the form, when the user clicks the submit button, it will be posted to the same URL by the method post. So what happens when the form is posted, or rather what happens when this new URL is reached with the post method? So let us go back. So in this case, now when again this /new URL is fired, now the method is post, so therefore this block of statements will be executed, isn't it? So if the method is post, but the form that has been posted containing 4 form elements, name, city, address and pin code, any of those fields are empty, then obviously that data should not be added. So therefore what is to be done? A message is to be flashed, an error message, please enter all the field names, and this flash function will generate a flash message which will be displayed on the browser when the next URL is accessed. Okay, but if this form is properly filled, all the fields do have a certain value, then the else block will be executed. Here the object of the students class is created with 4 attributes or 4 parameters extracted from the request.form object. Request.form name, city, address, pin code, these will be the values that will be corresponding to the HTML form data. Using or taking these values, this student object is created. Now this student object is to be added into the database that is right now in the session. So db.session.add, add what? The student object. If it is properly executed, commit the operations by saying db.session.commit, and then the message to be flashed, record the message to be flashed as record was successfully added. So either this message has to be flashed or this has to be flashed, where when your browser is redirected towards another URL, show all. Okay, so this is the activity which is done when the user clicks on the link which takes it to this insertion of new record activities done. Incidentally, what happens to the flash messages? If the data is not properly filled, that means if this condition is true, when it will be true, either name or city or address etc. will not be entered, then this is the message to be flashed. As you know, the message will be flashed when the next URL or next view function is executed. So after this flash, what is going to happen? This is not going to take place, the else block. So the control of the program will come to this. So in the new.html, if the form is improperly filled, the form must be shown again, but with an error message flashed. So if you remember, if you will have a look at the new.html again. So this is the template, Jinja 2 template code, which will take care of the messages to be flashed. Extract the messages by using the get flashed messages function and display the, take out each function at a time and display. There will be only one, indicating that there is some error in the form entry, right? So this is the explanation for this part of your new.html. So that takes us to this else block. What happens in the else block? When the data is properly filled up, what is going to happen? This object will be created and the record will be added, and the browser will be redirected towards the show all. Show all, the URL for show all function. What is the URL for show all function? This is the URL for show all function. It is going to render the show all.html, and it is going to take an attribute which is a result of this query, students.query.all. All the records in the students table will form a record set object, which will be a value of this students attribute. Okay, so either by directly entering slash into the browser localhost 5000 slash, this show all HTML will be rendered, or after completing or after performing the insert operation, after adding the record, again this show all URL, which is again show all.html, will be displayed. So what is there in show all.html? This is the HTML code for show all.html. At the top there is again a template code which will rather this much. If at all there are any messages, and there will be, this message will be flashed when this show all.html is going to be rendered after the successful completion of the insert operation. What is that? The record was successfully added. That will be displayed by this. Okay. Now the rest of the HTML code is displaying a table. This is the table, out of which the first row is the heading, name, address, city, pin code. This will be appearing as in the first row in the as if they are the field names or the titles of the table. And you know that the show all.html is going to be rendered with one parameter, which is the record set or result set of the query all function, student.query all function. Okay, so the students is a list of all records. This is a list object of all records. So take one record at a time, and all the instance variables of the student object, student.name, city, address and pin code, are displayed in one row. One student object, the data is displayed in one row, such like all the rows will be iterated and it will complete a table of all the records in the student table. So this is the explanation of show all.html. So this students SQLite database is already present in our application folder. I am now showing you the SQLite database using the SQLite Studio. And in this students database there is a table called as students, and this is the structure of the student. Remember, we have given this structure in our students class. This is a primary key, and these are the four fields: name, city, address and pin code. So db.string is corresponding to or is being mapped to the varchar size. This was the size that was given. Okay, and of which the student ID is the primary key that also we had given in our declaration of the students class, right? And right now these 4 records are already present in this table. Now our intention is to just to verify whatever operations that we perform on this SQLite database through our Python code, whether they are, you can just verify that those operations are exactly stored and reflected in this SQLite Studio. Okay, so just to show you that if the record is added, that should be visible here, and if the records are listed, those are listed, the list exactly should match with this list. That is the intention of showing you the SQLite Studio. Now let us start our Flask application app.py from the command line. The server is running. There are some warnings with relation to the configuration of this Flask SQL Alchemy, but then you can ignore. The server is running. So what we have to do now, to go to the browser and give this URL localhost 5000/. So I enter this URL. It is giving the present list of records, and it is also giving me a link to add student. So it will take me to localhost 5000 new. So if I click on this new, there is a form. Fill this form. Something like this, and then submit. There you see the list is now updated. The 5th record is added. Record is successfully. This is the message that was flashed. So if I click on this add student again, this will be again there. I, without entering anything, I just press submit. It will prompt me, please enter all the fields. So all the operations are now verified with the help of this. Let me go back to this SQL Studio and see whether the newly added record is appearing in that or not. So this is again the SQL Studio interface, students database, students table. The 5th record added is being displayed here. So our insert operation is successful, and the list is also properly being displayed on the browser with the help of all this we have done with the help of the Flask SQL Alchemy extension.